Everybody, it is 9:04 a.m. here on June 23rd, 2026, and we'll begin our agenda for the Board of County Commissioners meeting here. We start with our invocation and our moment of silence. If you will join us for that moment of silence right now. Thank you. Thank you. And if you're able to stand, I ask that you join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and Randy, if you'll do a roll call to determine quorum.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner Kimball.
Present.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Present.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Present.
Chair Sanchez.
Present. All right, we do have quorum, and the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. ACM Lopez, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We would like to move item number 4 from the consent agenda to approvals right ahead of number 9. And that is the only change that we are requesting.
All right. If there are no objections, we'll move agenda item number 4 from consent to approvals before item number 9. All right, and then with that, then we'll move on to consent agenda items 1 through 3. Are there any of these items that we'll pull for separate consideration? Not hearing.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion to approve
Second.
consent agenda, and a second by Commissioner Chaparro. Any comments? All right, Randy, if you will do a roll call on agenda items 1 through 3.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Those items are approved. All right, next order of business is item number 5, which is under proclamations. It is to recognize the Mayfield Lady Trojan softball team for its 5A state championship. And so I did want to, I'm excited that we're joined here by the Mayfield soccer, hijo. I'm so sorry, my brain's on vacation too, I know. The Mayfield softball team. One of the greatest privileges of serving on the BOCC has been recognizing talented students and athletes for their contributions to our community and making Doña County proud. Today, we're celebrating more than a state championship. We're celebrating a community that continues to produce some of the best softball talent in New Mexico. This year's championship was especially exciting because no matter the outcome, the Class 5A state title was coming home to Las Cruces, with Mayfield and Las Cruces High School facing off for the championship. And Centennial having won the previous 2 state titles, one thing became very clear. For the 3rd consecutive year, the Class 5A softball championship is staying right here in Doña County. And I have to say, when 2 Las Cruces teams are playing for the state title, everybody else in New Mexico is playing for 3rd place. The road to a state softball championship runs through Doña County, and that's something we're celebrating. It speaks to the dedication of our student athletes, the commitment of our coaches, the support of our families, and the pride our community takes in our schools. To the Mayfield Lady Trojans, thank you for representing your community with determination, sportsmanship, and heart. You have inspired young athletes all across the county and remind us all what can be accomplished through teamwork and perseverance. And with apologies to any Bulldogs here in attendance, but it's got to feel a little bit better when you get to beat your crosstown rivals in the state championship. And not to rub any other salt in the wound, but it wasn't even close. You all won the championship decisively, and just, I'm so excited for your accomplishments. Thank you and congratulations on your unforgettable season. And I know we have here head coach Dan Dominguez, coaches Adam Cardenas, Willie Cuaron, Cynthia Morales, Javier Rosales, and the Mayfield softball team. So I'd like to welcome you all up if you'd like to say a few words. Hey, Coach Dominguez, I don't know if you want to say anything, but I'd like to welcome you to the podium here. Yeah, before we read the proclamation.
Okay, I've got Jaylene Ponce who's going to say a few words on our behalf, but thank you guys for having us. We're very honored to be recognized by you, and the support has been amazing. It's been a really, really fun year. So here's Jaylene Ponce.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say that we're so grateful to be here, and we're so happy to represent Las Cruces and the softball community in Mayfield, and thank you to everyone that has supported us this year, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Chair Sanchez, if I may,
Yes, please.
can I, Amanda was
And you're
asking.
even wearing,
can I-
I love the outfit. It's appropriate today.
Yeah, this is appropriate. You don't mind if I could give a personal point of privilege, I guess. So I am a mother to a 10-year-old softball player. I've spent the last 3 weekends, Roswell, Lubbock, El Paso, 4 days, very, very hot. I know the sacrifices, the money, the time that your parents and support system has given you. So although you may be here singly as a person, you have your whole family behind you that has believed in this dream, and this is the culmination of this. I hope you can hold close to your heart how special this is and how many people believed in you, invested in you. My 10-year-old, I don't know if she'll end up in this spot. I will do everything I can to make sure that happens. But if she doesn't, I know that she can look to you girls and I can say, see, we can do this in Las Cruces. This is a whole entire state, but we've got talent here too. So I am very proud of you. And when I look at you, I can only hope that my daughter is able to have the same experience. And I would also encourage you to, your high school career is coming to an end very soon. Some of you sooner than others. But count on each other, continue this relationship, your bond is strong. And to your coaches, I always say I never criticize coaches because I'm not going to step in their place and coach. If I don't do it the way I want, I say, it doesn't matter, I'm not going to coach. So I put everything I can to support coaches, but I also know that this is a huge success on your part and what you have worked for. Likely athletes yourself, and to bring these girls to this space and time and to develop their talent, I just want to give you so much credit to you and your family. So thank you so much for being here today, and go Trojans.
And if we could have read the proclamation, please. Lucia.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The proclamation reads, whereas the Mayfield High School girls softball team achieved an extraordinary milestone by capturing the 2026 New Mexico Class 5A state championship, earning the first state title in program history, and whereas on May 16th, 2026, the Lady Trojans delivered a dominant performance, defeating Las Cruces High School by a score of 20-2 at the Lobo softball field in Albuquerque to secure the state crown. And whereas the team completed a remarkable season with an outstanding 29-2 overall record, demonstrating exceptional skill, determination, teamwork, and sportsmanship throughout the year. And whereas the Lady Trojans made headlines across New Mexico by combining for 98 home runs during the season, a remarkable achievement believed to be a new state record and a testament to the team's offensive excellence. And whereas this championship marks the first state title won by Mayfield High School in any sport since 2014, bringing pride and excitement to students, staff, alumni, families, and the entire Las Cruces community. And whereas the success of the Lady Trojans reflects the dedication and leadership of head coach Daniel Dominguez and assistant coaches Adam Cardenas, Willie Cuaron, Cynthia Morales, and Javier Rosales, whose commitment to developing student athletes helped guide the team to a historic season. And whereas the accomplishments of team members Genesis Angel, Dallas Bencomo, Elizabeth Doyle, Adrina Guillen, Anaya Langston, Ariana Lujan, Chloe Marujo, Peyton Oliver, Emily Perez, Jaylene Ponce, Analia Puente Cruz, Adrian Quintana, Brisa Quintana, Angelina Ramirez, Sandra Roberto, Delania Sainz, Analia Torres, and Chloe Tovar exemplify the values of hard work, perseverance, discipline, and excellence. And whereas the Mayfield High School girls softball team has served as an inspiration to young athletes throughout Doña County, demonstrating what can be achieved through dedication, teamwork, and commitment to excellence both on and off the field. Now, therefore, the Doña Board of County Commissioners does hereby congratulate the Mayfield High School girls softball team, coaches, and supporters for winning the 2026 New Mexico Class 5A State Championship, proudly proclaimed this 23rd day of June 2026 by the Board of County Commissioners for Doña County, New Mexico.
Thank you, Commissioners. Are there any other comments at this point? All right. So I'd like to invite you all up. We'll take a, I don't know, Corey, where do you want us for a picture? Okay.
Tall people, coach in the back.
Move this.
You want me to move my name tag?
You could just tilt the frame down just a little. Perfect. Okay, everybody ready? Smile. Eyes open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
When you look at how many little girls are running around, there's hundreds and hundreds. To get to 4 high schools, just that amount, you have to.
All righty. All right, our next order of business will be under public input. Before we begin public input, I did want to give a couple of notices to the public, as there'll be some upcoming changes beginning in July with public input. Among them, we'll be asking anyone that will be participating in general public input to register or sign up prior to the meeting for public input. And also, we'll be starting to, if you are here for public input, it is your voice. Any recorded statements played will not be allowed beginning in July, but we will be posting that information prior to the next meeting. All right, so now we'll move on to public input. While speakers are lining up, I do want to remind everybody that you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. If you are wanting to make comments on items that are under the agenda or under action items or hearings, we ask that you wait until that agenda item does come up to make your comments specific to those. I also want to remind everyone in attendance to be respectful of all speakers. Disruptive behavior, including shouting, demeaning remarks, interruption, or bullying behavior is not acceptable and can lead to your removal. Please respect all speakers, whether you agree with them or not. With that, I invite you up to speak. Mr. Veith.
Well, you've already announced me, Mark Veith, District 1. Good morning, Commissioners. So, little history lesson. 722 BC, the 10 northern tribes of Israel were sacked by the nation of Assyria, and they were taken into captivity, never to return. In diggings that they've done there, they found that there was lots of idols, handheld idols, and stacks of children's bones. Those children had been sacrificed on the altar to Moloch. That's why God turned them over to Assyria, because they were sacrificing their children and they were worshiping idols, which the Ten Commandments say you're not supposed to do. So starting in 605 BC and finally ending in 588 BC, the Babylonians then came against the two remaining tribes in 3 different attacks where they took people off captivity, left some behind. A second attack was in somewhere before, in the late 500s. There was one in between 588, I don't remember the date of that, and 605. At that time, a lot of people were taken off to include the prophet Ezekiel. So you have prophecies coming from Ezekiel, who is a captive in Babylon, and you have prophecies coming from Jeremiah, the weeping prophet, who is in Jerusalem. Both of them, when you read the books, say that if you guys do not come to me, if you do not turn to me, I am going to bring you war, famine, and pestilence. That's where we're at today. That's exactly where we're at today. So here's from 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and heal their land. So if you want the river healed, you want the land healed, you want the drought to stop, get a personal relationship with Jesus. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. And please don't forget to sign our
Got it.
book. Got it. Cool. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Peter Goodman, and I apologize in advance that everything I'm going to say is stupid, but necessary. If you all watch Law and Order reruns, you see something called due process discussed. It's in our Constitution. It's in the state Constitution. It was even in the 14th century, whatever that one was called. The Magna Carta. Due process is the idea that you can't take an important right from somebody without some form of due process of law. I gave you a handout, which is me asking GPT chat or whatever it is, if I were a county commissioner, what would I have to do in the way of due process to ban a citizen? And it said, you have to be specific about what they did. It's got to be a violation of something. You've got to give them a fair hearing before a neutral party, and then a chance to appeal. That's the same idea as giving criminals or defendants, accused defendants, right to counsel. You can't take important rights like freedom of speech and freedom of association away without due process. You guys trespassed Derek Pacheco, a citizen. He spent a night in jail. It was done by a letter from the county manager and the now defunct interim county attorney. But given that even an old idiot can look it up on GPT chat, you could have done it. The absent Mr. Andrews, a young guy, knows about computers, could have looked it up too. You guys gave this guy no due process, created a great lawsuit. When he came back here 2 weeks ago for that meeting, your regular meeting, he sat down quietly and was thrown out by a security guard. And then 3 sheriff's officers came to his home and said they waived the old letter, and they said they were actually trespassing him because the security guard had requested it. Well, we saw the state auditor tell you guys that the county manager ought not to sue the sheriff without you guys voting on it. The security guard, who probably is a lot smarter than your interim attorney, is just not got that kind of power under the way the county should make decisions. So I hope you all clean it up before we all have to pay Derek Pacheco a bunch of money for nothing. But have a good day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Moorer. I bring to your attention a question that should and can be adequately addressed before the general election in November. Early Tuesday morning, June 2nd, as I was leaving this building, the County Government Center, after voting, I encountered a candidate on the median area between the parking lot and the road in front of the center, just beyond the orange cone marking the 100-foot no electioneering line. She told me that county employees had told her she couldn't post any of her election signs in the parking lot area, but they could not produce any written county policy attesting to this determination. Before long, Carrie Neal, who identified herself as the county attorney, came out. She was clearly unhappy that the candidate was unaware that there was any problem posting campaign signs outside of the 100-foot boundary. Ms. Neal asserted that a state statute, the anti-donation clause, doesn't allow electioneering signs posted on this governmental property. Both the candidate, who is not an attorney, and I, who am, knew that this was not true. Ms. Neal was confused as to the legal source she cited as the authority she said she was interpreting. The anti-donation clause is actually in the New Mexico State Constitution, Article 9, Section 14, not state statutes. At a minimum, this fundamental error casts doubt on the validity of her interpretation. It's hard to give credence to an interpretation by an attorney who apparently hasn't studied the issue thoroughly enough to correctly identify its legal source. Under such circumstances, it's possible that the interpretation could change when another candidate wants to carry out the identical activity. Moreover, the anti-donation clause, originally adopted in 1912 to prohibit governmental aid to private construction of any railroad, has been amended many times since and interpreted many different ways in New Mexico. There are a lot of exceptions. For example, providing free space in the state capitol building to news media during legislative sessions is acceptable. So is providing free space for vending machines in public buildings unless they take up space otherwise required for public or official use. Indeed, there are several vending machines in this building. Another example, the city of Las Cruces recently donated vacant land for affordable housing to New Wind Incorporated, doing business as Crosstown Ministries, and to Tierra del Sol Housing Corporation. Most important, the board needs to be the decider in this matter, not a lone county attorney who is now gone. This is a matter of public policy that needs to be clear for all. Thus, to achieve clarity, consistency, and fairness, I ask that the board consider this matter, then determine its policy regarding posting election signs on an unoccupied space beyond the 100-foot boundary established in the state constitution. Whatever policy is adopted will then be available in writing to guide future candidates.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, Ms. Moore.
Okay. You should get an AG opinion to help you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, and members of the public. Tim Jenkins here. I'm here today to address my concerns about what happened at last County Commission meeting. I believe it needs to be said clearly and respectfully. First, I want to offer my sincere apology to the commissioners and county staff on the behalf of the members of the public who still believe that disagreement can exist without disrespect. The behavior displayed in the chambers last week, the yelling, the screaming, the swearing, and the personal attacks was 100% unacceptable. People have every right to be passionate. They have every right to disagree with decisions, policies, and projects. Public participation is one of the foundations of our community, but passion does not give anyone the right to turn this chamber into a place of hostility and intimidation. The room belongs to the people, all of the people. It is a place where citizens should be heard and where elected officials should be able to listen and respond without being subject to verbal abuse. Our commissioners are public servants. That does not mean that they are perfect. That does not mean that every decision they make must be supported. It does mean they deserve the same basic respect that we expect from our neighbors and coworkers and families. When disagreements cross the line into threats and insults and chaos, we do not accomplish anything, nor do we strengthen our community. We actually weaken it. We make it harder to have serious conversations that our county desperately needs right now. I also want to remind everyone that the strength of our community is not measured by how loud we yell. It is measured by how responsibly we can come together, debate difficult issues, and still treat each other with dignity and respect. I'm asking you commissioners and county leaders to please make it crystal clear that this behavior will never be tolerated in county chambers again. To those who attended last meeting and expressed their concerns respectfully, thank you. To those who crossed the line, I hope we can all recognize that there is a better way forward. We can disagree without attacking. We can challenge decisions without attacking people. We can stand firm in our beliefs while still showing respect for those who serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Willard. Thank you, commissioners, for my 3 minutes. I am a retired telecom executive. My wife and I moved here last August, and I didn't get up to speed on Project Jupiter, which I'm here to speak about a little bit, until wintertime. And so I studied it and read what is out there to be able to be learned on that and so forth. And what I really want to focus on in my short time here is the decision process. I was involved in a lot of business decisions in my career, negotiated a lot of contracts. And I understand and recognize what you were presented with last fall. That was the hard sell. And I've learned from experience, and I've been presented myself with the hard sell in many cases where you're presented with an opportunity. It's usually a pretty attractive opportunity. And for some reason, the seller insists that a decision has to be made very quickly. And when that's the case, and in my experience, you are not given time to do the proper diligence that's necessary, but you have to make a decision, then the answer is no. And 9 times out of 10, there is an opportunity to make the decision after you do your diligence. But if that's not, and that's the case, then no, the answer is no. And I wanted to communicate that. That's my primary concern with Jupiter, the way it is right now, in addition to all the issues that have been presented, many issues. But I wanted to focus on my own area of expertise, which is in decision making. And Congressman Vasquez has announced his support, or he's advocating a moratorium on future data centers, which I think is the right thing to do right now because there are a lot of questions nationwide with that. And I think a timeout is at a minimum is definitely in order. And I'd like to urge the commission to consider what steps can be taken that are within your power to slow down, essentially halt or at least slow down the development in Project Jupiter so that more assurances can be provided. Because frankly, when presented with a hard sell from a seller, it's hard to trust the seller. And I personally have a hard time trusting the assurances that are being made, the promises, the facts, the data, and I think a moratorium, as Congressman Vasquez is recommending, is very thoughtful and the right thing to do, and hopefully can be extended.
Thank you, sir. And please don't, as you do come up for public input, I just a reminder to please sign our book onto the left to your left on the table. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Randy Jones, fairly new citizen to Las Cruces. I was going to speak on the dangers of AI for the American people, especially with our government, with what they're going to do with it. I had a whole speech on the dangers they're talking about, how they're going to use AI for different purposes. Mainly, my two main concerns was social and military. But yesterday afternoon, I was watching the news. I usually pick up a lot of my news from foreign news agencies, and they were showing a protest in Albania. Anybody know where Albania is? They are fighting the Trumps from putting in a huge resort. Billions and billions of dollars is going to go into this, and they don't want it. Thousands of jobs opportunities, and they don't want it. One of the things that I saw in the crowd, and I really was thinking, why are they against this? And but one of the things I saw in the crowd was a sign a little child had. And I was able to take a screenshot of it, clean it up a little bit so it's readable. It was one of the few signs that was in English. And the little child held this sign up. And I know not everybody can see it, but it says, "Not all money is good money." And I thought, wow, from the mouth of a child. They know that not all money is good money, and that just because brogarts and trillionaires are willing to throw it out here and a little bit of it crumble down to the individual person, that money is not necessarily good for you and the neighbors that you all represent. So I just want everybody to remember this. Not all money is good money. Not all money is good money. And thank you for this opportunity.
Good morning. Please come in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Greta Miller, and I live, as the crow flies, about 9 miles from where they're building Project Jupiter off of McNutt Road. And there's a whole lot of things that I could say, but one of the main things is that the new proposal that Yucca Growth has proposed to the New Mexico Environment Department for their air quality permit, they're touting this as a cleaner alternative to the gas-powered turbines that they were originally going to use to power Project Jupiter. So I didn't really know anything about fuel cells, so I started looking into it a little bit. And I went to the job fair that in Sunland Park last week, where all the vendors that are working on Project Jupiter had tables set up. So I went over to Bloom Energy, who is the company that's going to build the fuel cells if the permit is admitted. And I asked the representative there, is it true that the fuel cells are powered by natural gas? Yes, they are. So we're using fossil fuels. And is it true that these fuel cells will emit 10 million metric tons of carbon dioxide per year? And the representative said yes. So this isn't stuff that people are making up to make it sound bad. It is bad. And the New Mexico legislature has passed laws, our Clean Energy Act, to try to get New Mexico away from fossil fuel use. And since the fossil fuel is part of what's called a microgrid, Project Jupiter will be powered by what's called a microgrid because it's not hooked up to the public utility. There's no regulation on it. So if this permit is passed by the New Mexico Environment Department, we will completely erase all the good work that the state of New Mexico has done to lower our carbon dioxide emissions, which is a greenhouse gas, warming the planet, And so I just want everybody to be aware that fuel cells are not environmentally friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Logan Adams. This is actually my first time here giving public comment. So I'm happy for the opportunity, even if I'm trying to work through a fear of public speaking, so bear with me. But while this is not the first time, or excuse me, this is the first time I'm giving public comment, this is not the first time that I have began to pay attention. I've actually been paying attention for a while now, especially ever since last year when the board voted 4-1 to gift a $165 billion IRB, the largest in New Mexico history as far as I'm aware, to greedy, rich, trillion-dollar AI data center companies. I am pleased at least that my commissioner, Susana Chaparro, did vote on behalf of her constituents no. You have my sincere thanks for that. However, now I see Project Jupiter and its affiliates are starting to recruit locals to go around and pretend that they support the AI data center because it's that unpopular. Oracle, OpenAI, Borderplex are literally buying up our neighbors and turning them into living, breathing, walking, unskippable ads for their PR campaign. This is manufactured consent. It's fake and desperate, and we see it for what it is. I'm not getting paid to be here. In fact, I had to actually take off work to be here today because this is during my work day. But there was something said last meeting that convinced me I needed to show up today, and it is enough that anger overrides the fear of public speaking. Scott Andrews said something to the effect of, dismissing the 50 or so same people that show up every time. That was absolutely ridiculous and unprofessional. Doña County deserves a county manager actually worth the paycheck, and if that's not him, he should find another job. I hear Project Jupiter is hiring. Putting aside you ignoring the tenacity and determination of the good folks behind me that have shown up, remember, I've been paying attention, and I can recall when y'all used to dismiss them as the same 10 people showing up every time. Then it was the same 20 people. Now it's the same 50 people. What will you say when it's the same 200, the same 500? What will you say to the same thousands that voted for an anti-Project Jupiter candidate, Daisy Maldonado, to win her primary? What do you say to the over 10,000 that voted against Shannon Reynolds to make sure he lost his? Commissioners, ultimately the question I want answered is how many
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Like everybody else, I'm here for a different reason. My husband and I received this notification that Ken Thurston Development wants to put another subdivision off Luray and Jornada. That middle school, which the name of the middle school right now escapes me, but people during school, that Jornada stretch between that middle school and Peachtree is a disaster, an absolute disaster. The parents have even made a dirt road down by where they want to put this subdivision in to get around all the traffic. The road's not big enough. You got parents that are now on Kailasa, on Luray, and Laura Vista, waiting for their children, which congest our road. So what are they going to do about that road on Jornada? That's what we need to know by being in that area. So that's really all I had to say. Sorry, I'm kind of really nervous.
Absolutely, thank you. And I think, we'll have to get maybe some details for you in the future. I can't speak, I know Commissioner Chaparro may have a little more details, but we'll have to, maybe we can get I think we'll have your contact information
Yes.
from the book, so we can maybe reach out and try to get you information.
Yeah, because it is, we've actually, even when my husband and I have come back between 4 and 4:30 when that middle school is really lit now, and we've had to sit there between 5 to 10 minutes for the generosity of somebody to finally let us through. So it's not just backing up them, it's backing everybody up behind us as well. So, but anyway, I wanted to thank you for the.
And ma'am, if I may have your name, please.
It's Lorraine Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, my assistant, Ms. Cordero, will be getting your number. If you'd be so kind as to share it with her.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, Dylan Ray here. I wish I could say it was good to be back here this morning. And Chair Sanchez, I also wish that I could say that it was really good to see you in Sunland Park this week, talking at home with residents about their experiences and concerns about the current and existing environmental conditions that they are living with before Project Jupiter is even operational. I wish I could say that, but that's what I was doing this week while you spent your precious time showing face at the predatory marketing scheme of an open house hosted by the developers. So shame on you for that. Let me tell you a little bit about what I heard this week. Right now in Sunland Park, there is a man who is 86 years old, and he is paying a solo water bill of upwards of $100 a month just to keep his water utility on. On top of that, he's also paying $80 a month for an industrial water filter so that his water is anywhere near drinkable. Many residents in the area also reported high water bills, but the inability to pay for such filters, and so they have to buy and ration bottled water to do things like drink water, cook with water, or brush their teeth. Many residents also reported concerns about the air quality due to excessive burning at the dump, and somebody also mentioned excessive emissions from all of the commercial and industrial traffic coming in and out of the nearby port. A few more miles down the road, I saw a neighborhood dealing with sewage spill out in the streets because of waste mismanagement. This community is already suffering. This community is already impacted. And so for a massive project like Jupiter, there is no such thing as low impact on an already impacted community. This project has touted itself as that low impact and also something that will bring in jobs and economic opportunity, but I'm here to tell you there is no return on investment when the cost is human lives and livelihood, and you all are dealing in blood money, and you should be ashamed of that. And so the only honorable way forward is to do what you can to reverse the decision that you've made, revoke the IRB, and pass either a ban or a moratorium on data centers, or resign from your positions. You are failing this community. And I will be here to remind you of that again if you continue to do so. Have the day you deserve.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Sierra Edmister. Those community members are exactly who you're silencing when you decide to change the public comment, considering most of the recordings are from residents there that can't make it here at Tuesdays at 9 a.m. That is very disappointing for me to hear from you this morning. Anyways, what I was coming here to say, these companies target rural communities. Again, I've said multiple times, you're not special. I wish you would turn on the news and look at their playbooks. Their promises are the same nationwide, so I think we can expect that their lack of delivery will be the same too. Strains on local infrastructure, skyrocketing energy costs, and a rapid and dramatic degradation of the quality of life of residents. We should learn from the awful experiences of other communities that trusted the empty promises of these companies. Or perhaps we can learn from our own experiences thus far with these companies. When I went to that supposed to be town hall turned into Project Jupiter propaganda fair, the representatives made sure to tell me about how much they care about our community and how involved they are. That's why they were there. Is that why they changed what we've been asking for months? Since September, we've been asking. I was thrown from table to table with any questions that I had. Bloom had like the best answers, but also very lacking, and again, painting it as this like super green, amazing deal. they don't want to answer the real questions. As many people, they want to reach as many people with bare bones knowledge about AI and feed them buzzwords like protecting air and improving drinking water, which are real quotes from what they have said, improving air. And attaching these words to the project, they hijack our community's desperate want for clean air and water and paint themselves as our heroes. Not only are their promises empty, they will make worse the very conditions they are leveraging against us. They want to reach as many people as they can before we do. And by we, I mean the mass movement nationwide of people that have learned the right questions to ask from our fellow humans that got tricked by these companies. They only have the pitch that they gave you. They only have the pitch that they were able to give us at that job fair. It's not much because there isn't much more to it. They make it so painfully obvious that they don't care about us. And it is just so devastating to see how you have been making it so obvious that you don't care about us, but you are us. It is heartbreaking. I'm heartbroken by all of you guys. Please cancel the IRB. Make it to where these things can't happen. The majority of people don't want this. And anyone who is pledging support is because someone who is paid money, paid more than any job around here can offer, $25 an hour to go out in 100-degree weather, knocking on doors, spreading the propaganda that's on their website, which is nothing. And yeah, getting support by saying, this person wants clean water, so they want Project Jupiter.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Cassidy Clark, and I am going to play a recording for you today.
My name is Patricia Lawn. Project Jupiter hosted a farce of a job fair last Wednesday, and you let it happen. Project Jupiter is now paying canvassers residents desperate for work to shill company talking points, demonstrating exactly the kind of power exercise billionaires know they can use to overwhelm and mislead a vulnerable population. This vulnerability is baked into our society for economic stratification, and I'm convinced that our county commissioners don't believe in investing in genuine economic mobility. If they did, we wouldn't have been steamrolled politically at every turn in the public's attempt to understand, debate, and modify this awful, expensive proposal that will ultimately cost the most vulnerable among us their homes and livelihoods. These are people who must pay out of pocket for water filtration and other expensive means to clean water, or otherwise suffer and get sick from water that is simply unhealthy. At every turn here, too, we find public entities deliberately failing in their duties to provide for the people they represent, thus invalidating any authority this government body lays claim to. That's why I address you with disgust and contempt. It's your lack of action that causes constituents to arrive with frustration and malice. Your response today to limit public comment because the heat was too much for you should further illustrate to those watching that you do not want to hear any real critique. Furthermore, if we have to watch cases of mismanaged funds unfold in the media by these same county commissioners, why should we trust you to swing around billions of dollars? IRBs recorded wrong, Scott Andrews demonstrating mismanagement from the beginning. Based on these behaviors of this body in the past year alone, the only recourse is to cancel this IRB or resign yourselves, as the good under sheriff called for 2 weeks ago. Our elected officials are being indicted on counts outside of being blatantly corporate serving. Sanchez, Gameros, Shaljo, and Andrews, you need to leave public office immediately because your slimy behavior and disgusting flippant comments regarding the literal destabilized climate future of your very constituents is the definition of evil, and I cannot overstate that or repeat it enough. On the point of aversion of climate catastrophe, that ship has sailed. We have surpassed the threshold that climate scientists have given us to avert irreversible global warming already. If power truly lies with the people, then it is the people's responsibility to resist. I am trying to grapple with the inevitability of a future where I must mitigate my symptoms of heat exhaustion for the rest of my life. To the point of economic projection, we know that the point of AI itself is to kill good jobs. Our bosses have wanted to do this since forever. That's why we have unions and legal union protections. Why would we put blatant carte blanche trust in techno-feudal overlords to make good on their promise to care for the serfs? I will also join the people of Socorro who were successful in implementing a 1-year moratorium on data centers. Any trickle-down we get is only a temporary band-aid for the real sickness that our societal structure is dying of. Ban these data centers.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Art Terrazas. I'm a resident of Sunland Park, and I was raised in Anthony, New Mexico. And I've lived in Doña County for the majority of my life. And while I'm almost a lifelong resident, I have been blessed with the opportunity to live and work in different parts of the country and work with many different state and local entities. And this is probably why I'm so shocked angry and frustrated at the way that three of you have conducted yourselves in regards to this project. Never in my life or my career have I seen elected officials behave in such a reckless and disrespectful manner towards their constituents, repeatedly. A lot of other speakers have already said some of the things that I had planned on saying, so I'm just going to skip to the part where I said that some of you have rightly stated there's a lot of anger that boils to the surface when we're discussing this. There's a lot of anger obviously directed at you. And when that comes up and you're looking at this and you're saying, look at all this anger, I would take a moment to be introspective, take a moment to look at myself in the mirror, to look at the actions, those that you have taken, those that you have not taken, and ask yourselves, if you were put in our position, how would you feel? Wouldn't you be frustrated? Wouldn't you be angry? You approved the largest IRB in the state's history with less than a month for the public to offer their input. You had one community meeting in the area which this project was going to, one. You have not offered the residents of Santa Teresa and Sunland Park the opportunity to get their questions answered, to even actually have a discussion, either with the developers, with the representatives that are there. So when this anger and this frustration boils up, I would say look at the actions that have been taken by this commission and wonder why wouldn't we be angry? Why should we be happy about it? I know that you all also want this to go away. I know that you guys want to stop talking about it. We're not going to stop because this is our community. From the body language itself that three of you are actually demonstrating on the dais right now, it shows that you would rather not be here and talk about anything else. I'm sorry. We're not going to go away. We're going to stay here. And this behavior, as some others have mentioned before, is not just among the commissions, to the staff too. I know the county manager is not here, but he owes the residents of this county an apology. Because whether it's the same 50 people that he thought he so wittily talked about showing up, it takes over an hour. I don't know if he realizes, it takes over an hour sometimes to get from Sunland Park to this meeting. And not everybody has the luxury or the ability to show up here and actually make a public comment. That's why you hold community meetings. You all have an ethical and a moral obligation to hold these community meetings local to people who can make them at times when they can make them, so they can offer their input and become educated. And so he needs to apologize for that little witty statement that he made that he thought was so smart of him to make.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jim Hurst. Wow. You guys are just horrible human beings. I hope you know that. If you were only as smart as everybody else, there wouldn't be any problem. I don't get it. I don't know what the end game here is. Nobody's going to reverse an IRB, $160 billion one. There are over 1 million man hours into Jupiter already. At $50 an hour, a minimum cost to pay Jupiter to go away would be at least $50 million, if not 100. The county doesn't have that kind of money, nor is it likely to ever get it, especially if it's turning away economic development. The problems in that area about water are a result of CRUA. They have nothing to do with Jupiter. Jupiter is contributing to improving the water infrastructure down there. Unless the water infrastructure is improved, it will always remain the way it is. And so there's plenty of disinformation. Disinformation coming from the left, certainly. They say there's disinformation coming from the right. The way to win battles of information is not just to turn up the volume, it's to reason and make reasonable arguments. The arguments about water are not reasonable. Jupiter will use, at 1 million gallons a day, it will use 0.25% of our water. That's it. Everything uses water. Everything uses air. There's not a national moratorium on projects that increase CO2 output, that contribute to global warming. You may wish there was. You may argue for one, but there's not. There's no law that says you can't pollute. I wish there was, but there's not. You have to allow legal construction. You have to allow legal economic development. We can't just stop everything until everything's right. The world doesn't work that way. Thank you for listening. There's no need to play tapes. If you want to write out what you want to say and have somebody else read it, that's fine. No one's objecting to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Commissioners, I apologize if I slip up. I'm really, really, really thirsty. It's me, Roy G. Dilf, here again for another comment. I'm one of the alleged 35% who disapproves of this project. When it comes to our county manager, Scott Andrews, those who aren't able to attend this meeting are in favor of the development. I would like to know where those numbers are coming from. Also, why do some of the public comments, including recordings, are from Santa Teresa or Sunland Park, those same recordings that will stop being allowed this coming July? There have been group efforts to support those who are attempting to dismantle Meta in El Paso as well. And as suspected, those of this board have biased information and knowledge by those being funded by OpenAI and Oracle. The MIT professor, water experts, et cetera, that came in with more information than what has been provided by the commissioners is just not enough. The wishy-washy information cited by Manny himself last meeting still refuses to give clear and concise answers to the community. Scott Andrews also promised our concerns will be heard since he wanted to support the youth of the community. Turning a city hall type meeting into a job fair is predatory. The allowance of the data center in our community in the first place should have already shown the people how the board is for profit. Projecting that only privileged people oppose this project is a gross mischaracterization of the public comments. Many of the individuals who are here today are working class and collaborate within many local mutual aid efforts. This is a mutual aid effort to ensure that we have quality of life after this next decade. I would like to live a full life. You think that I'm the youth of the community? Allow me to breathe clean air, drink clean water. Again, I'm very, very, very thirsty. And I demand those who are voting for this project resign, that there is a moratorium on these data centers, and that we revoke the IRB. And yet again, I would like to take the last bit of my time to make sure all of this sinks in. Stay with me 10 more seconds, y'all.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Annie Erzinghaus. Gloria, it's good to see you here. Feels like I haven't seen you in a bit. So the decision for this open house, right, versus the town hall format was made to allow for the true meaningful conversation. So we could go into depth, so we could have one-on-one direct conversation with details. Oh, but also it's a job fair at the same time too. We did not get answers. Commissioner Kimball was there. Commissioner Kimball did not get answers to her questions at this format that was there to allow for true meaningful conversation, so we could go in depth. The industry's answers, they're not adequate. They are not adequate, and they could not answer our questions. So you canceled our meeting to host this for conversation, and that did not happen. They had an active voices tent. For anyone that showed up with posters, they had an active voices tent, that it was at the farthest corner of the park, away from the entrance, out of sight, right? Let's host a space for community, for voices, and let's put all the people that have posters and stuff, let's put them just like way away in the corner. Project Jupiter is hiring canvassers for $25 an hour to go around town. They are hiring social media influencers now to promote Project Jupiter. So if it's only the 50 people in here that are against it, why are we spending thousands of dollars on campaigns to say, hey, this is good, guys. Let's go canvass. Let's post this stuff on social media, right? Now, I get tired of talking up here, so I'm gonna let you guys do a little bit of the talking for me before we can't play messages anymore, I guess.
Again, I can't stress enough, this is their event. This is their event.
We will have something set up over there. We will work together to have a meeting with the constituents.
We're still working. Again, I can't stress enough, this is their event.
So I'm confused. Whose event is it?
So I'm just sharing facts today.
No, I'm not an expert in water. I'm not an expert in power.
We're lying. We've been lied to. We don't know what we're talking about.
That's enough from here in the community. That's enough from here in the community. That's enough from here in the community. That's enough from here in the community.
These are all attempts to silence us, right? Like to censor us. Now we need to sign in before we come. Oh, because yeah, we just want to prevent the most amount of people that can't show up. If we had answers before this project was voted for, defined answers that we're asking for now, this project would not happen. If we had answers on water, if we knew about the electricity, if we knew about the pollution, this project would not have gone through.
Thank you. Good morning.
Abby Keffer. I went to the Project Jupiter open house / job fair in Santa Teresa. It was advertised by the commission as an educational and a means to have Project Jupiter answer community questions. As someone who was there, the experience was ridiculous. It was hot, loud. I can barely hear anyone, with long wait times to talk to reps. And get this, majority of them could not answer my basic questions. My first question was, how many people are currently employed by Project Jupiter? Simple question, a number they should definitely have at this point. I was redirected twice before I was directed to Tessa Abeda, the STAC Director of Community Engagement. She stated that they have about 2,000 people on site, but take note, this is the crucial follow-up question. I asked, from the 2,000 pool, how many people are verified from New Mexico? Tessa could not give me an answer. Commissioners, you have defended Project Jupiter by reinforcing the promise that these jobs would go to New Mexico first, yet no one from the job fair can verify how many New Mexicans are employed. I asked what other type of jobs will be available once the construction is done. A STAC rep told me they don't know, but that critical operations is hiring. No one was prepared. Eventually, the HR STAC rep stated that once construction is done, they will have 300 core workers, but they cannot speak for the other companies. So now I have to run around in this overcrowded room to ask how many jobs this data center is supposed to bring. This is inefficient. In my hands are the flyers from the job fair. You can scan them. The one from STAC, these two from STAC, one says 9 jobs opening, the other one says 5. This one from Bloom's, 5 jobs, and 4 of those are remote. There were more of these steel water bottle than there were jobs openings. Get this. I asked OpenAI if they had any job openings. They're not hiring, but they have free coding classes. Oh, and the chemist from Bloom's Energy, he stated that Bloom cell machines do not produce any contaminants. that the contaminants actually come from the natural existing air. And yet, in the same breath, said they will work with companies that will dispose of particulate matter. Something's not adding up. Commissioners, we asked for a public forum to help educate the public, but we got a circus. You failed Doña Ana County again. In fact, Scott Andrew County manager has severely failed us. He failed the audit, he mismanaged
Thank you.
financial.
Thank you. You're done, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You're done. Good morning.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners, Jose Ibarra. I will start by expressing gratitude to Project Jupiter for taking the time to visit and try and get to know the community. Having said that, a much better job could have been done setting up such job fair open house event. The Sunland Park Santa Teresa area has not been very vocal regarding Project Jupiter, but make no mistake, that has not been by accident. The community has been patient because the community was waiting for the high-paying construction jobs, waiting for the economic development spill, waiting for better opportunities. Yet, the job fair open house was nothing more than a facade. That's all it was. There was no real hiring, and there was absolutely no real information. When you come to our community, the community that trusted you and opened its backyard to Project Jupiter to build a data center, and then they create this so-called amazing job fair open house for people to find a job and for others to find answers to their questions. But once there, it turns out that no one is qualified for the jobs. Every job conversation turned into, please scan this QR code, send us your information, we'll see what we can do for you. Regarding information, everyone was being sent to the website, not to mention that there was no translators. No Spanish in a 90% Spanish-speaking community. Community members stormed out of there in frustration and anger. I heard the community members, if that's all there was, they could have just easily put that QR code online and not waste people's time. All this was a facade to give away $50 tumblers. Let me tell you something, we can afford our own water containers. What we want is real jobs, real opportunities, and for Project Jupiter to keep their word. The out-of-state hiring needs to stop. And Project Jupiter needs to start hiring from Doña Ana, specifically from Sunland Park, Santa Teresa, La Union, Anthony, Chamberino, Vado, and the Chaparral areas. Also, people need to know that Project Jupiter is no longer doing solar, that they will install a natural gas switch that is going to be on 24/7. Despite of all the technology and fuel cells, if there is one thing our community is not doing, we are not trading an old Asarco for a more modern Asarco. Project Jupiter, we thank you for bringing business to our community, for thinking of us, but if you really want to be a good neighbor and do right by the community, all we ask is that you do things right. Out-of-state hiring needs to stop, and solar has to be somewhere in there. Chair Sanchez, the community was ready to pack this room, and we could have easily been here for hours, but we're not gonna do that to you or this board. But be sure that Sunland Park will be present and vocal on July 6th. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Christine Dobbin. I'm a public health professional from La Union, New Mexico. Right now, New Mexico Environment Department is accepting comments for an experimental and theoretical fuel cell plant for Project Jupiter. Since the day this comment period opened, we have frequently seen up to 40 pro-Jupiter comments submitted every 60 seconds. 99% of them are identical. It's a list of empty promises. They total around $400 million. That sounds like a lot, right? But that is 0.079% of Oracle's market value, 0.047% of OpenAI's market value. That is what our air, our health, and the future of our home is worth to them. Less than half of 1%. Was air quality or attempts to minimize their pollution included at all in any of these comments? Of course not. This is a PR stunt. It's not a scientific evidence. Some people forget the Enya in Doña Ana County. You know, we can forgive them. They just left the N out
completely. It's Doña County. I never heard of that. No, don't know where that is. I also saw comments where folks were told Project Jupiter won't use a drop of our water. They're making their own. Let's be clear, the massive amount of water they're pumping every single day comes directly from our aquifer. Building a desal plant is not the same as producing water. It's stealing our water, treating it, and selling it back to us at whatever price their bottom line demands. To those who invited this monster in, let me tell you the answers we got. How many New Mexico and local union jobs will you hire or have you hired? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have a percentage at this moment. I can get back to you. We have a Doña County first strategy for hiring. But there are no more jobs. We're actually just hiring one right now. I can't say that we are giving a preference to local folks. From Bloom, how long does a fuel system last? 5.5 years, but they could run down earlier because New Mexico's really dusty. And it's so dusty because they ripped out all of our yucca, our mesquite, our living desert. The air here is 80% nitrogen. That was shocking to hear because, you know, if that was true, we would all be dead. With every breath we took. It's oxygen, in case people didn't know. Smog is essentially nitric oxides. That's also false. Smog is ozone. That's 3 oxygen molecules. There is no nitrogen. And how many fuel cells exactly? It's staggering. And when we asked about the scale of this, well, I'm not sure. We're working on it. So having these lies being told, having people pay more than I could be paid as a health professional in this town is insane. And it's a job that lasts 1 month. 1 month. And I also just want you to know that if you were worried, these fuel cells that are built on land, somehow Bloom is getting a marine biologist to fix them. So we're good. We're good. We're going to get a marine biologist to check that our air is.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I really didn't come prepared, but I just wanted to kind of talk about my experience with some of this. So my name is Doña. I was a victim advocate in Albuquerque, and then I was also a victim specialist in Denver. So I was a victim advocate for 6 years. My experience was that I was targeted by people within the Epstein class. There have been the person who is, his name is Larry Ellison. He's mentioned in the Epstein files at least 12 times. I want to make sure that people know in my community that here's a headline from Business Insider that says, billionaire Larry Ellison says a vast AI-fueled surveillance system can ensure citizens will be on their best behavior. Then below it says, Ellison said AI would be used in the future to constantly watch vast surveillance systems like security cameras, body cameras, doorbell cameras, and vehicle dashboard cameras. We're going to have supervision, Ellison said. Every police officer is going to be supervised at all times. And if there is a problem, AI will report that problem and report it to the appropriate person. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we are constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. So I kind of want to talk about the fact that this translates into mass surveillance across the experience that I had was being surveilled at a level that most people don't understand. Every single information, tidbit about your life, yours and everyone else's in here, could be extrapolated and used and weaponized with people with a lot of money. And I just want everyone to know that this is dangerous, not just for you, but for your children, for everyone who grows up here. And it's not just the environmental impact. It's not just the water. It's not just everything else. The fact that we're not going to see those jobs are going to be temporary while it gets built, and the rest of them, we're not going to see the development here. That is designed to go to the billionaire class, the Epstein class. And it's going to harm all of us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Steinborn. Please.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commission, good to be with you. I'm State Senator Jeff Steinborn. I was actually here for the next agenda item, so I'm sure our staff there is cringing that I'm up here right now, but I do have a little something to say. I was in this room yesterday. For those that don't know, they need to know, El Paso Electric right now is seeking an increase in residential rates by 50%. And part of what they're apparently seeking this increase for is to potentially pay for the data center power for Meta in El Paso, who made profits last year of $60 billion. Not revenue of $60 billion, profits of $60 billion. In New Mexico law, our microgrid law allows a utility to also raise our rates if they buy that microgrid power. We have to close that loophole, what we call the microgrid loophole. Now, the other thing about the microgrid loophole is that we don't require any renewable energy, and that's really the reason that I decided to speak today. Our work is not done. I think some people go, why are we still complaining? Our work is not done. I mean, a lot of people would love this to go away, but should it move forward, where did Project Green go? The Bloom fuel cell, if there's nothing else behind it, is nothing other, I mean, it is going to potentially, if it works, reduce some pollution, but it's still going to use natural gas to power it. It's going to produce 10 million tons of CO2 a year. So if the only thing they're intending to do is Bloom, then that's a big greenwash, and we're not fooled. We don't need PR campaigns. We need action. And this is not just my message to you, but to Oracle, who now might be on the front line. It's to their board of directors. It's to their shareholders that have launched, this environmental catastrophe on us. Please, I compel you, we need to be demanding a lot more renewable energy be deployed, that we see an investment in clean energy infrastructure in New Mexico, so that if they come to pass, that we actually have something that will power a green energy future in this state and not just unleash their carbon hell on us, and then, that's their contribution. So that's really my message is we need massive investments in green infrastructure with this project. 10 million tons of CO2 a year is not acceptable, and that can't be acceptable. And that's, I think, part of the outrage. When you see these ads that we all see, it's just a slap in the face that they think that that's what we need, are PR campaigns and water bottles. All right, so that's all I have, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Let's thank everybody in the public for participating during public input. We'll move on now to commission input. Commissioners, any comments at this time?
Mr. Chair?
Vice Chair Gaminos.
Thank you. I actually have two things to say, but first I want to say I agree with Mr. Ibarra, and I agree with everybody here that we do need to hold Project Jupiter and these companies accountable, and we need to make sure that they are in compliance. I am disappointed in this job fair meeting. I wanted to attend so I could see what information they were giving out. Unfortunately, I was not able to. I had eye surgery the day before, and I know I sat with Annie and a group of others, and I thought we had a really good discussion and understanding, and we had decided or talked about having a meeting, and I was hoping that we were going to have a meeting like that. I did put it out there, but this meeting came about. I'm hoping, I knew that it wasn't going to be enough and it wasn't what you needed and wanted. I'm hoping that we can have another one by the county to make up for this, because I do think that we do need to have that down in that area. With that said, so I have another thing. I knew that I'm going to be reading this, so I knew that I would be having so many emotions and thoughts at this moment. So I wrote the speech so that I don't go off on a tangent. Some have voiced as to why I have not been present lately at my board meetings and other meetings throughout the county. In February of this year, I found a lump the size of an egg in my breast. It took 3 months of various diagnostic testing to find out that I had breast cancer. I am at the start of my journey, and I don't know what I or my family will go through, physically, mentally, and emotionally, in the months to come, since it's been a roller coaster of emotions already in the past 4 months. I just can say, I can only just imagine what it's gonna be like. But I know that I am in God's hands, and I trust that I will be healed. I may be missing or canceling meetings due to me traveling to Albuquerque for my care. Even though I may be missing meetings physically, I will be participating online when I am able to. I have continued and will continue to serve my constituents with their concerns and issues through phone, email, and text. County staff has been amazing in contacting or meeting with my constituents on my behalf by answering their questions and taking care of their concerns that have been brought to my attention. For my healing to be a success, my boundaries are that I will not entertain nor respond to insulting remarks, bullying language, and shaming tactics by others. I will continue to listen to constituents' issues and concerns when relayed in a respectful manner. In the past 4 months of my journey, I am learning firsthand that receiving cancer care in Doña County can be difficult. As an individual with health insurance, I experienced long waiting periods in obtaining diagnostic testing due to scheduling and the non-acceptance of my marketplace health insurance. I also had issues with imaging in hospital facilities, oncologists and surgeons also not taking my insurance. If I myself, as an insured individual of the county, has had to wait 3 months to get a confirmed diagnosis, I wonder what about the obstacles of not having access to diagnostic testing and cancer care for the uninsured? What happens to them? Do we let them suffer and die? Well, not on my watch. This is why I feel we all should be championing the Indigent Premium Assistance Program for the county. I strongly believe that in Doña County, we need a cancer care facility that is accepting of all insurances and that has a program to help the uninsured individuals with coordinated care among all providers and facilities that the individual needs in order to survive this disease. Cancer doesn't wait, as Yoli Diaz has stated many times. I encourage my fellow commissioners and state legislators to join me in this endeavor to create a better care system in Doña Ana County. All of our residents of Doña Ana deserve the best. We are done receiving the bare minimum. I want to thank everybody, and I appreciate all who have and will continue to support me through this health crisis. Thank you.
Chair Sanchez, would you allow me to approach?
Ms. Diaz, I don't know at this time, no. I'm sorry. Raisha Gameros, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your struggles that you're going through. Please know, I know we've spoken, but any support that you need, this, myself, this commission, and Doña Ana County is with you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other? Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. Commissioner Gameros, my prayers are with you. Know that this commission will support you and do whatever we can to help. And I don't know what it is we can do to help, so whatever I can do, I'm ready. And I know this commission is ready. So blessings and prayers to you. I'm going to shift a little bit. I wasn't able to attend the job fair, and I was disappointed. I was in a jury trial in Deming, didn't get home until very late. But I'm grateful for all of you that attended, and I'm grateful for your attendance here, and I'm grateful for your attendance every 2 weeks for the last 10 months. As I mentioned before, you're taking time away from your family, from medical appointments, from your children, from work, from important things in your life. And I spoke to Mr. Lopez at an agenda review, and I asked some questions regarding accountability for Project Jupiter. And so I'd like for Project Jupiter to attend our meetings and answer the following questions. I need employment data for 2025, 2026. I want environmental impact analysis for initial air quality permits every time they're changed. And I'd like an environmental impact analysis from Bloom Energy Fuel Cells. I've been asking for these answers for a while. And I think it's time that Project Jupiter shows up and answers the questions for not just this commissioner, but for our residents as well. And I know that we're setting up a website for questions to be added so that the questions may be answered. And Mr. Andrews is not present today, so I will move in having a meeting with him and the assistant county managers so that we can start moving very quickly for that public meeting that you were promised and that you deserve. Thank you again for attending. I know it's a sacrifice. I recognize it as a sacrifice, and I'm eternally grateful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did attend the town hall, and as Annie said, I got different answers to the same questions from different people. And so I'm looking forward to what Commissioner Chaparro is suggesting. I'm gathering questions as well. I've got a lot of questions in a bucket that I'm gathering that I'd like answers for. And I was asked about the CO2 capture and was told, we don't have a mechanism to do that in this state. Why not? And I think we do. Anyway, I want to hear these answers as well. And I agree completely that we need to set formal communications, whether it's, the website is going to be helpful because we need to gather your questions so that we know what to ask. Because I'm getting different questions from different people, but I'm sure I haven't gotten all of them. And so this will allow us to gather all of them, and then we decide what experts we need. And it was suggested that if we post an answer on the website, that we put answer by Oracle, and then answer by so-and-so at NMSU, answer by a water, and identify where the answers are coming from. And I think that will be helpful as well, and we can kind of look at, those aren't the same answers. Those aren't what we need. So I'm looking forward to this as well, and I think as we move forward, we can get more information. And again, I don't know if we can stop it. I don't know if we can pull the IRB. And if we do pull the IRB, they have enough money to continue to build. So that worries me as well. And so we will have no control whatsoever. I'm looking forward to gathering more questions and getting some real answers. And I know it's a lot of work for y'all to come, and I know you get a little bit rowdy, but I know you're passionate about this. So thank you for speaking up, and please allow us some grace while we're trying to get answers as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. Commissioner Estrada Hernandez?
I just want to say thank you to my fellow commissioners for everything that they said today. I think it's on the right track. Commissioner Gametos, if you ever need to call someone and have a good laugh on the phone, give me a call. I'll also drive you to some of your appointments too. We can jam out in the car and it'll be fine. But whatever you need, we're all here for you, every one of us up here. Also, I do want to kind of talk just a few moments about our board retreat that we had. We had a 2-day board retreat that we were able to go and join in with staff, talk about things, kind of what the future is for the next 6 months and a year. And I just want to say that I think we had some really great conversations and dialogue with a lot of the staff here at the county. We found out a lot of staff's priorities, which was great, kind of hearing from them what they are needing in their departments, and kind of hearing what we need as a commission moving forward and how we can kind of work together with each department. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to county staff for putting on the retreat, joining us, and having those great conversations. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to start by saying I also attended the open house event at in Sunland Park. I want to thank everybody who attended. I appreciated the conversations, especially those that were there in opposition. You know, while there may be some difference in point of view, I respect it. I appreciate you all coming here and expressing your disappointment in the event. But I did appreciate the conversations that we had during that time. I know we're going to have a little more conversation about the platform that we'll be using to collect questions regarding Project Jupiter. And then I know hopefully have a little more discussion and try to start seeing how we can ensure that we have a way in which the answers to the public are shared. And I think there's going to be, I think what we'll try to do as well, and we'll have a little more discussion before, don't want to jump too far into it, but responses from the project. And then I think we'll look at also providing some also third-party reference in terms of responses to that as well. So we'll have a little more discussion about that here in a little bit. I did want to pivot because something I received via email really perturbed me. And I know a couple of weeks ago I did make mention about the audit, the audit findings, and I generally don't try to be critical of other elected officials, but this really frustrated me because I said that when the state auditor was here, his comments did not reflect the actual audit findings that we had. And the reason I said that is because I think I might have said it was political theater, because he said we were broken and some other things. Now, here's the email I received that perturbed me. Is I received a fundraising email from the campaign of Joseph Maestas that said, in the past few months, this is what his office has done. And he said widespread dysfunction across many divisions within Doña County, among some of the other audits he's done. Now, I understand, and we accepted the audit findings. I believe we generally took the high road and accepted them and said we would take them as opportunities to improve, because that is our responsibility to the members of the public, is that we continue to find ways to improve and improve not just the trust, but that we're ensuring we're using public funds in the best way possible. I will say that none of the audit findings noted any type of misappropriation or fraud or any of the such. And the reason I bring that up is not saying that there's not opportunities to improve, but the thing is that the way he categorized this and then is using it to raise funds for his campaign as an elected official, to me, is just ridiculous and such a conflict of interest, because it almost feels like he's using his office as a way to personally benefit his campaign, especially in an election year. I get that you know, our jobs, yes, we want to tout our accomplishments when officials run for elections, or even candidates that are running for elections. I think what bugs me the most is that it is very much tied to a fundraising request. And for him to put on and say the comments he made here, and then to ask for money, along with, you know, I think some other questionable things that he may have done during the audit worry me as to how a state auditor conducts himself. His perception in the public and his actions don't match. So if we're talking about the trust, the public trust, to me, you shouldn't be asking for campaign funds for doing your job. So I'm sorry for, like I said, it just bugs me very much because we try to take our jobs seriously. We take the responsibility of managing public funds seriously. I do know that there are disagreements in some of our decisions, but it's never done in a way in which to create fraud, misappropriations, or any of that. We all want to follow the regulations of the state. But again, to me, it just creates such a conflict of interest to try to fundraise off of that. So thank you for allowing me to say those for a couple of minutes. But all right. Sorry about that, guys. Any other comments? Hope not. We'll move on to county elected officials' input. Yeah. Okay. We'll move on to staff input.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We've got a lot of staff input today. We're going to start with Chief Heck introducing two newly promoted individuals. And then Gloria, you'll be up next.
Good morning, Chief Heck.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Commission and elected officials. I have the distinct honor. I know we've been dealing with a lot of interim positions. I seem to say that word a lot, as I also am now sitting as well as an interim fire chief, working to get that rectified too as well. But recently we had a hiring process for deputy chief, and we had 2 internal candidates who were successful in completing that. And so now it gives me great honor to introduce the new deputy chiefs for the organization. First, be your right, my left, is Deputy Chief Travis Simpson. He is serving as Deputy Chief of Administration. He is overseeing prevention, the logistics part of the organization, and then still working on our EMS, QA, and those sort of processes. And then on my right, your left, is Deputy Chief Edward Chris Padilla, who is the Deputy Chief of Operations. And he continues to still serve in that, and he's overseeing operations, all the battalion chiefs, and he's still, because he loves vehicles so much, continues to manage our fleet as well. So give them all an opportunity to step up and say a couple words.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much for having us today and giving us the opportunity to show you what we can do. I prefer to go by Chris instead of Edward, just for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity. As Chief Heck said, my name is Travis Simpson. I've been with the department for going on 12 years now on the career side. I volunteered as a firefighter for several years before that. And I have had the distinct opportunity to see this department grow from a very small combination system to the organization that is before you today. And so I appreciate and I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve as Deputy Fire Chief, and looking forward to working with y'all as well as county leadership and continuing to progress the department in a forward trajectory. So thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Yes, sir. Any questions from anybody? All right. So I'm very excited to have him. I'm glad it's internal. I know we talked a little bit about succession and trying to build from within, and I think these are 2 solid candidates that I think can one day take over when my time to retire actually comes. I think they're in great position to take that over.
Awesome. Hold on, Chief Heck. I think Commissioner Chaparro has some comments.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
And congratulations to our deputy chiefs. I had the pleasure of meeting Deputy Chief Simpson at our retreat, and I circled Chris, not Edward, so I know what to call you. Felicidades.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Chief, and to the deputy chiefs, I know, thank you, and thank you for joining us for the, they were excellent representatives for our retreat, and so appreciated their attendance, and looking forward to the continued growth of Doña County Fire and Rescue.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations.
Have a good day.
And Mr. Chair, next up, we'll have our Quality of Life Director, Brian Stinnett, to give us an update on the 250th celebration.
Mr. Stinnett, is this your first opportunity coming to address the commission?
It is, yes, my first opportunity, Chair, and Council. Thank you for having me this morning. I do want to recognize the hard work that Gloria Maldonado put into this. She asked me to present this morning, but this is mainly all of her hard work for getting the 250th prepared. So
the controls are right in front of you below the shelf, or there, yeah, there you go, if it's on. It is not.
Perfect. So as you are all aware, that there's 3 days planned of family-friendly activities, free for the community to attend. There's a short commercial. I'll play it in English, and then I'll have the Spanish slide that comes up after. About 30 seconds, so just bear with me here.
June 30th through July 2nd. Free admission to 3 days of concerts, entertainment, and activities for the entire family. Joe Nichols performs July 2nd. Blank Space Taylor Swift Tribute July 1st. And Proyecto Uno June 30th, followed by a drone show each night. Run the Ninja Nation obstacle course, dance to local bands, and party with Boom LED Percussion Hype Crew. Gates open at 4 p.m. each day. For information on this free community event, visit doñaana.gov.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if that's going to work, Mr. Lopez.
I would recommend we just go ahead and bypass that link and send it to the commissioners to avoid your password being displayed on the big screen.
Perfect.
But if you want to do the password and share your street you grew up on and brother's maiden name, everybody be listening.
I think I'll hold off on the password there, but we do have a Spanish commercial that's going to be coming out as well. There's also a time capsule collection project that we're working on that we want to invite the community members to contribute photos, articles, letters, anything special to the community that will be sealed and reopened in 50 years. So a long time down the road, probably long after I'm gone, and most of us are, but it'll be exciting for the community to contribute those. There is information on how to submit some of those items. And we will have a groundbreaking ceremony as well during the time for the 250th on July 2nd. And that's at 4 o'clock at the county fairgrounds in the livestock barn. So we're inviting anybody who can make it, wish to make it for all 3 days. We hope to get a good community response and have a lot of people out to enjoy the free festivities and celebrate the 250th. So thank you for the time this morning, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Mr. Stinnett. Any questions, commissioners?
No, just a comment, Mr. Chair. I noticed there was a Toro Electronico on the list, and I think that I'd like to challenge the commissioners to that, to see who can stay on that electric bull riding machine the longest.
I think that's a wonderful challenge. Just you made I think Ariana is going to be first to want to record all of that, but that'd be awesome. Commissioners, any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I see Gloria hanging out in the back, so just kudos to you and all your hard work on this. I know it was a heavy lift for you, but good job.
I did want to say thank you to Gloria and the staff, and I think one of the things that I really appreciate too is the way we've been able to coordinate our social media team with the City of Las Cruces to make it one full week of events, going from the end of June all the way through the 4th of July. And so we really hope that the community will come out and enjoy the entertainment that we're looking to bring. And then I think the other part, I think, is it's up on the screen at the moment. Very exciting to have our groundbreaking ceremony for our amphitheater that was part of our Go Bond. And looking forward to beginning the work on our amphitheater. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to invite Ariana up.
Hello, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Just wanted to give you an update on the Project Jupiter website, especially following our retreat. We took back a lot of your feedback and are looking for some more as we go ahead and show you this. So this is just the doñana.gov website. If you go to it, we have adjusted so that it is easy to find the Project Jupiter website. It's right here on the upper right corner. So that makes it easy and accessible. Also, we have a short link. So doñana.gov/Project Jupiter would also take you to this. However, if you just come to the website, it's an easy find. Now, when you get to the regular website, we have the project overview section. So this gives you a brief overview, and on top of that also shows you all of the documentation needed for this project. Then we have over on the side right here on the left, we have the community questions like we spoke about earlier. So here is where the community can insert any questions that they have regarding the project, and then we will find subject matter experts as well as the project's answers to those questions. It's a very brief thing to fill out, form to fill out. So they would just put in their question about Project Jupiter and provide as much detail as possible. They will then suggest which topic best describes their question, so whether it's about water, jobs, public safety, construction, or other. And then lastly, they will answer whether or not they are a Doña County resident. Now, this question is just for us to know. They can also put prefer not to answer, but just for us to know whether they are a resident or not, the question will still get answered either way. And then just a notation here that this form just collects questions. We're not providing their information at all. So that is where the community can submit their questions. And then the community benefits agreement is also here as well on the left-hand side. Now here, if they click on this link, they'll see the full Project Jupiter community benefits agreement. And then here is where they can track the progress of those community benefits as well. Then on this side, we also have, whoa, give me one second. Okay, so then we also have the project commitments on the side as well. Different from the community benefits agreement, this is the commitments from the project themselves. So this is a accordion style. So if you want to learn more about jobs, we have the commitments here, transparency, commitments here, local hiring, commitments here. So these are all from the project itself. And then here, I won't click it because it takes you to another tab, but if you click on this, you can read the 2025 MOU, which is Memorandum of Understanding with the governor as well. And I will yield for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. Ariana, back to the questions that the public is able to answer. Say I have 10 questions, so would I have to submit each question separately or together?
So you could submit 10 different forms. It would be ideal for them to submit 10 different forms. So they would submit their first question. This question is about water. Yes, I'm a resident, or no, I'm not a resident, or I prefer not to answer. Submit. Next question. This question is about economic impact. And that way we can keep track of what area their questions are.
Even if they have 5 questions regarding water?
Correct.
It would be 5 different questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that would be ideal for us, and that way we can separate the questions.
Yeah. And I was asked that, and I wasn't certain of the answer. But thank you for working on this.
Thank
Looks
you.
good.
Thank you.
And it's simple.
Yeah. Commissioner Kimball.
Is there a limit to how long their question can be? A certain number of characters and then it stops?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, I do not believe there is a character limit. I will double check with our web team, but there shouldn't be a character limit.
Okay.
It's a long form answer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
another question, please. Is there a Spanish translation to these questions that I can take a look at?
Thank you so much for asking that question, Commissioner Chaparro. I forgot to mention. So to do the Spanish translation on the website, all you do is click this in the right tab or right upper hand corner, click Spanish, and then it'll translate the entire website to Spanish, not just the Project Jupiter page. However, I'm seeing right here that it does not give the Spanish translation of the question, so that will be first on our list to fix.
And so how long will it take the translation to be done?
Not long. We should have it done by end of today.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ariana.
Thank you.
Next up is Denise.
I guess the question I have is this before we, not so much on the website, I think the website we're good, but I think on the process, and do we want to, I guess, will we have a little more discussion on that piece in terms of how we're going to pull that together, or?
Well, Mr. Chair, happy to talk about it now while Denise makes her way slowly up to the podium then. Based on the comments this morning from commissioners, with now the documents clearly being up there, making it easy for people to see what the commitments are, I would recommend that the board schedule an agenda item, an action item on the June 28th meeting, July 28th meeting, and I use that as an opportunity to request/require the various companies associated with Project Jupiter to come in and answer the questions and deliver the documents if they have not done so ahead of time regarding the commitments that have already had a timeline expire.
I think that's fair in terms of passing, we want to approve something. I guess my question will be is how we want potentially the process, in terms of who will be answered. Obviously, I know obviously some of the questions are going to be coming, or answers will be coming from the companies, but is there potential for us to maybe, I think one of the concerns that have continued to be raised up is around transparency, and I think the concerns that I've heard from some of the members of the public are, will you, I think it probably even came up during the original open, or the forums that we had, was how do we know you're not, that when they see you switching through the cards at the time, how do we know you're not eliminating questions you don't want to answer, kind of thing? So I think that's part of it. The other part is I think part of the request from Commissioner Chaparro to who we might be able to engage in terms of potential subject matter experts. While they might not be able to specifically answer some of the specific product-related questions, they could provide some context in terms of, say, for example, water usage. If they're saying that, they're going to use X amount of water, maybe some context may help from someone who is a water expert that can provide context in how water rights work, how water is measured or monitored and can be accounted for, so that there's some level of accountability that we can provide to that. And maybe they can provide some context for whether the claims of what the company is making are valid, or what potential concerns are that we as commissioners or as a county may be able to address. Because I think one of the things that we've had some discussion, and we'll continue to find a way to make this very clear, is that we are not I don't say proponents, but we are not cheerleaders for the company. We are a regulatory board, and that's what our county staff will be acting, just as the state NMED will and the Office of State Engineer is. So I think we need to make it clear in how we ensure that the concerns that the public have are addressed. And I know we're trying to work on that as we work with the website, but just trying to figure out how we can get that information. So I don't know how we want to proceed, or how we might be able to identify those people that can come in and maybe provide some additional context. And again, I think in terms of the perception from the public is, making sure that we are not just doing what we believe, but, having some outside verify, review, and some context there.
Thank you for that extended clarification, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
I think that's, yes, all of that. The start kind of with questions coming in being filtered somehow. The questions are set up in the website so that it actually hits a group of people. So there's not just a single person who would have the ability to kind of pull something off if they didn't like it. There are a number of questions that have already come in. Right now, we were actually anticipating the need to bring in those outside experts that the board has mentioned to start answering these questions. But the reality is, most of these questions that have come in really are project questions or requests for documentation like we just talked about. So I think we probably, the staff for the board, need to figure out how we kind of pivot the type of experts that we may be bringing in. It may not be an expert necessarily on the aquifer as much as it is an expert on monitoring compliance say from the Office of the State Engineer on the actual meters that are required by the Office of the State Engineer to be on every well that is in the area, and how we and the public can access those meter readings. So I think we are being informed as these questions come in. Props to whomever in the community is out there and has been stalking our page and noticing these changes and opportunities as they went live over the last few days. And I absolutely agree with you, sir. We need to be the regulatory body to ensure that the requirements set forth in the IRB and the MOU are being adhered to. I think that is, a great opportunity for the July 28th meeting. And while we are discussing how we might be able to put together the town hall, based on the questions that have come in thus far, I think a lot of them might be answered from that compliance meeting or that compliance agenda item. And so while we can schedule and should schedule the town hall, I think just as many people, if not more so, may be interested in that compliance side on how the county is going to be holding Project Jupiter, for example, to carbon capture. A lot of people may not realize carbon capture is a required element under the microgrid legislation. They've got to be starting to capture that carbon within just a few years. So any other suggestions on what we can do to meet the board's intent, we are grateful for.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lopez, I have a question. I know that Project Jupiter has not been complying with with several things, and I'm just not going to go into them in depth right now. So of staff, and the only one I can think of is our county manager because he's our only employee, how quickly can Mr. Andrews get that information from Project Jupiter, whether it be Oracle or Bloom Energy or whomever, Stack, regarding the three things I mentioned earlier and the numbers that I've been requesting? I'd like them no later than the end of the week.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, fortunately, we have Denise Carter at the podium who can give you some insight into the very tough conversations she has been having with those companies about that exact item.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Commissioner Chaparro. I have been keeping track of the commitments that they're supposed to abide by. So there are 3 documents that have submission requirements. There's the PPA with the GRT share, where they're supposed to be reporting on jobs quarterly. January 31st, April 30th, July 31st, and October 31st. They didn't have any jobs to report for the report that was due January 31st, 2026. So there was no report submitted. For April 30th, I've been in communication with New Mexico Economic Development Department. They're setting up the portal because the information that they need to submit is very sensitive. We're also going to work with our IT department to establish something similar on our end where they can submit the information. We are talking about copies of the 903A form that gets submitted to New Mexico Workforce Solutions. So that form has a lot of employee-sensitive information. There is another reporting requirement that is due July 31st, and that's stipulated in the IRB, and that is an annual report that they need to submit. I've been in communication with STAG, with Oracle, with Bloom Energy. They're working on the report, and they will submit that before the deadline. They will also come and do a presentation to you all once they submit the written report to provide you with an update of where they've been since the IRB was approved in September up until July 31st. As far as the environmental agreements that you've been asking about, I did request those. I communicated with all of the Project Jupiter companies. They want to meet with us. They want to have a conversation. I have not received the documents, but they are aware that they need to submit the documents.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Denise, for that. I appreciate it. So if they're aware that the documents needed to be submitted and they're not submitted yet,
Correct, which means that they're not compliant.
well, that I was about to say, they're out of compliance, so this board has the opportunity to move forward with whatever sanction that this board would like to move forward on. And what is of concern to me is that we're having these dinners, or, well, not us, but there's dinners being held and job fairs being held, and we're still not getting the information, and they're out of compliance. And this is no reflection on you, Denise, at all. And so it's not a criticism of you, it's a directive, or this isn't even a request anymore for Project Jupiter. I've been asking for Project Jupiter to come and speak with us, and you know, these virtual meetings, and I had a conversation with you, Chair, yesterday about the frustration level of not only myself, but of our residents. I'm getting the same response over and over and over again, and now we're aware that there's not non-compliance from Project Jupiter, and they're still not here. So Stack, Bloom Energy, OpenAI, Oracle, I'm still waiting for those answers. And I'd like for you to come here and give them to this commission and our public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioners, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Kimball.
I'm a little cloudy on this. So does Project Jupiter still exist as an entity?
That's what we refer to as
No, I
the
know.
project.
So there's not really a Project Jupiter representative that can come to us.
No, it's
the four companies.
Correct.
So when we say Project Jupiter, we're not getting anything from Project Jupiter. So I think that's kind of a euphemism, and we keep saying Project Jupiter, but it's not real
Correct.
any longer.
That was the project name, but it's made up of the four companies.
Right, and so it's not real. So we need to stop calling it that and call out the companies.
Okay.
Because Stack will have different responsibilities to us, Bloom will have different responsibilities. Project Jupiter was a cover name to get the thing passed, and it doesn't exist anymore.
Correct.
So I'd like to, I mean, I know it's still called Project Jupiter on here because the collective mind thinks that, but that's not what it is. So we need to get a little more specific, I think.
Okay.
And we need all of them here, because like I said at the meeting, the Stack rep said, oh, there's no CO2 release at this project. We're building it, there's no CO2 release. So we pulled over the Bloom person, and she said, oh, yeah, there is. Sure there is. Absolutely. And he said, what? So the companies aren't even talking to each other. So all of these questions may also even need to be asked to all four companies that it's relevant for. So I just think we need to stop calling it Project Jupiter, because that's not what it is anymore. It can be, labeled that as in a discussion, but that's not what it is anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
Understood.
Commissioner Kimball, I slightly disagree with the comment, because there is a legal entity that each of the IRBs is entered into. And so while that entity has subcontracted with Stack to build the data center, has subcontracted with Bloom to provide power generation, that entity also has a tenant agreement with, I'm assuming, with OpenAI and Oracle. So I would question, I guess I don't agree that there is not one entity that we need to hold accountable for this, because that's the same entity that's receiving the IRB funding. So while these entities are part of the group creating Project Jupiter, there is still the one entity that we hold accountable.
So, Mr. Chair, who is that?
That would be, I would assume that's under Borderplex Digital, unless that's changed.
That's what I want out there then.
Yeah.
It's not, there's not a Project Jupiter company. So
Yeah,
whoever
it's-
the entity is,
And I think, yeah, and I'm not, it's, I'm drawing a blank. Was it the Green Chili LLC?
It's Red Chilies LLC, Green Chilies LLC, Yucca Growth Infrastructure.
And Yucca, like I said, so there are the LLCs
Correct.
that we have those entered into those agreements. So I think at the end of the day, they are the ones responsible. They're the ones that we hold responsible, and they're the ones that would be in breach of any contract or be held to breach of contract if we don't. So like I said, so while yes, I think we have that probably with the entities and the comments where they're like saying, oh, where maybe Stack said, we're not going to do CO2. Well, yeah, because they're not the ones producing the power. It's,
Right.
so they're only looking at it from their piece of it because they're contracted to do the specific scope. But I think we need to make it very clear. And while I know Borderplex Digital is not the most visible piece of this, I think however their lease agreements, which I haven't seen or know with OpenAI and Oracle are, I think we need to ensure that either way, they are still on the hook and required to meet these requirements. Now, how Oracle and all them provide the information, I think hopefully this doesn't sound a bad way, but I really don't care how they provide it. They just need to provide it.
Correct.
And if not, I would agree with the fellow commissioners that then, we need to make sure that we hold them accountable and do that. So I think that'll be part of where we go with this. But, I would hope that they get you a deadline for response on those documents on when they will become compliant. If they're not, and hopefully if you're able to share that feedback with the commissioners before our next meeting. If not, then I think we can have the discussion to determine what those next steps are, and we can bring in our legal counsel and bond attorneys to figure out those next steps. Because I think when we discussed this previously, I think with comments made, they could have been eventually in breach of contract. But if they're not providing those documents, then they are in breach of contract, and then we can actually take action. So I think we need to make that very clear. So, maybe if we don't get something in the next week or so, then we need to look at maybe not waiting till the July 28th meeting, but maybe if it's the July 14th, if that's I don't know if that's the date. What's the next?
Yes, sir, it'd be the 14th.
I won't be here, but.
Yeah.
So.
Well, either way, we can still begin to move the conversation with, if they're continuing to stay in breach of contract and set that expectation, because like I said earlier, while I support my vote for the project, and especially the requirements that are within the community benefits agreement in terms of water usage and their move towards being carbon free by 2045 and some of the other things. But I think, like I mentioned earlier, and this is as per the conversation I had with ACM Lopez, we are a regulatory body and we're responsible for ensuring their compliance. And that's been the message from day one, is that while I had a yes vote for this IRB, it is incumbent on the county to ensure their compliance. So.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Chaparro, please.
Thank you. So I'm a little confused at this point because of all the different names that are being thrown out. I spoke to a lobbyist from Project Jupiter, or formerly known as Project Jupiter, that led me to believe that they had been absorbed by a company called Yucca Enterprises. And, well, that's the information that I received 2 weeks ago. So if Denise, if you could just send an email to the commissioners so that we get it straight in our heads.
Yes, ma'am.
Whom is whom, and red, green, Yucca Growth or Yucca Enterprises.
Yucca Growth Infrastructure was the LLC for Borderplex Digital. Red Chilies was the LLC for Stack Infrastructure, and Green Chilies was the LLC for Oracle America.
And would you please forward that email to all of us?
Absolutely.
Because what I was told by this particular lobbyist is that Yucca Enterprises, and I wrote it down at the time when I was speaking to her, that Yucca Enterprises had absorbed everything. And now from what I'm hearing, that it may not be correct.
I will share the information with you. Another thing I wanted to mention, when I requested the any environmental studies that had been done to date, I did tell them you all needed to see them before the July 6th deadline. So I have been on them asking for the paperwork for you all. Because I know that is the day that the open comment closes for the air permits.
So just from speaking, or the commissioners speaking, a week from today would be June 30th.
Correct.
And so that's when I'm expecting all the documents.
I will ensure that you all get a response.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yep. And I think Commissioner Chaparro, I think from the legal team can advise me, and maybe, I know we, and I know we don't have our bond attorneys here, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, if it is true that they were absorbed by another LLC, they would have to inform us of any assignees to that agreement. So that way we know how any name or responsibilities would be transferred in terms of that. So like I said, I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've read through those things. But like I said, in terms of it is I think in the documents that any companies that come after, and then like I said, they're assignees, there is a clause in there that provides guidance for that. So it's not like if they were sold or such, the requirements pass on to that entity.
Correct. That is definitely a question for legal, and I will tell you, I know that there was a lot of communication between our bond attorneys, the companies, and the legal department that I was not a part of, because it was attorney-client privilege, but I do know that there were conversations and communications that were taking place.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just to follow up on a point, a great point you brought up, as to our attorneys who are present, if we can ferret that information out, what the chair just brought up is alarming to me, and that would be a definite breach of contract if there are other assignees that have not been mentioned. That's an alarming concern for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Denise does have some other things to share with you.
Okay.
Chair Sanchez, Commission, you brought up the special audit earlier. You made some comments. I wanted to give you all an update. So at the beginning of this year, county management approached me, told me there were some findings related to the tax abatements, or what we know as industrial revenue bonds. And I was asked to step in and start figuring out where all of the paperwork was, if we had an exhaustive list of industrial revenue bonds, if there were payments that were overdue, were we missing out on money? So it was a big challenge trying to find the paperwork. I do want to thank Community Development Department, the Legal Department, Finance Department, ACM, Luttrell, because they helped me figure out where paperwork was. I reached out to the bond attorneys to also get backup documentation, because I can tell you we didn't really have much documents to prove what IRVs were approved. For whatever reason, some were not provided to the clerks when they were recorded. It was just a big unknown. So I am happy to tell you that based on all of the paperwork that I was able to acquire, I now have a list of 27 series of IRBs. And what I mean by series, it doesn't mean 27 projects, I just mean series, because, for example, Jupiter has 3 IRB series. And of those 27 series, 12 are active. We've had some that never closed for whatever different reasons, and then the ones that are currently active, now I'm working with finance and figuring out, do we need to send out letters of default? Do we need to collect money? Has the pilot payment been done? The Economic Development Administrator, Ms. Louise Marquez, and myself also met with the assessor's office, because they also had a ton of questions if there was a document that existed with all of the IRBs that the commission had ever approved, because they also want to do inventory on their end. So it is an ongoing process, but at least now I have a list and I do have some documents. I found IRBs that were approved as far back as 1996. And obviously the most recent one after Project Jupiter was the Lower Rio Grande Solar, which was a solar farm approved back in March. So I am hoping to be able to post the documents, Chair Sanchez, that you had requested on the Economic Development website, a table. I'm only gonna go back to 2015. I think a 10-year look back is good enough, because I don't wanna overwhelm the public. But we now have a list, I now have documents. Our bond attorneys have only been working with the county since 2015. So they were only able to provide whatever documents I didn't have going back to 2015. I am unsure as to which law firm or which bond attorneys were assisting the county prior to 2015.
Okay. And it might be, I don't know if it's at all possible, I don't know if there's any easy way, to reach out to the clerk's office and maybe see, maybe at some point to identify any ordinances in the past that may have identified any IRBs. I know just, I know you're only going to
Brandy
2015.
has been a godsend in helping us locate documents and whatever she has access to. She
Okay.
gets daily emails
Then I
from us.
already know if you're already engaged with them, they've got it taken care of. So appreciate it, and thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for your amazing staff for helping us out.
So that's the update on the industrial revenue bonds and the special audit. And the other one, there was an email that ACM Lopez sent to you all last week regarding the Trayport District designation application. If you may recall, through the Build America Bureau, the county had received a $1.1 million back in 2023 for the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator. You all had met with the consultants, KPMG. We used up the money. We did a case study. We did an implementation study. We did a lot of work in the first phase. We submitted an application for a second round of funding, and thankfully, we were one of the counties in New Mexico to receive a second round of funds. I will be bringing that before you in a couple of weeks. I'm working behind the scenes through the paperwork and everything. When the Tradeport Development Act got passed back in 2024, they were talking about creating the Trayport District designation, and it is a program being administered by the Economic Development Department at the state. And I figured since we had done so much work through the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator, it was only fair that the county put their name in the hat and apply for the designation. So last week on Thursday, I submitted the application. We worked alongside KPMG, our consultants, Mavita, El Paso Electric, Ms. Louise Marquez, the Economic Development Administrator. We put together the application, we submitted, and we requested that the entire county be considered or to receive the Trayport District designation. And what it does, if we receive the designation, which I'm really hoping to hear pretty soon based on all of the work that we've done, it's going to allow us to request money through the Tradeports Development Fund. So if we have projects that are trying to locate within the county, we can request money to help them out. ACM Lopez shared the cover letter with you all. I am more than happy to share the application if you all want to take a look at it. But I just want to thank you for all of your support through the first phase of the RIA and the second phase that's coming.
Great. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Barro?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just out of curiosity, Denise, how many employees do you have in your department now?
There is...
Including yourself?
There is 4 of us.
4. And you're in the midst of hiring another one, so that would bring us up to 5?
Yes, correct.
And when will that person be hired in? Just, I don't need an exact date, just a ballpark.
I'm thinking one of them will be joining in about 3 weeks, and the other one is in the works.
Okay, so then we're going to have 6 in total?
We will have 5 because my administrative assistant actually is transitioning to another department. So there's going to be 5 of us when I hire the other 2. And then I will try to replace the administrative support.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Okay, any questions, comments? All right. Thank you, Denise.
Okay, Mr. Chair, next up is Jamie Michael.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. 2 quick updates. First, on the county's healthcare assistance or HCAP program. Based on our last conversations, I wanted to update you on the RFP. We did release an RFP to secure a consultant to help us work through designing the premium and out-of-pocket assistance program. And we initially did not receive any proposals, so we reposted that, and it will close tomorrow. We reached out to some organizations in the meantime, so we are hoping to get some proposals back by tomorrow. We also released the RFI looking for third-party administrators or organizations that would be able to help administer the program and pay claims and so forth. That proposal was extended. It was originally posted for 30 days. We extended it for an additional 10, but we did not receive any responses to that RFI. So once the consultant is on board, based on the RFP, we're going to use their support to help develop a more specific RFI and help us target specific organizations that might be able to do that third-party administration work. So just the first kind of throwing it out there, is there anybody out willing and able to do this work? We did not get any responses. We also have the current draft of the SOPs for the original piece of the HCAP program, not the expanded premium assistance and out-of-pocket costs, just the original encounter fee-for-service program. And we have our first meeting with all of our contractors this afternoon. Over the next few weeks, we will continue to roll out those SOPs, and based on feedback we receive from the people at the clinics, we will bring to you all at the second meeting in July the formal approved SOPs for that program for you all to look at. And my second announcement, a few meetings ago, I let you all know that we were preparing proposals to respond to two funding requests from the Paso del Norte Health Foundation. Those will be submitted this week. One of them will help us, whoops, I turned on the flashlight. One of them will help us expand services in Hatch School District. We will provide youth mental health first aid for the adults there. And they are the first school to sign on with their high school to do teen mental health first aid for the young people in the school. So yes, that one is exciting. And we're also going to use some of the funds to keep recertification and any new employees with Las Cruces Public Schools and Gadsden Public Schools as well. And then the other proposal will supplement the work of our opioid settlement advisory council, really focusing on pregnant women, moms, babies, and families, and how do we, because that was a big gap, how do we build some capacity in our community to address that population? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Jamie?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Hi, Jamie.
Good morning.
So I appreciate the update and the feedback on the RFP and the RFI. And today you said you mentioned that you were going to meet with the other entities like is the MMC going to be there, the clinics? Are these people that are boots on the ground people, or are they the CEOs or COOs?
Madam Vice Chair, we invited both. We invited the organization leadership to roll out, here's the changes in the resolution. Here are some highlights of the program and the contracts for next fiscal year. And we invited the boots on the ground eligibility staff to say, we want to provide training to you all. We want to provide outreach to the public. Can you help us co-design those training materials and public awareness materials? So we're trying to do both with the meeting this afternoon. It's more of a kickoff meeting with the leadership and the eligibility staff that will then result in specific trainings for each of the organizations that will be awarded.
Okay, so with that, would you be able to discuss with them? Well, I guess you're going to develop the training. So I'm going to give you an example, so then that way you can bring it to them and see how we can fix this gap. So there's individuals that are in the HCAP program already, and they have a referral because they're diagnosed with cancer, and that referral is given to them, and then also it's shared along with the MMC's care center, cancer center. And when the individual calls or goes to set up an appointment, or when they call the individual, supposedly it's their finance office that's calling and not their scheduling, but they're asking them if they have insurance. Instead of looking into the software that they have, right? IHS software. They're not looking into that first to see if that individual is in the HCAP program. I think that's very critical for them, and so if we don't have a flow chart for them, I think a flow chart would work, that the very first step when an individual calls or comes in, that they should be looking at the system to see that they're in the program. So that way they're not calling them and asking them if they have insurance and then telling them that they can't get scheduled, which they're supposed to be scheduled and be seen, but they're not. And this has happened twice to one individual, and unfortunately, I had to call their COO and tell them of the issue. But that's one thing I'm hoping that they could look at first, and maybe with them all there together, they start coordinating with each other, saying, okay, well, if you have a diagnosis here at the clinic, what's going to be the procedure of notifying us with that referral? What is it that MMC needs in order for them to have that smooth transition? So whereas the person's not trying to gain some access or care, and they're not even able to do that while they're in the program. And then after that, obviously, if they're not in the HCAP program, then from there they screen them, right? Especially if they don't have any insurance. So I'm just hoping that we can tighten those little gaps that people are falling through, and that we don't have these entities pointing the finger to one another, saying, "Oh, it's not us, it's them." I just kind of feel like I said earlier, I'm already having. I understand the roadblocks that people are going through, and these individuals that are in the indigent program and have cancer, they have to see the people at the care center here at MMC, and we need to make it a lot more simpler for them. It's very distressing, and a person's not going to be able to heal very well, and they don't need to go down the hill just to get some adequate care. So I would appreciate that.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, we are going to walk through the process flow, kind of at a general look, not each organization's process flow, but a general look. And we have a specific agenda item and time carved out to discuss how information goes from the FQHCs to the hospital, to MMC specifically. So those items are both on the agenda. And this is just the first convening. Our staff continues to meet with MMC staff regularly, and we will be scheduling training throughout the first few weeks of July, and then ongoing training for the hospital and all of the FQHCs throughout the year.
Okay, and
We will cover those two things specifically.
okay, and the training, you'll let them know that if any time they do need some training. So in other words, if I call them and say, hey, there's another gap here, I will tell them to reach out to you, and then I'll let you know also, hey, MMC needs some more training, or La Clinica needs some more training. So I'm hoping that we'll start to get them familiarized with the process.
Yes, thank you. Whenever you find out that there's an issue, let us know right away, and we will either reach out and correct that immediately and/or add it to the ongoing training.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, up next is Ernest Budden, and then he'll be followed by Brian Baker.
Mr. Chair, Board of County Commissioners, Ernest Budden, your internal auditor. Just coming to give you a quick, brief pulse check on one of the audit findings from the special audit. This should be brief, but I do tend to like to hear myself talk. So we'll see how it goes. So this one is finding number 11, potential fraud, waste, or abuse notification to the NM Office of the State Auditor. What they wanted us to do was put in some procedures to ensure that we comply with that. And to our credit, when we did have an issue in the past, our finance director did pass this on up. That was one of the steps we took to the Office of the State Auditor. However, what they found was a situation where everybody wasn't aware of it, and they dug that up and they said, okay, this wasn't reported. So we do understand the reporting procedures. Now they just wanted us to chronicle something, to put something on pen and paper. Now, this is due on the 30th of this month. We're looking to get it to you hopefully by the next BOCC meeting, because I wanted to, what I was doing was myself, the county manager, I've worked with our deputy county manager, Lutrell, and the finance director to put something together. And we want to put something together before you that's complete. We looked at the human resources policies of conflict of interest, code of conduct, ethics. We looked at the Institute of Internal Auditors, which certification that I have to look at their rules. We looked at the the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, another certification that I have to see what they have, NMAC as well as NMSA. And so what we're putting together is a policy or an SOP that has the reportable matters. We have examples of what should be reported, who should be reporting, who they're reporting it to, mandatory escalation, investigation, initiation. We're talking about staff training, and we may even consider putting together a possible fraud response team. So we're still in the process of putting that together. Those are just some of the sections that we're looking at, and I could stay up here all day, but that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mr. Budden. Commissioners, Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I hear that right? Is it the end of this month or the end of July?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, it's supposed to be due at the end of this month. And so we're working against that deadline. I don't want to overpromise. And so that's why I was saying that I think we would want to have something definitely by the next meeting.
Our next meeting isn't until July.
July 14th.
And so what you're looking at is quite a few pieces together. When you look at our SMEs, our subject matter experts, I'm having to pull together finance, senior level management. I need to pull legal into it because we want all their input before we bring this policy before you to decide on. So we're a little bit tardy on that one, and I have to take the hit on that one. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Ernest. And I know you're working very hard. You're a very dedicated person, and I know that personally.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Have we sent a note to the state auditor letting him know that that deadline may have to be extended so that we are being transparent regarding that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so we can send that notification. The deadlines that were established by the management team, and they are the recommended deadlines. And so these audit findings will not be included in our external audit, but our future external audit for FY26. And those deadlines will be used to see if any corrective action was taken, approved by the board. And so this finding will be on there until our external audit is complete, but they are our recommended deadlines that we're trying to adhere to. In this case, there is a lot of cross-department collaboration, and we want to make sure it's done right. But there has been communication sent out and communicated to department heads that if there is any perception of potential fraud, waste, that we need to communicate Office of State Auditor immediately. And so there has been that direction given, but a formal policy is what we're trying to accomplish and get in front of this board. And so we do want to make sure it's done right, and we do need a little more time to do that.
No, and I understand what you're saying. However, we've put in writing a deadline that we've established, and the response is public, and the response has been made to the state auditor. So that was what my question was regarding. If we've put it in writing that we're going to adhere to a certain deadline and we're not doing it, and that was a response to the state auditor, should we not maybe follow up with a note saying we may not be able to compile the information needed by the June 30th deadline, but we will by whatever date is needed, Ernest, and I don't know what that date is, but I'm sure you'll let us know.
Yes, ma'am.
That was my question.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Chaparro, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager, if I can just give a recommendation. The deadline is the date at which, I believe for this item, that we needed to get it to the board for consideration, not a deadline for the board to take action. So as long as Ernest works through the night up until the 30th of this month, and we get it to you all, we will have met the deadline.
Thank you, and Ernest, there's chocolate in my office if
Thank you
needed.
so much. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Gomez.
Yes, thank you. Ernest, can you elaborate more on finding 11? And in what department was that in?
So,
would
Mr.
happen?
Chair, yes, Vice Chairperson. So, finding number 11 was potential fraud, waste, or abuse notifications to New Mexico Office of the State Auditor. And they looked at an incident wherein We reported something to them late. They were notified, let's see, was identified county legal counsel, notified in 2022, and then we didn't report it to them until after the fact. And I think it was when one of our former attorneys got the information, didn't pass it along. So when we did, County Manager Lopez, Assistant County Manager Lopez, when he found out about it, he had us pass that up to the state auditor's office. However, you know, we're supposed to do that immediately. And so what they wanted us to do was put something in writing, and so that everybody have access to that and know that their responsibility. So that's what this new policy should capture.
Okay, so this was the finding that happened with the vendor that was taking the, I guess, payments at the county jail. Correct?
That is correct.
That's it? Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Chair, yes.
And then that happened in 2022,
That is correct, Mr.
right?
Chair.
But then it was reported in 2025?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, it was reported to some individuals in 2022. But what we failed to do, or the team that was in place at that time failed to do, was to follow the state requirement, the state law requirement of also notifying the Attorney General, or I'm sorry, the state auditor.
State auditor.
So that is what we fixed last year. We notified the state auditor on this one when it came back up, and we realized that step had been missed. It had been turned into law enforcement back in 2022, but that notification to the state auditor had not occurred.
Okay. Okay, so this happened in past administration, not current administration. But right now, current administration is trying to fixing this situation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Vice Chairperson, yes. We've actually, like the Assistant County Manager was saying, we've actually put the word out so we already know. But now we're going to put something in writing and bring it before the board for approval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you. And just for public notice, the review was from 2021 to 2025. Is that correct?
I believe it was to Mr. Chair of Commissioner Chaparro all the way up to, I think, April of 2025.
So that includes the current administration. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Button?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mr. Brian Baker.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Just to give you guys a quick update on the transition from Yes Care to Thrive. Thrive is now officially assumed the care of the detainees that are at the detention center. They have the medical records transferred over. They have the pharmacy set up. 90% of the staff have signed their job offers. The last 10% have had job offers tendered. They haven't responded yet, so if they respond, then they'll be transferred over. Basically, at this point, it's now just going into a stabilization phase. We have this administration of Thrive on site addressing any issues that may crop up for the next 30 days or so.
All right, awesome. That's good news.
And we will have an RFP going out so we can find out eventually within the next 6 months who the long-term vendor is going to be.
Commissioners, questions, comments
No.
for Director Baker?
This is great news, Brian. Good job.
Appreciate the update. Thank you, Director Baker.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I've got two last items. But before I get into those, I just want to thank, you've heard from so much of the team this morning. A lot of people kind of get tunneled in that we only have one issue going on in the county, but as you've heard, we have a lot going on. And the team has been doing a fantastic job of working through a number of issues, including the two that I wanted to mention to you all. You approved the pilot project for wastewater services, essential services in San Miguel. We had a great community meeting last Thursday evening. Good turnout. We provided the information on what the board had approved. We also had presentations from state delegation, from representatives from the federal delegation, and from USDA on a grant program they have that can also potentially assist people who are very low income. So really good. We will be aiming to pull our team together starting next week to plan out how we're going to go do door knocking, who all in our team can do that, how we're going to do tabling to get the word out, how we're going to do the evaluation. So lots more exciting things coming on that front. And then we also, a couple weeks ago, had a really great tour of Slot Canyon Recreational Area, even though it's not really called that. Everybody uses it. And as the board is aware, a number of thousands of people from across Doña County and visitors to the area go to Slot Canyon on a regular basis, even though very few have permits. This will be an effort by the county to get an recreational easement through the state land office in order to be able to grant people regular legal access to Slot Canyon. And then eventually we will have that turned over to BLM, assuming that the BLM and state land office land swap occurs, which is later up on the agenda. So I just wanted to highlight those and thank I think it was Mr. Chair, including yourself, I think we had about 20 people out there working that Slot Canyon issue. It was a great attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, ACM Lopez. All right. Okay. That's it. Okay. All right, we're on to commission-appointed board report backs. I just have one item. I did have an MPO meeting, I think last week, and really the biggest item from that MPO meeting was the approval of our updated bylaws. My only real disappointment is, there's a couple of changes, but I think the one that I expressed my real disappointment in is that we can no longer appoint officers for the MPO in absentia. So unfortunately, you cannot ambush people when they come back and say, hey, you're chair this year, so congratulations. So, but we did approve that. And then there was a couple of other small changes to the TIP plan over the near future. I think one of them was for us at the county was the addition of a High Mesa Road, which I think it is part of the GO bond for the planning. We announced at the last meeting that we did get notice that we were looking to get $1 million from our congressional delegation for that. So as we're moving forward, the MPO did add that to their plan. So have that. I did hopefully, I totally spaced that I forgot to mention to the public that I'll be having a couple of public meetings in a couple of weeks. It'll be right after the 4th of July weekend on July 8th. During the day, I'll be in Radium Springs from 11:30 to 12:30 at the Radium Springs Community Center on Lindbeck Road. We'll be doing that really in conjunction with the senior meals, but invite anybody out in the Radium Springs, North County to show up. Later that evening, starting at 5:30, I'm going to be out in Garfield at the Garfield Elementary at the library, meeting out with the folks up in the very, very northern end of my district. So really invite the people in the Hatch Valley, Salem, Garfield, anybody in that area, general, if they want to come out and talk, we'll be there from 5:30 to 6:30, both on July 8th. And then I don't know if there are no other report backs, I did have one request. And I'm willing, I want to grant this. So I know, Ms. Diaz, you had asked earlier if you might want to come up. If I'd like to allow that to come up if you'd like, please.
Chair, commissioners, everyone. My name is Yoli Diaz. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know I had a special request. First, I want to thank Commissioner Gomero's Gloria for sharing something so personal with all of us today. Gloria, I am truly sorry that you are facing this diagnosis. I wish you strength, healing, comfort, and the very best possible outcome in your journey. Almost 3 years ago, I stood at this podium and I said something that remains just as true today. I said I would never, absolutely never, emphatically never want anyone to know what a cancer diagnosis feels like for their loved one or for themselves. Absolutely never, unquestionably never. And I meant those words then, and I mean them now. I did not want it to happen to any resident of Doña County. I did not want it to happen to any family. I did not want it to happen to any friend. And I certainly did not want it to happen to you. Unfortunately, I know reality. Cancer does not care who we are. It does not care about titles, professions, positions, politics, or opinions. It simply arrives. And when it does, people need timely access to care, support, and hope. Today, this is not about politics. Today is about a person, you, Gloria. A person who has shown courage by sharing her journey with this community. My hope is that your experience helps all of us to continue working toward a future where every resident of Doña County can obtain the health care they need when they need it and close to home. Gloria, please know that you have my prayers, my support, and my sincere wishes for healing and recovery. There are many of us out here who care about you, and we are here for you anytime you need us. Thank you, Manny, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. All right. We'll move on to our next item, which is under presentations. It's item number 6. It is the Film Las Cruces Fiscal Year 25 Annual Report Presentation. We'll welcome up Ms. Denise Carter and the Film Las Cruces team.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, if I can have the Film Las Cruces team come up. They are going to be presenting on their deliverables for fiscal year 2025. Last year, they did their report in January for fiscal year 2024. There was just a lot on your plate on the agenda, hence the reason why they're coming now in June. But moving forward, my intent is that they come and brief you in January for their previous fiscal year deliverables.
Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, staff. Oh, my name is Andrew Hara, Chair,
Good morning, Mr.
Commissioners,
Hara.
staff. Thank you for having me. And yes, just as we go, this is for fiscal year 2025. Thank you for taking the time to listen. And we will have some 2026 information just because we are so close to the end of our next fiscal year. But most of these numbers will be for 2025. So one thing is, because there are new commissioners, I just wanted to kind of give a brief overview. I know there's sometimes questions of Film Las Cruces. We are the film office for Las Cruces and Doña County. We also have contracts with the city of Anthony. This is from last year. And so since then, we have also had some from City of Sunland Park and also Mesilla. And we will help anyone. Hatch sometimes gets film requests, and we will help them if they reach out to us. They know to reach out to us, and we like to kind of make sure that they have a number to call, because of one of the big things about a film office is you're getting requests from film productions that might not make sense to you. You know, if they're going to crash a car or anything, people in the county might not know what that is. So we take that information and try to kind of make it so it makes sense, and so we can do everything as safe and as quickly as possible. And so that's why we will reach out to Hatch and other municipalities. Our film liaisons are part of the Association of Film Commissioners International. That's kind of a governing body for all film commissioners internationally. Some of the things we do offer are permits, location package, location scouts. We have our vendor crew talent database. And then once productions come, we do assist them with whatever they need. And then we also are marketing to decision makers and productions to have them come here. I will go in more detail about all these things, but these are our basic functions. We kind of break it up into two different boats. We do before the productions are here, how to get them here, and then once they're here, how to assist them and make sure that they are taking the most advantage of the city and the county as possible. So this is a little old, but this is our staff. We have Elijah Villapando, who's our associate film liaison, who used to be a location manager. We have me, I'm Andrew, I'm the film liaison. And then we used to have Erica Ontaya, who was our operations coordinator. Since then, she has left us to do real estate, and we have now Mar Barton, who is our new operations coordinator. We are run by a board of directors. Again, this is a little bit old. We have switched a couple, but this is for 2025. We have our president, State Senator Jeff Steinborn, our vice president, Pepper Gallegos, our treasurer, Christopher Stanley, secretary, Denise Lafrange Onjaga. That's the first time I've said that right, so I'm excited. Matthew Burns, Stephen Osborne, Linwood Spinks, Natalie Strayander, Marilyn Brindis, Christina Vallo, and Jerry Prozeca, who are our board. A lot of them are made up from people in the industry in one way or another. Some of them come from DACC, some of them are in the industry, and of course, just so that we can have the most rounded board. So now we're going to get into the economic impact. So for worker days, we have a baseline of 1,000, and in 2025, we hit 3,655. For production days, we have a baseline of 140, and last year we did 114. One thing we had different is that we have started to separate our pre-production and our post-production from our production days. One of the reasons we do this is for pre-production is when they come in before the movie has started. Production days are when they are actually filming in the city or the county. That's when the actors are here. That's when everything is really happening. But pre-production and post-production are before and after, obviously. But so for pre-production, that's when they're coming in. They're starting to hire crew. They're looking for locations. They're finalizing those locations. They're getting the permits. And the reason we have started to separate them is because it just makes it easier for our reporting, and it makes more sense when you're doing pre-production, even on big productions like we just had Barracuda here, which was a $20 million film. During pre-production, it's usually not even a tenth of the normal crew. Sometimes it's as little as 2 people, the producer and the director. Sometimes for like Barracuda, it was even just 5 or 6 people for the majority of it. And so we want to separate them just because they're not spending as much, but they are still spending. And so we want to make a record of that, but we want to also separate it just so that we can see. Altogether, and I apologize for not having it on this reel, but altogether, all of the days was 201 with the 114 and the 87. And this is also the one that we have the littlest control over because, like I said, Barracuda filmed here for about 2 months, but then we had another film called Shark Thrash that shot earlier this year, and they filmed their entire movie in 6 days. And so it really just depends on the production, how long they're gonna stay and how much they're gonna be here. And so that's why we don't have as much control over production days, just because it's more up to the production than to us. And then for our local spend, we have our baseline of $1 million. For 2025, we did $10,093,980. And then what we're trying to do too is make the most accurate numbers that we can for how much money is staying here. One thing to consider is that the state recorded our spend as $22 million and a little bit more. The reason that our numbers are different is because the state also will take like the state taxes that the lead actors are getting paid. And since those are staying in the state, they count those, but we don't count those because they might not stay in the county and the city. And so that's why those numbers can be a little bit off. So for economic impact, this is just kind of going more into it. For 2025, we did 6% of all film spending in the state and 20% of the films made in the state. I think right now there's a lot of noise about film production not coming as much to New Mexico. And while that might be true of the north of Albuquerque and Santa Fe, and we are working with the state to kind of help them, that has not been as true for Las Cruces. We have actually grown in production, and we have been very honored to say that we have, since last June, we have had a production in town in one way or another every single month. So that's kind of one of our goals, and we have been able to hit it for the last 2 years. And so for 2025, apologies again, Doña County accounted for 6% of all film spending in New Mexico and 20% of the total films made. That's 15 of 76. This is where I'm going to add a little bit of 2026. For 2026, it was 41. We did 13% of all film spending and 21% of the total numbers made in the state. That's 13 out of 63. Another great thing about film is that it's not just one industry. It's multiple industries kind of coming together. You have makeup that are coming. Lumber is a big one when they're building sets. Rentals, of course, but also hotel nights when they're bringing in crew or actors from out of town, when they are staying here for those scouts or for those pre-productions, they are staying in hotels. So I reached out to Visit Las Cruces, and we got some numbers just to kind of show that part of the industry. So for 2025, this is fiscal years, we had 3,500 hotel nights. And then for 2026, we had 9,000. And so the EEI, which Visit Las Cruces helped us get those numbers, for 2025, it was 500,000. And for 2026, it was 1.5 million. Again, that's mainly in thanks because Barracuda was such a big production that they did bring more people than normal. But just to show you that it's not just one industry and it's not just us making money, it's also with the hotels and with the other industries that are helping support us. These are some of the economic impacts. These are some of the movies that were filmed in 2025. Some of them have been released. Love on Tap was actually filmed. It was the first film directed by Keegan Carnes, who is actually a Las Cruces local. He went to NMSU, and that movie is about to be released next month. One of the things is sometimes, like I said, they shot a movie, that shark movie, in 6 days earlier this year, and it was released like 2 weeks ago. So sometimes they come out real fast. Love on Tap was filmed in 2025. It's barely being released. Protector was another film that shot predominantly downtown, but they shot in 2025, and they got released in January. And then the last one is called The Long Haul. It just premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival, which is a very big film festival, but that one is still looking for distributors, so it might take a little while before it's released. But I just want to show you some of these productions. I think a lot of times, you guys are getting notifications about permits and notifications about this, but you don't see the movies after they're released. So these are 3 of them that are hopefully have come out and one that will come out soon. So another thing, location packages, which is something that I told you that we do. One of the things is that we are getting requests from all over. They can be from Albuquerque, from LA. The movie I'll Be Gone in June, which opened at the Cannes Film Festival this year, those filmmakers were from Germany. So they are coming here and they have no idea what Las Cruces is, especially when we're reaching out to them to try to get them to bring productions here. And so we're creating what are called location packages, where they'll either give us a list of locations, hopefully they'll give us a full script so we can break it down, and sometimes they just give us pictures to kind of reference. And we're finding those locations here in Las Cruces so that they know if they have a big mansion, they know that we have a big mansion, here are options. And before they even get here, they're already starting to figure out what Las Cruces has to help them with those questions that they're asking. That will lead to in-person location scouts. A lot of times these productions, we just had one this week, but they will want to come and see the location for themselves because we had a location scout last week. One of the things is they needed a gas station. And so we sent them a couple, but when they're actually in there, he was like looking at the aisles saying, oh, we can't get a camera with, the tripod and everything through here. So they'll want to see it with their own eyes just so that they can make those kind of decisions and see if it really works for their film. So those are, we will help set those up. We will take them out and show them the locations. This way, again, we don't have a lot of location scouts that are crew yet. We have about 3, and they're usually pretty busy because we've been pretty busy. So this helps us help the production see these locations, and then once they are able to hire a scout or a location manager, we can give that information to them, and we're kind of helping them get started. It's like a kickstart for them as well. And so last year we had 55 location packages, and we had 47 location scouts. For crew information, that is when the productions are here, even before they come here, we do start telling them about a local crew, starting pitching that. And sometimes we might even have to send it 3 or 4 times because we're sending it to the different departments. And so they all want to know about our crew, who we have in town who can work, our database, same thing with vendors. They want to know who's film friendly. One of the things that we try to instill in vendors when we talk to them is that it's not just doing it normal. Like the film industry is so different. For example, catering. When you think of a catering company, they're usually doing one event, maybe like a big gala or something. But for film, it's 2 meals a day for maybe 30 days, maybe 15 days, but it's consecutive. And so we want them to know, like there's a production in town right now. They're overnights for the rest of their time here. And so they will be starting their breakfast at 6 p.m. and then their lunch will be 6 hours later at midnight. So we want the companies to know that these are kind of the qualifications that they're looking for in film. And so this way, when they reach out to them, they already have that knowledge, and so they know what they're getting into. And then in 2025, we did have 13 productions altogether. Social media is a very big part of our office. We want to be reaching out to industry makers and also be letting our crew know what we're doing. So our social media, like I said, we have 179,000 for our reach, and we did 176 posts last year. And on the web, we have 82,000 page views. These are some examples of our social media. One of the big things that we help with productions is that they might not have, we don't have any casting directors yet. And so when they are looking for casts, we have kind of set up a couple of ways. We have our crew database and our talent database. We also have what's called the casting blast, where anyone who's interested in acting will give us their email and we'll send them those casting announcements. We will also put them online so that this way the productions are hiring as many locals, especially for extras and everything like that. We also, last year, they put on the list of the best places to live and work as a filmmaker by Movie Maker Magazine. That's an industry trade. This is the 4th year that we have been on that list, and we were 7 last year. And then, of course, we also will share our news. A lot of the crew know to look at our production or our Facebook page for events, for different things so that they stay active. One of the big things about film is there's a lot of networking that's going on. Networking is the #1 thing to get jobs in film because even with productions, they'll start talking to us, and once they start hiring people, then it becomes, oh, who do you know who will work here? Who do you know that's a good makeup person? And so we want to make sure the crews are well aware of each other so when they ask those questions, they have answers. And again, we hire as many locals as possible. So film permits. One of the things about film permitting, like I said, is trying to take what the production wants and kind of make it so it makes sense. A lot of them are road closures. For example, in the city, when they want to close down the road, it is a block party permit. And so we just want to make sure that everyone knows what that is. And so we're always doing permits. One of the things about film is that it changes constantly. On Barracuda, at one point, they lost a location and they had to call us to try to get the permit changed in like a matter of hours. Sometimes they will just switch locations, or if rain happens, if they're filming outside and the scene does not call for rain, they might have to postpone that day. So it's not just a matter of, they fill out the permit and then we do it for them. There's constantly things that come up or questions that come up. Even beforehand, for Barracuda, one of the things was they had some explosions. It's an action movie. And so we had to get with the county fire chief and the authorities just to make sure that they could inspect it, make sure it was stored away safely, make sure that everyone knew that it was there so that if anyone was looking through it, they knew that if there was an accident or anything, they knew what they were getting into. And so we all have what's called a roundhouse meeting where we bring in all the authorities that we need to so that everyone is on the same page and they can ask their questions and make sure, again, that it is as safe as possible. Another example is on that Protector movie, they had to blow up a door out of the Ramada. And so we had to meet with authorities just to make sure that they had to turn off the fire suppression, because even if you like fake smoke, it's still smoke and it would have gone off. We had to make sure that it was safe and that the occupancy, a lot of stuff that the fire department knows that I don't know. But that's one of the other things that we'll do, is just make sure when we're getting these requests that everyone who needs to know about them knows about them, even when it is just a street permit. Again, there was a car crash a couple of years ago, a fake car crash in Corlitos, and it was in his private roads. And you think it's all the way out there, it's like 2 miles in, no one's gonna see this. And as soon as that car crashed, dispatch called us and they're like, we got 5 calls already about this car crash, which is great for the community, but also it makes us know that we need to make sure everyone is aware, so that when those calls do come in, people have answers and they can tell them it is just a production. So our local film force, one of the great things is that we do have interns at Film Las Cruces. We do them through 3 different ways: SkillBridge, which is a DoD internship, CMI and CMT, which is our colleges, and LCPS through the county. And then so in 2025, we had 4 interns. One was from DAC and from LCPS. And even now we have 2 interns. One again is from DAC. It is an in-person internship. One of the things that we also pride ourselves with is that these interns are filmmakers. We want them to get accustomed to the industry. So we don't just, it's not just copies and like writing, like sending emails. We will also have them read the scripts. When we had that scout last week, we took our intern with us just so we could start getting acquainted with these filmmakers who are coming in. And it has worked to great success. We had a intern from SkillBridge. She has since then just stayed on film. She is opening her own catering, craft services. She's opening her own craft services business because she has been so successful since she left our internship. So our verified crew in the database, our target is 280. Now we have about 813. And so one of the things we're also doing is making sure, because we are sending out our lists when they ask for them, but some productions will just go straight to our database. And so we always tell them, make sure you're on as many of these things as possible so that you can, so whatever way they're reaching out to you, you're on there. We also do workshops and training. One of our big ones is the WRAP, which is our monthly filmmakers hangout. Every month at the Rio Grande Theater, we will show short films, commercials, music videos of the local filmmakers. This way, again, one of our goals is always to make our events be networking events without people realizing they're networking events. And so the WRAP is a great place to do it. We allow the filmmakers, we'll do, at the very beginning, we will give an update on anything that's going on in the film industry, just so that our crew knows. Then we will show the films, and then afterwards, we do a Q&A so that the filmmakers can get accustomed to the people who are coming in, so that they can introduce themselves. And we've even seen filmmakers start to become friends and then start working on their own projects inside of the WRAP. So it is a great thing. Another thing we'll do is that for the film festival, we had a mixer, which is, again, we're getting a lot of filmmakers who are coming in from out of town, out of state, sometimes even out of the country. And so we want a way to make sure they know about all of our resources so they can start meeting the crew, and so that they can kind of, again, just be in an environment where they're able to network without realizing it. So that's another thing that we will do. And then there's also, well, we'll go through it. Here's kind of some pictures from the local workforce. We have this really cool picture of Protector, which was filmed right outside of our office. That was a very easy day because we just had to open the door. And then the long haul is the second one. They filmed mostly at the mall. And then the last one was Love on Tap. And as you can see, they were at the Double Eagle in Mesilla. Here are some of our interns. The first one was our one from LCPS, and the other 2 were SkillBridge interns. As I said, one of the things that I forgot to mention is that we do try to give them a final project, whether sometimes it's a script, sometimes it's a short film, but we want them, again, when they leave our internship, we want them to not only have a good knowledge of the industry, but we want them to take something with them that they can use either as a reel or something that they want to make so that they're leaving ready to kind of join the industry. One of the great things about film is that you don't necessarily need to go to college to be a part of it. Some people will just jump straight into film. Of course, there are also film schools. We have 2 great ones that I hope most people do go to, but there's a lot of different avenues. So if they do leave our internship and they decide not to pursue a college, especially the DOJ ones who are coming, who are older, we want them to have something so that they have something for the industry and can kind of go forward.
And Andrew, if you don't mind, I know you've still got about 11 more slides. I don't know if there's any way to consolidate that last bit.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because we still
just
have,
kinda
I know
keep
we still have another presentation behind you and a bunch of approval items. So I know, like I said, it's not any, don't want to throw any shade at all. I wasn't meaning it. It's just trying to consolidate, hit the highlights if you can.
Sure. So these are some of our events. We'll do premieres. We will also go out into the community to gain more crew members, and then we'll help local filmmakers when they have premieres themselves. For local businesses, again, a lot of it is making sure we're reaching out so that they know what the industry requires of them to be a film vendor. And again, our target was 121, and we have 200 in 2025. Some of the highlights is that of the support services is that we had two film production companies that were local make their first feature film here. One of them was Tribion, who made 3, which has been released. And the other one was Gyro Studios. They're still in production, in post-production, but it is their first feature. Location assistance, again, this is our location database. We have a target of 650, and in 2025, we had 1,067. Marketing, we do a lot of social media. We will do ads, and we also go to events and throw our own events. Like, for example, this first one was the blue one was a variety ad that we took for 3 months, and we posted it, and it's kind of giving the highlights of Las Cruces. Sometimes it's also that for the second one, we reached out to the Produced By magazine, which is a magazine just specifically for producers, and we said, hey, you guys have never done an article on Las Cruces. We would love to get our name out there. They ended up doing it about the entire state, but it was thanks to our outreach that they did that article. And then these are our events. The state will have events that we will go to. Like I said, film is networking, not just for the crew members, but also for us. We've even talked to producers who said the best way to help market is to just kind of do face-to-face. And so that's what we're doing. Eli went to the American Film Market, which is a giant film market where producers are going to try to find productions to make. So it's a great event. And then we'll meet up with the state. And then I also went to El Paso Everywhere, which was just kind of showing what the industry is doing in the Southwest. Again, these are just 2 different producers who have been using our swag in their profile pictures or in their publicity pictures. The first one was from a movie called In Our Blood. When he came back for his premiere, he asked for another hat because he had worn that one out. So that kind of things that we're doing is also going out in their just random social media pictures. And then this is just a breakdown of last year. As you can see, we hit all our metrics except for production days. Like I said, that one is out of our control for the most part. But yes, as you can see, we have been doing pretty good for last year. And then looking ahead, there is that studio that is opening near DACC, and that is going to be a great way to help us push our marketing, including them in it, maybe even teaming up with them to help get the word out for them as soon as that happens. The union members, one of the things with Barracuda that we found out is that one of the things we do is we will have meetings at the end just to see where we're lacking, what we need to do. One of the big things about Barracuda was they needed more union members. And so we are working with unions to get a list so that we can send that out when they're here and also get more union members unionized, essentially. Crew, making sure our databases are up to date, informing new crew members about our services, because again, anyone who wants to be in film, we want to make sure that they have that. And then, of course, making sure we're working with locals or with productions to make sure they're hiring as many locals as possible. Same thing with vendors, just making sure they know about us and they know what film requires. And then projects to help improve, of course, like I said, more direct marketing with events such as the Produced By Conference and AFM, which seem to be big hits. Aggressive marketing on social media when our film is in a big festival. For example, like I said, I'll Be Gone in June was in Cannes. And so what we did for that time was we did a direct marketing to Cannes. So anyone who was in Cannes was seeing marketing about Las Cruces while there was a movie filmed in Las Cruces playing at the same time to kind of make it synergize. And then reaching out to more businesses like AV Solutions to become a part of the film industry and understand the requirements. One of the things is that a lot of companies don't realize they can be a part of film. And so like AVA Productions, They work with gun licensing and making sure that you know how to handle a weapon, but they're run by a veteran. And so talking to him, we kind of introduced him to the idea that he could be a consultant and kind of show the actors, no, this is how you hold the gun, this is how you walk. And since then, he's been able to get on 3 productions, including 1 as an associate producer, just because of that kind of starting line. And that was, I met him in the gym. So like our outreach never slows down. And then of course, working with the unions to get more members in our area. Before I finish, I just wanted to also thank the staff, Christina, the economic development crew, the fire department, everyone. Like I said, we will have these meetings where we need to bring people in, and it does require people who are very important to drop everything and kind of meet with us, like the fire department, like the economic development. Even the movie filming now, we had to get with buildings and codes and a bunch of different people. So I do want to especially thank them and say that their help really makes us film friendly. And also thank you guys for your continued advocacy, because again, all this kind of comes down to you guys as well. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Andrew. Commissioners, questions, comments?
Oh, actually, Mr. Chair, I do. Yes. I just wanted to point out, somebody, and I can't recall who it was, reached out to me regarding Spanish dubbing, which surprised me as a local interpreter. I had never thought of that before. So still available, by the way.
Yeah, perfect.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. I'll have to pull something from Senator Steinborn. I think I think one of the things that he told me was that when we signed the spaceport agreement, part of that was that Virgin Galactic promised to send 1 elected official up in one of their spaces. So I'm just curious if if anybody missed the fine print on one commissioner per film per year is what I heard, but.
Well, if you guys aren't getting eaten by sharks, we can see if we can make that happen.
So appreciate it, Andrew. Appreciate getting the updates. And I think, I think when we've had discussions with Denise, I think if we, as we continue to get regular updates so we can actually see, how the film industry is growing. I know the strike affected y'all the whole industry pretty deeply. And I think it just helps us to understand what it is we're helping to support and pay for. And I think, we do want to continue to support the film industry here, as whether that's through the soundstage, the film festival, or Film Las Cruces. I just think, definitely as we've, hopefully for us, as we communicate and continue to have that communication between the organizations, just understanding, what it is you're seeing impacts. And I know we do get the emails from our team whenever those permits are coming through, but appreciate you coming in and reporting and seeing the direct impact, and especially the direct spend of over $12 million here in the county. So, but appreciate you.
And one quick thing is that, as you were saying, you have a meeting in Garfield. If there ever is a meeting, especially about economic development, and you want us to go and help kind of talk to the people of Garfield or people of these municipalities, like we had a meeting with Sunland Park residents and got them involved. So if that ever is something that you need from us, please let us know. We'd love to help and also get more people involved with us. But thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, our next presentation is for the 3rd Judicial District Court and Community Centers Condition Assessment and Deferred Maintenance. Mr. Justin Weaver.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commission. Justin Weaver with Facilities and Services. Thank you for the opportunity this morning to present our Facilities Condition Assessment for a second time. As you guys recall, about a month ago, I got up here and gave a broad overview of our Facilities Condition Assessment for the 3rd Judicial Court. It was also asked of me by Commissioner Saljo Hernandez to take a look at our community centers and identify some of that easy wins, some of that low-hanging fruit. So that's what I'm going to present to you guys here this morning. Okay, so the first one that we're going to go into is our 3rd Judicial Court. So in here, it outlines a lot of our deficiencies with the building. As you can see, a lot of the bigger ones are interior refurbishment, mechanicals, electrical upgrades, and stuff for the site parking lot. Again, this facility is 120 years old, and it was renovated in the mid-90s twice. So little bit in-depth information at all of these. So this is what our site improvements. So one of the biggest things that we'd be looking at here is to install lighting in the parking lot. But we also need to make additional upgrades to the facility, which includes new signage, adjusting of the sprinklers. It's a bunch of minor maintenance and some major maintenance that needs to occur. So a little bit furthermore into our site improvements, some of our retaining walls. Our consultant group looked at some of the structural repairs, what would be needed in order to do this. As you guys know, the exterior of that facade is brick. So a lot of the mortar is aging and deteriorating out. So from a structural standpoint, that does need to be addressed. Site improvements regarding the parking lot, it's receiving a lot of cracking in which we have vegetation growing through, which includes actually, that actually expedites, or excuse me, I'm trying to look for the word and I can't right now, I'm so sorry. This accelerates, there we go. This accelerates, thank you, Stephen. This accelerates the cracking process, and again, it becomes a maintenance nightmare. One of the things that we looked at this facility, again, with the age, ADA compliance changes pretty regularly. With the date of this facility, we've probably seen at least 4 or 5 reiterations of ADA compliance in which this facility is very deficient. A lot of in which we need are connecting ramps, connecting spaces, handicap rails, signage, and a lot of stuff that's missing due to changing aspects of our ADA.
And Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
So we looked at the public restrooms. Having experience with former Commissioner Murillo Trujillo and her difficulty even in this building.
Yes.
Utilizing a public bathroom. Are we even looking at the public bathrooms at the district courthouse? Because I know I can open the door, but I'm not certain that a person in a wheelchair or using crutches can open that door.
Yes, and I know that's what led us to this facilities condition assessment, is we did actually look to renovate those restrooms. And that's, I think, what I had initially presented to you was us to do those renovations. But yes, at all of our facilities, this was constructed back in 2006. There are deficiencies with our ADA, and that is something that we at facilities are looking to address countywide.
If I may, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, if you can indulge me. There's an elevator there at the 3rd Judicial District Court. Is that big enough for a wheelchair? I know I've stepped through it with, my purse and a backpack, and it's a tight squeeze to get in there. Can we check that if we have it, please?
No, I want to say that it would be ADA compliant, but at the time it was ADA compliant. Now we're looking at it is more than likely not compliant. But yes, I will look at that, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So again, due to the age of this facility and the materials that it's constructed at, we're seeing a lot of spalling, cracking, and aging of the materials. Again, with the exterior being brick facade, there's also mixed match stucco colors out there. There's a lot of stuff that kind of makes the facility look like was piecemeal together. So that's a lot of stuff that we would like to address on the exterior. Roof replacement. So this was something that was addressed, but we actually have ICIP in the amount of, I believe, if I remember correctly, it's $800,000 to address some of the roofing over there. But they're estimating that we're needing almost $3.5 million to address the roofing concerns. Interior refurbishments. This one was one of the big ticket items. Again, this was a facility that was constructed in the mid-90s. A lot of the furnishes, finishes, everything is pretty dated and well worn after almost 40 years. Again, with the ADA compliance, we have a lot of stuff in our interior restrooms. So that's where we would like to look at installing ADA compliant handrails, making sure that we have proper ADA buttons, access control for all the doors, and as well as those transition points and handrails throughout the entire facility. The mechanical studies, so this was performed before we actually had half of the units updated. So we're actually probably looking at approximately half of this amount that we would need in order to upgrade our HVAC system over there. Electrical upgrades, again, with this being constructed in the mid-90s, we've seen a lot of improvements to electrical systems that makes us more efficient. That is lighting systems, different operations, but right now the electrical upgrades that we're looking at is nearly a little over $3.5 million. Security upgrades. So again, this facility has a very tight entrance point. It creates a lot of issues, congestion at the beginning of the day when they're trying to get people checked in and through the security lines. So this was some of the alternative solutions that we had kind of looked at for general building and overall cost of construction. So if you look at the very bottom, we're looking at nearly 28 million, or excuse me, nearly 29 million. So before I get into the community centers, are there any other questions regarding district court?
Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Justin, I know that building, because I'm there almost on a daily basis, is literally, in my opinion, just falling apart. And I'm also aware that because of the change in the different programs for, I think it's called Odyssey, so that the DA and the PD and the judges gather information, and I know that they're going paperless, and that building is not conducive to Wi-Fi at all. Is there any way to maximize that signal?
I can work with Kent and the IT team to see what we can kind of do for some Wi-Fi hotspots. I can't remember their hubs, but that's where we can work with our IT team to see what we can do to improve the signal at that facility.
I know that when we can't, since we're getting information at times, I literally have to walk out in the hall to get a signal and download my assignments. So I just can't imagine the DA or the PD, the district attorney's office or the public defender's office trying to get through their files when the Wi-Fi signal isn't adequate. And so that's something that to me is we really need to work on. Thank you.
Okay, no, I will work with Kent and the IT team to address that.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask a quick question for Justin for clarification. Justin, option 2 there says new facility at 156,000 square feet would be just over $47 million. But that seems awfully cheap. I calculated it out and that's only $300 a square foot. Just to make sure the board is aware, where are we right now on actual cost per square foot of new construction?
Cost of construction, it depends from facility to facility, but something along construction lines for this one would be approximately $800 per square foot.
Okay. So just wanted to make sure the board was aware that that 47 million, it's at least double that. So thank you very much, Justin.
Thank you. And I guess my question then would be is why, if it's going to be double that, why is this number?
So this was what was put together by our consultant team. So these were the numbers that they had put together at the time. This doesn't include our design fees and some of the other stuff. This would just be what it would be looking at, what they felt we needed to address.
Mr. Chair, I have another question. And I had, to be transparent, I had a long conversation with Mr. Lopez regarding a judicial complex. And from what I understood in speaking with the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and I know that Mr. Lopez met with the city manager, they're very open into integrating their municipal court in any judicial complex that we may have. I've spoken to one of the presiding judge for the magistrate court. They're also very interested in integrating into a judicial complex because I believe their rent, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, it's about $14,000 a month. And then in municipal court, we were kind of throwing numbers around yesterday, would be anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 a month. And I don't know how much our cost would be, but just an estimate of a payment for a building would be about $30,000. So that would between magistrate and municipal court, we might be able to come up with half of that payment if the design is adequate for three courts. And I think we can do that. I think that if we hire an architect that is innovative and can use open space adequately, we might be able to lower that payment that the county would have to pay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Chaparro?
Okay, let's go ahead and get into our community center. So the first one that we're going to be looking at is our Butterfield Community Center. Our parking lot improvements were probably going to be our biggest one here, besides the interior refurbishment of the facility. If I remember correctly, this one was built in the early 2000s. So right now, some of the stuff that we're looking that we could actually get is some of the interior refreshments, fence renewing, and the ADA compliance. Those are all pretty easy stuff that we can get at this facility. The Vado del Cerro, this one here, it primarily revolves around site security. That was one of the largest ones. We have a lot of issues with vandalism down there in that community. Every time that we make an installation, unfortunately, it does get damaged pretty quickly. So that's something that we would like to look to address, would be the security in that area. At the Dolores Wright Community Center, this one is more one of our showcase facilities. We've been there doing a lot of renovations, but where we see a lot of deficiency is ADA compliance. So with this facility, we'd be looking at making improvements to the ADA compliance, both in the facility and on site. Community Center in Doña, the biggest one would be the kitchen refurbishment, but we also have interior and exterior improvements that could be made pretty quickly, as well as the ADA compliance. That's the big one that the facilities team is looking to address. In La Mesa, down there, it is a very large piece of property, but that's where a lot of the big ticket item would be our site improvements at this facility. We recently upgraded the HVAC there, so the HVAC is good, but we'd be looking at addressing some of the parking lot and some of the site deficiencies there to aid with ADA compliance because of the level changes that occur at that facility. Betty McKnight. The Betty McKnight Community Center, we're looking to potentially repurpose that center and make that a food pantry. But at the time of this, we looked at it, and primarily the kitchen upgrade is what is really required at that facility, and that is the big ticket item that we'd be looking to address. And with that, I stand for questions. You guys will see that there were a couple facilities on there, which one was the De La O facility, because it was under renovation, and then the Mesquite Learning Center because it was fixing to go into renovation. So for that, I stand for questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Chaparro?
Just not a question so much, Justin, but I'd like to thank you and your staff. There was an incident at the courthouse, and I'll just leave it at that, an incident, and your staff was there very, very quickly and handled the situation within an hour. So I'm very appreciative for that.
I appreciate those comments, and I actually extended that to the team as well. So I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioner Sandro Hernandez?
Mr. Chair, so with these, is this kind of the list that we're going to be looking at for improvements using the GO bond?
Correct. Yes, sir. This was some of the low-hanging fruit that we could go after for the GO bonds.
So I didn't write down the numbers, and I probably should have. So what are we looking at for the community centers total?
I'd have to get back to you on that number. I have them down here all at the bottom. Most of them are totaling, some are underneath 100,000, some of them are a little bit over $1 million. So it kind of depends on the facility.
Okay.
So that's Butterfield there.
Okay.
So I can get that out to the commission as well, just a breakdown as what we were looking at each community center and the total for that.
Okay, and then when we see like interior refurbishments and stuff like that, is that more like walls, flooring, lighting, or is that like furnishings.
No, that would be the finishes, so that would be the carpeting, the wall finishes, door hardware, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Chaparro?
so I'm just thinking about the Oregon Community Center, Justin, and I think it was decided that that would be changed to maybe an outdoor gazebo for people to enjoy the view of the mountains and maybe some Zumba classes or Tai Chi classes out there. In closing that center down or maybe changing the look of that center, how much would that be? Because that's an easy one. If we're going to transition the community center out to maybe an outdoor area.
So I'd have to look at the numbers, Commissioner. I know we did look at a couple gazebos already for you and what we can kind of do in that area, but yes, I can take a look at what that would be financially in order for us to do that.
Yeah, and I'd also like to include that as a low-hanging fruit, because if we're going to, that one's just a piece of cake in my mind to transition out.
Okay.
And I think you had mentioned, Mr. Lopez, about a couple of $100,000 max on that one. Am I, or was it 30,000? I can't remember. I've had too many numbers in my head.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, yes, it would be the gazebo portion, acquiring the gazebo and getting it installed would be around a couple $100,000 for one that is 30-foot diameter, double peaked roof, railings around the outside. We would still have to pay for removal of the existing building and some site prep, but it definitely would be below most of the numbers you've seen here for the other community centers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Any other questions? No? Okay. Justin, thank you so much for the review.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Actually, well, this isn't for Justin, but what do we have to do to get this done?
I guess I'll have to look at ACM, LOPAR. I'll look at the our county management for guidance here with this one.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we, seeing that there are no major concerns from the commissioners, we'll go ahead and start building each of these as a project to bring to you with whatever design work needs to be done, with whatever contracts need to be awarded in order to get these going.
And I don't know if it's about all possible as we kind of attack this, and I don't know, Justin, when we take a look, some of these things are kind of smaller dollar items, or even when we look at execution time, how we can, I think as it was put, some of the obviously low-hanging fruit, but what can we get, are we able to phase some of these things so we can get it done quickly, so people start to see immediate impact, and then we can do phase 2, phase 3. You know, I know that's maybe a little bit of a more difficult maybe review, but I'm just wondering if, you know, if there's things we can do quickly so that we can start, people can start feeling and seeing that impact directly. Not necessarily where it'll introduce more cost into the project, but if there's ways that you can phase them, that would be, I think,
Chair Sanchez, that is definitely possible. We can look at identifying what is going to be the easy to achieves and some of the other ones that are going to be a little bit more difficult, and we can build our phases according to that.
Yeah, because I think like when I look at it, like say for the Doña Community Center, kitchen renovations might take a lot longer than maybe some of the other ADA access items that we might be able to address more quickly. You know, that's kind of where I'm thinking is, you know, if we can go, move forward with it, but maybe there's some of that won't affect each other or create, redundant work in the future so we don't have to incur those additional costs. But that's kind of where my mind was thinking is let's, be cool for people to actually start seeing us make those changes. And
absolutely. That was actually something that we kind of did with the Anthony Senior Center. We went after some of the stuff that we could get addressed right away, and then we're looking at some of the longer lead items that, we'd have to phase out. So. Yep. But yes, that is definitely possible, and I will present that to the commission.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That help answer your question, Commissioner? Yes. Okay. Awesome. Okay. That was our last item under presentations. We're now under minutes, agenda item number 8, which is to approve the approval of the regular meeting minutes for June 9th, 2026. And the special meeting and emergency meeting for June 12th, 2026. If I get a motion and a second to approve, I have a motion by Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez, second by Vice Chair Gomeros. Is there any comments, changes to the meeting minutes? Not hearing or seeing any. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 8.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, those meeting minutes are approved. We're now under approvals on agenda item number 4, which will be the award a change order in the amount of $172,802.02 to CES Contract 2026-03-R1283-ALL to JGF Built for electrical line extension for OEM building.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion by
Second.
Commissioner Saldra Hernandez, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Mr. Weaver, long time no see.
Chair Sanchez, Commission, thank you again. So this is for the electrical infrastructure for the OEM facility. This is a 3,106-foot stretch in which we had to make in order to tie in to El Paso Electric's grid that would support the facility. With that 3,106 length, we have to cross 2 active roads. Those 2 active roads are the President's Residence and the other form, or excuse me, the NMSU's driving range, which is a form of revenue for them. So they can't have these facilities go down. So what this is for the boring to go up underneath the road. So therefore, we can have El Paso Electric come through and place the infrastructure.
Thank you. Commissioner Chaparro?
Mr. Chair, wasn't this included in the original proposal from the contractor?
No, this portion of the work was not. So when we engage with the contractor, they take care of everything on site. Us as the owner of the property, we have to engage with El Paso Electric and take everything to get the infrastructure to the site.
So how many other change orders should we be anticipating to this?
I believe there's just going to be one additional change order that I'm going to be presenting to the commission.
Regarding the electrical work or regarding something else?
It will be, some portion of it will be regarding the electrical work, yes.
Regarding the extension? Just tell me what it is.
No, so it was another item that we had on the agenda in which we have pulled off for the time being, but what it is the grading of the west parking lot. So in order for us to get El Paso Electric on site, we have to have all grading within 6 inches of final grade. We had anticipating on doing the parking lot as a second phase. Unfortunately, with the change in El Paso Electric, we're having to bump that up. So the change order would be, in which we're going to be presenting next time, it will be the full scope of the parking lot or just the grading.
May I just suggest that in the future we add all these things? Were you aware of this when we budgeted for that? For the OEM building?
No, not for the
Were you
OEM.
aware that we were going to have to go through 2 roads?
Yes, I was aware that we were going to have to go through 2 roads. I did have some contingency built into our budget in order to cover El Paso Electric infrastructure. We had initially anticipated it being pulled from a different location. Once El Paso Electric got involved, they started looking at the capacity of the facility, and their infrastructure just wasn't going to be able to handle it from the proposed location.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Any other questions? Okay. Public input? No, not seeing any, so Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 4.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, that item is approved. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, next order of business is agenda item number 9, which is to award a contract to GCC Sun City Materials and Job Materials to provide construction materials for future projects in an amount not to exceed $600,000. Have I get a motion in a second
So
to begin
moved.
discussion? I have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro. I'll second the motion. And with that, Mr. Zambrano.
Yes, sir. This is our annual budget amount for materials we buy to chip seal the roads, for base course, for erosion control, and for sand when we fog seal. So it's our normal budgeted amount for this every year.
I think I only have one question is, is this going under this fiscal year? I didn't double check that in terms of where this budget.
Yes, sir, it's for next fiscal year. That way
Okay, got it.
we hit the ground running.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I just wasn't sure, but given that we're right at the end of the fiscal year, wasn't sure if we had some additional funds we were trying to just use up before they go in, would not roll it over, but awesome. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay. Any public input? All right, not seeing any. So Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 9.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, that item is approved. Thank you, Mr. Zambrano. Next item is agenda item number 10, to award contracts to the Amador Health Center Incorporated, Ben Archer Health Center Incorporated, La Clínica de Familia Incorporated, and Mesilla Valley Hospital in the amount of $2,979,378.88 to support Resolution 2026-53 and the County Healthcare Assistance Program. If I get a motion in a second. All right, well, we have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro. I'll second the motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I could say, I actually am employed by Mesilla Valley Hospital, so I will step away from this, recuse myself from this item.
Okay, very good. We'll make note of that. Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. Okay, Jamie.
All right, Commissioner, I will try to speak fast because you're setting the the expectation, I know. All right, so the contracts for the Healthcare Assistance Program were part of a 4-year renewal process. We ended that 4 years. We released a new RFP. The RFP continued to include primary care services. Primary care services do include prevention, care coordination, and diagnostic services. The diagnostic services are limited to what can be provided in a primary care clinic, but it is pretty inclusive. Dental services, and behavioral health outpatient, and behavioral health inpatient. We also required anyone who was responding to include care coordination, so regardless of which of those 3 service areas, in addition to that, their proposal and the scope of work has to include care coordination. We also gave them the opportunity to submit a scope of work related to patient and provider education. We want to make sure that there are resources for their providers to get continuing education or whatever is needed to provide quality work. And we do rely on these organizations to provide patient education, not only in the clinic, but primarily in the community resource centers. So we received, you can see on the worksheet that is included, we received 6 proposals. 1 was non-responsive because it did not include the information that it was needed. And the review committee is recommending funding the top 4 applications. And if you turn to your executive summary, you can see that the 4 agencies that we're recommending funding include Amador Health Center, Ben Archer Health Center, La Clínica de Familia, and Mesilla Valley Hospital. For Amador, Ben Archer, and La Clínica, they are providing the full coverage of primary care, dental, behavioral health outpatient, patient education, provider education, and included in that, they did not charge us additional funding. Care coordination is part of kind of the basic package that they will provide, and they described that care coordination, but they are not billing us separately for the care coordination. The scope of work for Mesilla Valley Hospital is both inpatient and outpatient, and both of those also include care coordination to help with discharge planning or next level of care planning for their outpatient providers. And it is not billed separately either. All agencies are billing the Medicaid amount or less. We will be negotiating with a couple of the organizations. The amount that you all approved in the budget for next year is $3 million. The proposals totaled just over $5 million in request. So we did reduce La Clínica and Ben Archer because those were the 2 larger organizations, but everyone is getting what they received this year or more for next fiscal year. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Commissioners, questions?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes, I have a question. So I'm going here with the first page where it does say care coordination, right? Care coordination services must be provided to all patients eligible to receive primary health care, dental, and so on. And of course, services shall be delivered by qualified staff acting within the scope of their training and applicable state standards. Could you tell me what type of care coordination? Because I do see that Ben Archer has a comprehensive care coordination plan, and La Clinica and Amador does not. But the comprehensive care coordination plan, its care coordination services will help patients navigate the healthcare system to connect to needed medical and behavioral health services and access community resources. Support will include assistance with referrals, follow-up appointments, communication with providers, and addressing social needs such as housing, food, transportation, and benefits enrollment. Staff will develop care plans for patients with more complex needs and will work with community partners to ensure continuity of care. Also, coordination efforts will be supported by electronic health record tools to improve service delivery and reduce gaps in care. My question is, because Ben Archer has this comprehensive care coordination plan, but let me see, La Clinica just has comprehensive primary medical.
Commissioner Gamaros, I think the confusion is because I misspoke. Ben Archer does have a specific line item for care coordination that we will be paying outside of the fee-for-service line item for the other services. So for Amador and La Clinica and Mesilla Valley, they're building care coordination into the unit cost for that primary care visit, that inpatient visit, or that dental visit. Ben Archer is going to bill us separately. So if they have an encounter, if I'm going to the doctor tomorrow, they'll bill me this much money for an inpatient, for a primary care visit, and then this much money for the care coordination. So I misspoke. That provider is, we're billing and paying out care coordination separate from it being bundled with the other payments.
Okay, so La Clinica and Amador, they will be providing the same type of care coordination plan, but it's going to be charged within the primary. It's not a separate charge.
Correct.
Okay.
All of them are required to do that work.
Okay.
Exactly.
The other thing I was seeing on number 3 for La Clínica de Familia on A, the sentence the last sentence stops with pharmacy. Is that the same as 2A for Ben Archer? The rest of that sentence on 2A, starting with pharmacy services will support medication, is that the same as, it's going to be the same as La Clínica for La Clínica? Because it's cut off, like.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. I think that might have been a formatting issue with the fillable form, but yes, it should continue with the same sentence that says pharmacy services will support medication access and continuity of care.
Okay. So, let me see, what else was I going to look? I guess that is it for now. But thank you, Jamie, for clarifying that for me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gamados. Any other questions? You look deep in thought there, Commissioner.
Okay. So Jamie, do we actually have the contracts available for these 4 of what is included in the services?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, the contracts, when we submitted the information for the budget, for the agenda, the contracts have been in process since then. So at this moment, I'm not sure where they are in process. They are if not finished, very close to being finished. The scope of work here that's cut and pasted into the executive summary is the exact scope of work that will be in section 2 of the contracts.
Okay.
I don't know if Michael, I see him in the audience, I don't know if he knows the status, but I can get that from Norberto, and we're happy to send out those contracts to you all as well.
Mr. Chair, I would like to see those contracts as well.
Chair, Commissioner. So those contracts are usually drafted by the department, and as far as I'm aware, they haven't been submitted yet to purchasing. But as soon as we get them, we'll go ahead and release them out to you before we send them out for signature.
I guess there's a question to see the contracts before we consider this item, or just after, before, I guess, are we looking to approve this and then look for the contracts after?
I would rather see the contracts before we approve, personally.
Okay.
And the only reason I say that is, since when do I mind my P's and Q's? So I think that we need to see the contracts because I feel like since this has been an ongoing concern with this board, I just want to make sure that we're covered in this. And I know that the last time that I saw the contract was probably 2 or 3 years ago. So I would just really like to see that before we vote, just to make sure that we're really good. Unless, the only thing that could really change my mind is unless there is a must-have on this vote today, I would just rather wait until we get those contracts.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Xiaojiu, the delay, if we do delay today on approving this, services would stop on June 30th. So I would just like to let the commission know of that. Second part, as far as submitting the contracts before to the commission, would you guys like section 1 as well as section 2? So section 1 is our boilerplate contract template, which are the standard terms and conditions that we use for all Doña contracts that we draft. Section 2 is the one that's individually catered to each contractor, as far as that's the scope of work.
So I want to, Mr. Chair, sorry. I want to see what services are being provided in the contract for each individual entity. And then my second question is when was the review on the RFP done? And my third question is if this has been a concern, especially for Vice Chair Comeros, who's been working on this for quite some time, why is it being brought to us literally a week before services are ending? I feel like we're back in the detention center conversation, and I don't like it. I feel like we haven't figured this out, but I mean, now I feel like we're stuck where I have to vote today to do this, and I don't like that feeling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, I understand your feeling, and that is my responsibility. We were delayed in getting all of the information collected and submitted in time for the first meeting in June. That was our original intention, but that was my responsibility, and I failed to make sure that all of the documents were ready for that meeting deadline, because the evaluation committee did meet back in May. And we could have initiated the agenda item at that time, but we didn't have everything ready for the deadline for the first meeting in June. As Michael said, we would have to, if it's not signed July 1st, then there's no services provided until it is signed. But we can send you the contract as soon as it's ready, and it can go through the process for signature, and it can always be amended. So if there is something that you all find that you recommend a change, and Michael agrees that that change is needed, we can always amend the contracts. The specific scope of work is in the executive summary. So in the section of the contract, section 2, where it describes the contract scope of work, That is in your executive summary. Once we have your permission, we can then contact each of these agencies and negotiate with them the unit costs, because 2 of the agencies are getting less money than what they requested. So we do need your approval to move forward with those contract negotiations, because the other section that's important in the contract is that unit price, and I'm hoping we can negotiate a lower unit price with them. But we're kind of, it's a catch-22. It's difficult for us to start negotiating contracts unless the board has approved the award to these agencies.
Say that again? Sorry. I'm not processing that part.
Well, I guess I don't understand, because we're going to approve to the 4, but 2 may not accept the terms that we're giving to them, because we're going to have to enter negotiations. So then if we're basically awarding to someone that we're going to change how much we're going to give them, then it's like we're awarding something that they may not agree with. And I think the other question and concern I have with the comments was, if we agree to approve now moving forward, and we sign the contracts, I understand that we can amend them, but it takes 2 parties to approve those contracts. It's not just us, it's the vendor. So then if we've already entered a contract, there's nothing stopping that vendor from saying that, no, we don't agree to this amendment. And at that point, then we're stuck, I guess is the concern. So I guess, maybe I'm missing this, but it just seems like we're not having the opportunity here to amend, because like I said, both parties have to agree to an amendment.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
So with this, we would be violating the Abatement Act. So if we have a set budget amount, that's the amount that the county can award. So in this case, if we proceeded to award all 4 agreements and those 2 entities who did not get the full amount, we could terminate the contract based on the non-appropriation clauses that we have, because it's only the commission who can obligate these funds.
I understand that piece of it. My question is that the submitted bid is, we can approve, I mean, we've already got we've already approved, I guess what I'm saying is we've already approved the budget, or at least the preliminary budget. It's not, the concern isn't the amounts. I think my concern, the reason I bring it up is they submitted a bid. We're now saying, based off of the budget amount we have, we're going to cut you 10%. Now, we can give them a contract, but that vendor could end up saying, no, you know what, we're not going to take that contract. So then now we have a vendor that's not going to approve it, and then we're going to have to go to item number 5. So we have all of this. We have had no discussion on whether that vendor is willing to approve that 10% less based off of the budget, and now we're going to allow you to move forward, and we may not have 4 contracts. So it's like we're putting the cart before the horse. We didn't do our full homework before coming here. And I guess I'm at a point, and I hate to do this as a commissioner, but I'm agreeing, I think I'm feeling like, I get where Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez is, where we're forced to make a decision based off of the fact that we're put against the deadline. We're between a rock and a hard place. But at this point, I'm at a point to just say, we're just going to post. I almost want to, before I make a motion, but I don't want to approve anything without having our due diligence done, because I hate being put, I agree with Commissioner Sheldon on this. I hate being put in a position where we have to say yes now and have to fix this up later. Because we've said this multiple times, whether it's me or other commissioners, that we're asking for homework to be done. And it's not done, it's not brought here. And I hate to put this on the staff, but I think as we're trying to consider this as commissioners, we need to have all this work done so that everything's buttoned up before you ask us to approve this. Because then staff is basically forcing us, and how, like I said, in the end, that's the one thing we have is this is our one duty to the people of Doña County. And if that work is not done, then how does it look that we as commissioners didn't do our due diligence and our homework, and we're just saying, trust us, trust us. And we just have this whole idea with the audit that said, we don't have the trust of the community, how can we say trust us? I'm not saying that the staff is responsible, like I said, for the audit, but it's just, like I said, understand the perception of what we're trying to make of that decision and what we're trying to do. And again, it's like I said, you're putting us between a rock and a hard place where you're saying, just go ahead and approve it, we'll take care of it. And we as commissioners are just gonna have to go on trust. And as much as I trust the staff, I cannot do that because I have to, in my vote, I have to be able to see what it is we're approving in the end. So I'm sorry, that's my frustration is we don't have all the details. We haven't had discussions with the vendors if they're willing to take less, and we don't have those contracts even to review.
Commissioner Sanchez, I just want to make sure that you know that the delay was not on Michael's end. That was 100% with me and our team, and I realize the position you all are in. The sequence of things has always been difficult for us. We've never been allowed to reach out to the bidders and say, hey, we're thinking about awarding you the contract. Can we negotiate with you? So we don't have a final contract for you to look at until you give us permission to reach out to them and do those negotiations with them. And the amount is a not to exceed amount that you're approving, so it's not going to, negotiations aren't going to end in a greater amount unless we come back to you and ask you to increase the budget. I've asked our team if we can, how soon we can get the contracts to you all for review. If we can do it before this meeting ends, that would be fantastic. But again, that would just leave you all a few minutes to look at a very long document.
I understand, but I think the agenda item, as noted here, is specifically asking to, this is in the item here, to delegate signature authority to the county manager for all related documents, including invoices, contract amendments, budgets, change orders, and any other related documents. So it's not that we're just trying to approve to move forward with the budgeted amount. You're asking us to hand over all approvals to the county management staff when we haven't had that ability to even understand what it is in the end, what's going to be included, and what we're allowing the county manager to assign or approve. So, like I said, it's not just, to me, we're not just approving a budgeted amount. We're authorizing approvals, basically the county manager to approve all of these.
So, Mr. Chair, that delegation language is standard language, but if you all would like, an option today would be to approve our ability to go out and negotiate those contracts.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Gomez.
I agree with both of you. But yeah, I think with the language here, it's saying to award contracts. I guess maybe it should have been to negotiate, to allow them to negotiate the contracts. Maybe using that language for this item. And then so that way, that means in the next 7 days, you're gonna have these contracts negotiated because it's gotta go live July 1st, right? And so for me, because of, having this issue and working on this, for me, I would like for us to delete that the board is asked to delegate the signature authority. I think everything should be coming to us until we feel comfortable that things are moving along as they should. I mean, I don't know, is there any way that we could state that they for them to negotiate the contracts, but they only have 7 days to negotiate, right?
Yeah.
Madam
Go ahead.
Chair, if you give us approval to negotiate the contracts, we could get that done very quickly, but we still then would have to bring the contract award back to you all to delegate that signature authority to the county manager, and your next meeting is July 14th. So any services between July 1st and July 14th wouldn't be covered.
And is there any way that we could cover it, Michael, like we did with the detention center for that pay?
Chair, Vice Chair, it would fall under the exemption for indigent services. And so that's something that legal and purchasing and HHS will need to discuss later. These services, in my opinion, what fall under the exemption clause of medical services for indigent residents. Now, the county over the last, I would say, eight years more, we have done it as an RFP. But this would just save us time as far as not going out. But again, that would be a discussion that we would have to speak with legal and speak with the department to make sure we can do it.
If you don't mind, I think in Commissioner Gameros, I think, or Vice Chair Gameros, excuse me, one of the concerns that we have is that while the detention center, we did have an active contract that we could use. So that was already, we had that we could let, I guess relatively work with. I think in this case, we won't have any type of contract with the FQHCs or the Mesilla Valley Hospital to be able to utilize to basically say, we'll work on amending contracts or whatever. So maybe I'm wrong, but at least that's the way that I feel like the concern may be, is that they could turn around and say, we don't have an active contract with the county at the moment.
Correct. Chair, Vice Chair, one more option, and sorry for always bringing up options all the time. If we could just table this till the end of the meeting, and purchasing and HHS will reach out to these contractors, and if it's okay with the commission, to negotiate these prices now. Now, I can't tell you that we will have a dollar amount by the time this meeting is over, but at least it'll give us an opportunity to reach out to them and have those discussions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon on this.
So this isn't the first time we've approved, or why are we negotiating a contract if we put out an RFP? The pricing should have been in the RFP that this is what the county was willing to pay, and that way we had it all up front, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, the RFP said we will pay the Medicaid rate, the FQHC rate, and if no, or lower, and if no rate exists, then we will negotiate on your proposed rate. The contract, the proposals that we received were all their FQHC or Medicaid rate or less. However, La Clinica and Ben Archer asked for more money than we had available to give them. So at this point, if we just give them the amount of money that they requested, they will be serving fewer people. And my ask to them is going to be to lower their unit cost that they put in their proposal in order to serve the same amount of people. So that is the only negotiating item that we need to talk to them about. It's not going to change how much money we give them. It is going to ask them to charge us less than they put in their proposal, so they're able to serve the same amount of people with less money.
So the question that I asked probably 2 years ago stands today is, why are we just not paying Medicaid rate, and what are they offering to the public that doesn't have a Medicaid rate? What services?
Federally qualified health centers, which are Ben Archer, Amador, and La Clinica, they are reimbursed under a different federal fee schedule. And we've always reimbursed them at that federally designated FQHC rate or less. In most cases, it's just under what they get from the federal government for their FQHC rate.
Okay, and is that usually more or less than Medicaid rate?
It is difficult to compare because they are required to do something different than a basic Medicaid reimbursement rate. So if I go to a non-FQHC provider and I have my 15-minute primary care visit, it's going to be X number of dollars that was negotiated through my insurance, my Medicare, my Medicaid. In this case, we're talking about Medicaid rate. But I just get that one 15-minute visit, or whatever the increment is. 15 minutes is kind of typical. If I go to an FQHC, they are required to do more than just that one visit because they're designed to serve people who oftentimes have more complex needs. So that's why they do have care coordinators on staff. That's why they have additional bundled services within that primary care visit, which is different than if I just go to a single provider that's not part of an FQHC. And these rates are, the FQHCs have to submit their operating cost to HRSA, the U.S. Health and Human Services Department, and then they get back these set rates. So for example, if you look at Ben Archer and La Clinica's rates compared to Amador Health Center's rate, Amador Health Center has a higher reimbursement rate. And it makes sense because if you look at the population of folks that they're serving, they have a lot of additional needs because oftentimes they're serving people who are also experiencing homelessness, which then amplifies your healthcare needs.
Mr. Chair,
Dacian Lopez, yes.
an option that I'd like to offer to the board is that you table this until July 14th's meeting and you allow the county manager to enter into a 15-day contract with each of these that would get us through the next meeting. If my math is correct, that would be a total of $124,000, which is under the county manager's signature authority. And then that would give the board ample time to receive the contracts and make a full award for the remainder of the year.
Mr. Chair, I move to table this item until July 14th.
I second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Just a point, I don't know if it matters here, but maybe being a little stickler for, the motion, I believe, should be postponed to a date certain, but.
Oh. Done.
So if there's no concerns, I'll take the motion to be postponed to a date certain, which is July 14th, and I'll take that as a second. Before, I guess, I know we're talking about the motion to postpone, I think, given the suggestion of a 15-day agreement, do we have to do that under this agenda item, or can we then, I guess, where do we approve it so that it's not considered to be part of an item on the agenda would be my one question.
Mr. Chair, and I'm looking to Alonzo and Ben to correct me, and Michael, because it's already built into the budget, I don't believe you would have to give any special authorization to the county manager for his signature authority up of that $124,140.79. He could just go ahead and do that, but I do think since Scott is not here, he would really appreciate hearing from each commissioner that that is okay.
Okay. So, all right, given we have a motion on the floor to postpone to a date certain, which is July 14th, 2026. Are there any comments on the postponement?
Yeah, just one, and that's, this is a huge concern just because it does say that we're awarding contracts in the agenda title, and there's no contracts. So that's where I'm at right now. I can get over the rest, but if we're approving a contract, it should probably be in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldon, on this. Madam Vice Chair, did you have any comments before? Okay. All right, if there are no more comments on the postponement, motion to postpone, we'll take a roll call on that. Ready.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Abstaining.
Commissioner Chaparro, Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Thank you, Brandy. And I think at least for just the comments purposes, I think I would support the 15-day approval of a thing with I would support the county manager moving forward with a 15-day agreement with the selected vendors in advance of this item on the 14th. That's just one voice of one commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any other concerns from any of the other commissioners?
I'll put mine in writing.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. I know it's, but it's 1:22. I don't know, commissioners, did you want to take I know we're going to have at least a little bit of a discussion with agenda item number 11. Do we want to take a quick break before we begin discussion, or do you want to keep powering through? All right. So, team, we're going to take a 15-minute break if that's acceptable. We'll come back at about 17-minute. We'll come back at 1:40 p.m. To begin the discussion on agenda item number 11. It's 1:48 PM here. We're going to get started again. Before we go on to agenda item number 11, I did have a request due to time considerations, if we would be willing to do agenda item number 21, which would be under hearings and ordinances. It's a preliminary plat approval for a type 2 subdivision to be known as Solera Springs subdivision. If there's any concerns with that, we can, due to the applicant having to leave here shortly for travel considerations, if we can do that next. So if we can, we'll review agenda item number 21. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
I so moved.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner or Vice Chair Gameros. I'll second the motion. And with that, I know, Albert, I don't know if Christina was going to come or if you're able to present. Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. And I don't know if I'm going to be sworn in.
For preliminary plat, I don't think so, but we'll just be certain, so. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you, okay.
Albert Casillas for the record. What's in front of you today, it's going to be a request for a preliminary plat subdivision that has already been approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. This subdivision is a type 2 subdivision for 371 lots on 60 acres. Lots ranging in size from 0.47 acres to 1.79 acres. This was in conjunction with what's called a community type, a neighborhood community type. Think of this as kind of like a master plan for the subdivision itself, and I'll get into some of those details here in a bit. But just real quick, in regards to the subdivision, all utilities will be underground. Water services will be provided by Moongate Water. Wastewater services will be provided by City of Las Cruces. You know, all the roads are going to be, all internal roads are going to be paved. The main access will be from Coronado Road. All residential lots will have access to paved, maintained roadways. Internal roadways will be maintained by Doña County upon completion of a 1-year warranty period. And the composition of those roads are, you know, minimum 32-foot wide roadways measured from face of curb to face of curb, centered on a 50-foot right-of-way. As part of this community type, there will be neighborhood multi-purpose fields, open spaces, and plazas as part of the community type subdivision. Notice requirements have been met, and the data requirements were reviewed by the appropriate agencies. Yesterday and today, this morning, I did get 2 letters of concern for the proposed subdivision. Those concerns talked about traffic and road improvements out there. If you give me a second, I'll go ahead and hand out those letters for you real quick. And just for the record, the applicant also got a copy of these comments. Like I said, they were barely submitted yesterday and today in the morning. The zoning map, when you look at it, you know, you can see everything in the gray. It's basically city limits. The property is zoned for D2, which, you know, by right, if the applicant wanted to, and with the availability of sewer, you know, you can go down to 6,000 square foot lots. You can build duplexes on each one of those lots. But for the most part, everything around there, it's a D2 medium density residential zoning designation. And like I said, everything in the gray, it's city limits. The blue to the north of the property, that's federal land. And this is just a location map of the 60 acres. Here's a close-up of the property, which you can see those 60 acres are pretty much vacant. So the community type, like I said, I mean, the subdivision was part of, you know, it came along with this community type, which basically allows the applicant to be a little bit more creative with the proposed land uses. In this case, we have medium uses, low uses, and high uses. In terms of residential, you know, we're talking about, you know, single-family homes, duplexes, apartments, and fourplexes. But I'll let the applicant here in a bit kind of give you guys a more visual description of what that means. But basically, we're mixing different residential intensities within the development. As part of this community type and subdivision, it did call out for a town hall meeting when we had this back in late of 2025.
and kind of a more we're zooming out on kind of like where, you know, the 60 acres are located. So we have Jornada Road, passing Peachtree Hills. That's the middle school that's out, you know, at the you know, at the end of Jornada Road. We have Mesa Grande, which is another road here that's on the, you know, that's going to be connecting to the southeast corner of the 60 acres. And there are plans of improving Peachtree Hills all the way from Jornada to Mesa Grande and beyond. Here we have a plat of survey for the 60 acres. You can see, you can kind of get an idea of what kind of right-of-way is already out there. On Jornada Road, we have about 100 feet. Peachtree Hills, we have a combination of 65 on one side and 25 on the other for a total of 85 feet of right-of-way. And then the next couple of slides, it's just the preliminary plat. So the next slides that I have are just going to be pictures of the area. And right now here we're looking at that, this will be the intersection of Jornada and Peachtree. And you can tell that, you know, these are the new apartments that are being built out there. Now that area is within the city limits. Here we're looking Peachtree to the west. And I wanted to show this picture because, you know, you can tell that, you know, as part of the development out here, you know, there's a multi-use trail, there's a sidewalk on the north side of Peachtree. One of the conditions from the Planning and Zoning Commission was to continue that multi-use trail all along the unimproved portion of Peachtree Hills that will be improved. So that was one of the conditions that they stated. And this is Peachtree looking east from Jornada. So all that will have to be improved all the way to Mesa Grande. And just other pictures of the area. So those are just some of the existing subdivisions that are already out there, subject parcels here on the right. And then here we're looking south on North Jornada Road. This would be the western boundary of the subject parcel. You know, other surrounding uses, I mean, you saw the apartments. These are another set of apartments that are located on Jornada Road, adjacent to the subject parcel. And that's basically what the property looks like right now. It's just a desert landscape. This would be the, you know, the northwest corner of the property, which is right next to the middle school. And this is just Category Trail that goes off into the desert, and it eventually connects to Holman Road. Picture of middle school, of the Mesa Middle School. And like I said before, you know, this is a Peachtree Hills, which will be improved.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question?
Commissioner Kimball, yes, please.
Improved by whom?
It's going to be a combination of the county and the applicant and the city of Las Cruces. So I just wanted to clarify that at this point, we're only asking for approval of the preliminary plat. Final design and final construction drawings will have to be approved before we come back for final plat approval. But you know, there are a series of conversations that are ongoing right now between staff, the applicant, and the city of Las Cruces, because there was already money set aside for the improvement of Peachtree Hills. So now with this development coming in, you know, we all have to be on pretty much the same page on what those improvements are going to look like. I know county engineering, they're already well advanced in the design of Peachtree Hills, that they were going to be improving anyways. But now that the applicant's here, and now that you know, there are some conditions that were established by the Planning and Zoning Commission, those designs are going to have to be reviewed a little bit. But I'm going to go back to the survey just so you see where. So pretty much from this point here was going to be, you know, was going to be county improvements anyways. The developer will be, you know, working on their portion of their property for those improvements. And then from Mesa Grande to the east, that's all city limits, which are also on board when it comes to paving Peachtree Hills, all the way from Jornada, past Mesa, Grande to Mesa Street. So it's basically a combination of the county, the applicant, and the city of Las Cruces.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, how long does it take to make that work?
It's in the works right now. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but county engineering, they're already working on setting up a meeting between all entities that are involved.
Mr. Chair?
Imagine you want to put these houses out there without a road going all the way to Mesa Grande, because that dirt road is rough.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. But basically, those improvements will have to be made before the houses go in.
Before the houses are built.
Yes.
That's what I want to know. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Chair, Assistant County Manager Stephen Lopez, to answer Commissioner Kimball's question more specifically on the county's involvement, the county has already completed design work for that road and actually was in the process of getting the construction started already when the construction team discovered that the utilities are not deep enough and are going to have to be relocated. So they're actually in that process right now of relocating those utilities, but that is the only thing holding up the county's portion. The county's portion will extend from Jornada all the way east to Mesa Grande, and we will be putting in a 2-lane, 1 lane each direction, and then on the south side, a 5-foot wide sidewalk.
That'll continue.
So that'll take care of what Commissioner Chaparro has known for at least a couple of years now is a really terrible road. And that will also minimize the future impact when this subdivision comes in and starts on their side of the road, the impact to the residents who already are there on the south side of Peachtree Hills, because we'll already have that road in place.
Okay, Mr. Chair, so then what about Jornada Road? Does it need to be made?
North Jornada Road, that's going to be a related discussion, because as you look at it right now, it is designed to be 2 lanes each direction. And right now it is only 1 lane each direction. And you can see on the east side of the lanes that the median cuts are already there and curb and gutter is already there for that future expansion. But the city has an approach where they require developers to go in and put in the road where they go. This will be in the city limits there on North Jornada Road. And so we're going to have to work with them because it'll leave a gap between where this property is near the middle school and the intersection of Peachtree and North Jornada.
And so what do we do now?
We will, as Albert mentioned, the team from Public Works is definitely going to work with the developer and see how we can work this to try to get what is the term is complete streets. And that would include that multi-use trail that Albert's talking about. It would just cross over to the north side to go all the way up to Mesa Grande and then cross back down to meet the further east segment.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I have a ton of questions after Commissioner Kimball asked her questions.
Well, do you mind if I ask a question real quick, just because I
Sure.
wanted to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Kimball's question? But I think it was just something that you said, because I think the question I have is, you said it's the city, or on Jornada Road, it's the city property, but it's my understanding it's half and half because it's right along the border. And the reason I say that is because there's been a request from some of our LCPS officials that there be for a sidewalk on Jornada Road as you go up to Mesa, because that's one of the things that's missing in terms of infrastructure. And there's been this discussion, ongoing discussion between the city and the county because of that boundary line there. And so I'm just kind of curious and understanding is, because of that, whose responsibility really is it, the city or county? And then I think particularly the concern I have with, as we're looking on Peachtree Hills, my hope is that we do the similar with a sidewalk on Jornada Road, so that it's on matches on both sides, so that you have, especially for the kids that are coming in from the community, they have a safe walking path to be able to walk on.
Mr. Chair, yes, you are correct on all of that. There is a boundary line there because of where things come in and out of the city limits. So we do have that shared responsibility. The county is, in fact, when we started talking about paving Peachtree Hills, asked the city if they would be interested in annexing that area. They have declined to do so at this point, hence why we've moved forward with the paving and the sidewalk on the south side.
But I hear Sunland Park might want to take it. Sorry.
So as to we will definitely have to be working as city, county, and the developer to make sure this works. I'm glad you highlighted the Las Cruces Public Schools impact because this is a number of homes. We would assume that there would be children coming from there going both to the middle school as well as the elementary school a little bit further down Peachtree Hills. So traffic safety is absolutely going to need to be a high priority in the design work before final plat approval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Tomato. Sorry.
And that you asked one of the questions I was going to ask Chair Sanchez, but I've been out there with Dan and Albert. I talked to you, I think it was like 2 years ago regarding this issue. My concern is along Peachtree Hills and Jornada. I know that we've had to put up dirt berms because of four-wheelers and parents turning around in that area to drop off their children. And if we're talking about just 2 lanes on Peachtree Hill, I personally don't think it's sufficient. And so I don't mind development. I think just looking at the plan, it's a fine plan. It follows along with Los Pueblos and what they did off of North Rise. And I really like that idea. You have a more expensive home, then you have apartments, then you have duplexes and triplexes, and I think that neighborhood works really well. So I'm looking forward to this neighborhood in this area. I'm concerned about Peachtree Hills. I'm very concerned about Mesa Grande and that development by, is it Mr. Jones, Royal Jones, that is going to stretch from one side of US 70 all the way across to the south side of US 70, and if we are taking that into account, that traffic in that area is going to become very congested. And as the chair said, having sidewalks and trails for the students to get to their school and homes, that is first and foremost on my mind. I've been out there and it's a mess. It's a mess in the morning when the kids get to school, and it's a mess in the afternoon when they're picked up by their parents. So I'd like to see a more detailed plan of how that's going to work for our students, Albert, if you don't mind. And if we're talking to the city regarding the money and the improvements of what is going to be done on Peachtree Hills, you're saying it's the developer, the city, and the county. How much money is the county putting in as compared to the city and the developers? I think it's a fine idea. I do. I like the plan. It's a good plan for constructing in that area, and I think it's much needed. We have the land, but I'm very concerned about the traffic flow, quite frankly, especially with all those Peachtree apartments there. It's going to become a problem sooner than later, and if we're going to put improvements in, then let's put in the 4 lanes to begin with and just not have to tear it up and redo it again. Okay. That's my recommendation, commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Any other questions, comments? Okay.
I'll keep on, moving forward with the presentation. And like I said, I mean, in the end, just think about any kind of conditions that you guys might want to add to the ones that already the PMT already added on here. So, and I'll go over those conditions here in a bit. So yeah, so just these couple of slides were just pictures of existing road conditions out there. You guys are pretty familiar with Peachtree Hills already. This is from the southeast corner of the property, looking down into Mesa Grande Drive, which is the other city roadway that's out there. So that would be another exit point for the subdivision once it's fully built out. And these are just included in your packet, but these are the sections of the code that we have to look at. The staff findings were already included in your packet as well. And then I'm just going to go over the staff recommendations and the conditions from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Number one was that this was in conjunction with that community type that I talked about. Number 2, continuity of planning services and infrastructure between the city, county, and school district should be considered. You know, we agree with that. Final construction drawings shall include a shared use path, multi-use path along the county improvements on Peachtree Hills. Paying for pedestrian crossings for students to pass from the new subdivision to the school and back along North Coronado Road. And then the P&Z wanted the applicant to kind of update their site threshold assessment and revise some of their traffic counts before final construction drawings were approved. So those were the 5 conditions that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended to the BOCC. And with that said, like I said, the applicant is here. They do have a PowerPoint, which kind of gives you guys more of a visual rendering of what the subdivision is going to look like. And their engineer is here as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess if there's no questions for Albert, I'll invite the applicant up if they'd like to provide any information.
Can we get the other PowerPoint?
And while they're pulling up the PowerPoint, if you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record and we'll swear you in.
Kent Thurston.
Thank you, sir. If you don't mind, raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. All right. I think.
All right, I'm just waiting for this to come up. And thank you for allowing us to go forward, move us up on the agenda today. My engineer has to catch a flight back. So we ended up using a group out of Phoenix for the purpose of, they do this mixed use, this type of product a lot down in that area. And so I had to find an engineer that can deal with the differences of this type of a subdivision than just our normal regular subdivision that we have been doing. So this one is going to be called Solera Springs, as you've seen or heard. Here's the site, so I don't want to really go too much on the site. This is the area of the where we're still going to have a lot of those questions of the unimproved road section. That we do understand it is a problem, but it's also in the stage in which we have to negotiate back and forth with the construction drawings. So this is typical in my world of doing construction, and when you're doing subdivisions, there's always traffic issues, there's always obstacles that we have to overcome. And so this is going to be typically once we get the preliminary plat approved, then all of the discussions go with staff, and we got to figure out how to make everything work, because they won't approve anything that's not good for the county either. And in this case, I have to deal with the county and at the city at the same time. So there's going to be double layer of scrutiny on this one and making sure everything is there. And on top of that, we do have the school right next door as well. So we got three agencies that really want to make sure that the traffic goes properly, that we have a lot of, there's some hurdles to overcome really on the traffic side and on the off-site improvements. So we currently have a meeting set up. I think it's next month to go over all of the intersections, because there is the county has money right now to improve, if you can see on the screen there, from that intersection, which is Coronado, over to the Mesa, I think it's Mesa Grande. So there is that portion. So we are having to deal with some of the issues here, trying to figure out how to go from a 2-lane to a 4-lane, right? Then it goes back down to a 2-lane. And then you have the same thing on this side, is where you have a 2-lane, but then you go to a 4-lane, back to a 2-lane. So we recently just did another project on the other side of town inside the city of Las Cruces, and what we ended up doing is we ended up negotiating out with them to be the benefit of the city and also of those around the area. We ended up improving off-site and trading different things, so in order to make the traffic actually flow properly. So it is something that we're used to doing. We do have to deal with that, and so that's in this meeting right here. We're not saying the problem is over with the traffic, right? That is still going to be an ongoing with all the engineers and making sure that happens and making sure that we have all that. One of the stipulations at the school that Planning and Zoning did want us to put on there is so that this little spot right here that will have the students be able to have a safe walking path into there, which we 100% agree with. We want that. And then there was also a pathway. The city does have on the south side a multi-use path that comes out here. Theirs is on the south side, so trying to have connectivity is another thing that we're gonna figure out how to make that work, because we also own this piece here, and the city wanted us to put a multi-use path here on the south side, so we're gonna be connecting that. So it would be nice to, still figure out how do I keep this multi-use path on the whole south side, so that when someone actually does use it, it'll connect all the way through. So those are some of the behind-the-scenes hurdles that we're trying to overcome. And just really it's more just, good communication between all the agencies and making sure that things actually flow well for the end user and the pedestrians, that are gonna be out there using it. So now, I'm gonna kind of go on to showing you what we've tried to do. It's gonna be 371 lots, but what we really like about this and being able to use in the UDC, it allows for more flexibility. And in the current economics right now, it is tough for people to buy a house. Costs have gone up, and so what we have really tried to do is find a way that we can mix in affordable housing along with a normal subdivision and still be able to create, not really, one issue I've seen in planning is we put a lot of affordable housing all in one area, and then it just kind of gets the stigma on it of affordable housing. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to be able to put affordable housing throughout this in a manner in which it's conducive to still having a better lifestyle for everybody out there. So it's a really neat little concept. These ones actually don't have any garages. We're gonna try to be around 900 square feet and under, probably two bedroom, one bath. But then we're gonna have a nice park right in front of it. These ones are gonna be alley loaded. And let me see if I can go along. I have some, they're gonna be alley loaded. So let me show you a couple of pictures. So here's some of the product that we've seen in other places. So this is the alley load. And really what we're trying to do is we're trying to densify basically the houses in there, but then by doing so, we still need to create a lifestyle that people can live. Because one, I need to afford a house, right? And so in order to do that, we have to densify the land. But then I also got to worry about the people living in there. So I don't want to just build a dense neighborhood and then everybody hate living there. So we're trying to now then create all these wonderful community spaces and open spaces like this that you're going to end up seeing. So we have paseos in between houses. The one thing that I really like about the paseos is if you can kind of picture the mom that lives here with her kids. So the front of the house is actually going to be to where like some of the parks are. So it's going to be able to remove the car from the kids. So as the mom kind of sits out here, she can hang out with her little kids and they're running around and she doesn't have to worry about all the cars, that car traffic like we see in a typical subdivision where the front door is right by the road. So we do have some of that product, and that product, it'll kind of look like this. See the front of the houses? Here's the front of the houses, and then they'll have that little area that they can play in. This is that alley load concept, so the backs will look like this, so that's where we get the separation between the cars and the pedestrians. There's some parking, but let me come back up. Sorry if you get dizzy on me scrolling so fast. I want to go to the color one. So you're gonna see, these are like the alley load, and this is the high density area. But right in through here is gonna be that paseo where some of the moms are gonna be able to sit there with the kids, or the dads are gonna sit there with the kids. And the same thing here is these are gonna front those parks. You're gonna have this same opportunity over here. They're gonna be able to front that park and really trying to create more of that neighborhood feel, more just that accessibility for families to be in there. We do have 9 acres of total open space between the paseos, between all of the parks, in a 60-acre piece here. We've really tried to have the design happen to where you're entering and then going to see the park. And the same thing on this side is when you enter in, you're gonna see the park instead of, on some subdivisions, when you come in, all you see is just the rows of houses and you're saying, well, I at least have a house to live in. We're really trying to create that atmosphere of like, this is a fun place to live. And it's a good place to come home and, still be able to have access to parks in your neighborhood. Now we have totally different products. So this right here, the high, this is gonna be our most affordable, like I've already said, no garages, probably 900 square foot max. Then we're gonna jump over here into this product. This is still in our high product. We're trying to keep this still detached. One of the things that we hear on the home building side is they like to have the detached, so you still kind of have your more privacy. So we're coming up with floor plans here that it's a detached, it's a 20-foot wide product. Most of these will probably end up being 2-story due to the nature of the size of the lot and the product that we're trying to go for. Then the medium density, let me see which one's the medium. The medium density are these ones right here. They're still the alley load. So it's gonna be these, but these are a little bit bigger. So we can have more, these ones we might be able to add a little bit of a side courtyard for them to have their more private space as well. And then you go back to the typical density over here is the low density. And these ones will be your normal garage in front, front door in front. So we're trying to have a mixed use of product throughout this whole thing. And here's what the parks are. We're attempting to see if we can make them look like this. We're trying to put the pickleball courts out there, shaded areas. These are the 2 different parks. Pickleball is like, for some reason, has taken off like crazy. It's the sport that little kids can play, and it's a sport that, you know, retirees can play as well. So it just seems to be the go-to amenity in cities and communities now. We're gonna have a little tot lot, and we're really trying to use the multi-purpose field to really have an area for kids to run around and play in. The next one is our last park that we have in here, and these are kind of the things we're gonna try to make a little bit cuter fencing, cornhole, multi-use field, some shaded tot lot, little basketball courts as well, and then some shaded ramadas. That's kind of the character of the area that we're trying to do. Because of the density also, we do need to add some parking lots out there. So we do have parking, so when someone's gonna come visit you, you have that as well. So with that, I'm gonna stand for any questions, and we hope you approve this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Chaparro.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. I really like this idea because I lived in Los Pueblos, and so there were 2 bedroom, 2 bath homes, 3 bedroom, 2 bath homes, and there were townhomes. And it was a nice little area, and the parking was out there for visitors. Then you had the more expensive homes on the side. But have you thought about wachas instead of cornhole playing? This is Hispanic.
What is wachas? Washers. Oh, the washer game. Sure, I'll put that in for you.
Okay. And you can put it right along that side.
You're gonna make that one of the conditions up there, and I'm gonna put that in.
It's a suggestion. I'll play with you. My daddy taught me how to play that. I'm really concerned about the traffic in that area. I've been out there several times in the last 4 years because I have a lot of complaints with the parents picking up their children and the dangerous situation that's out there. So you also mentioned that the smallest homes would be 900 square feet?
We might even do smaller than that. We might be around the 600 to 900 square feet. And we're seeing that product in other towns that we've gone to figure out how do you get people into more affordability. And so we thought 600 feet was absolutely small. And we're saying, how would anybody live in that? So when we went and visited these little neighborhoods, it actually turns out pretty good. We were shocked. And so I even took the guy who's over our construction management with us, and he's like, there's no way we're gonna be doing these. And then when we showed up to the site, he goes, oh, we could build these. But the trick is you still gotta make them cute. We're not trying to make them, we gotta make them affordable, but we're really trying to make the outside of them cute. And then the one key thing that we saw this was in Sugar Land, Texas. They did taller ceilings and then more windows. So it wasn't feeling like it was the cheapest thing, but it was hitting a price point that nobody else could hit. And so we're really still trying to create it to where, like, these people that are living in an apartment complex and saying, I'd love to own a home, but there's no chance for me to own a home. Well, they're already living in 500 square feet. And so when you give those people an extra 150 square feet to an extra 300 square feet, but it finally fits their budget, and it's something that they can own and start to create some equity in it and create some wealth, then future down the road, they can finally sell that and be able to buy something larger for them as well. So it really is kind of a little bit of a niche. Also, we've sold some other stuff that was only a little 1,100 square feet, 1,200 square feet, and it was attached product. And we were seeing a lot of activity from people saying, hey, my mom would like to live in the same subdivision as us, but she doesn't need a big place. She just needs the little place because when we do anything,
Like a casita.
she comes to our house. And so she still wants to be able to own something and things like that. So there is a niche for that. And in the place that we did the research from, it was actually taking off. And so it seemed to fit that need. Once again, it was like 600 square feet. But it works. So.
Well, thank you. But just to go along with that, I think 900 square feet is good. 600 square feet, that's 60 by 100. And that's a small place. And I think in this area, at least it's been my experience, there's a lot of children. So the casita, I don't know. I haven't seen the research, but the casita idea may or may not work. But I'd still like to go back to the traffic because that's my biggest concern, this area. I think your idea in a mixed neighborhood is it's a very good idea. I think it'll work. And I do agree with you, it would give people an opportunity to move from an apartment into a place that, be a beginner home and create generational wealth. I like that idea of creating generational wealth. But we really need to work on that road. And Mr. Lopez, I know that Royal is in that area, and he's going to start his subdivisions here, in the next couple of years? So maybe connecting with him as well and really creating a road that works for everyone in that area, connecting to Mesa Grande. Because if we're not doing it now, if we're not having the vision to think about that traffic that may be coming when that Mesa Road is extended in the next 2 years to 5 years, and shame on us, because we'll be spending money and then having to dig it up again and then widen the road and putting that pressure of that road construction on that entire neighborhood. I think that's going to be something that we really need to think about, because if not, it's going to be shame on us. So I'd like for you, Mr. Thurston, and talk to our staff that's very capable of doing that, and maybe talking to Royal and making sure that that works in the next couple of years and that it works for everyone, so that we don't have to say, darn it, we messed up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Mr. Chair, if I can just offer a follow-up comment to Commissioner Chaparro. Right now, this as drawn on the preliminary plat, and I'm going to emphasize this is preliminary, so the board is not authorizing it to look exactly like this. If you can go back to where it's showing actual roads, you'll see on the right-hand side there, go back one more, the other direction, sorry. That one right there. You'll notice that Mesa Grande is on the east side of this subdivision. Per the Mesilla Valley Metropolitan Planning Organization's plans, Mesa Grande is supposed to be a major arterial running all the way to the high school, and it's showing here. That should probably be seen as the main feeder in and out of this neighborhood, because that is how the roads are designed. Peachtree was never intended to be a major arterial. Minor arterial, arguably, but definitely not a major arterial. So anybody that would be coming out right there on the Peachtree Hills exit would most likely be then immediately turning and going to Mesa Grande, because they're likely not going to then drive all the way down to Jornada and then get on Jornada, which is one lane each direction, to get down to the frontage road, which has no access to Highway 70. Most of them would probably be using that Mesa Grande drive. But staff can absolutely, from Public Works, work with Mr. Thurston on on how that might be able to be improved to really take advantage of what Mesa Grande should be long-term of that major boulevard.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lopez, you articulate far better than I do. But if we can start thinking about traffic signals, crosswalks, pathways along Mesa Grande as well, I'd be very grateful because I can just, that growth is astronomical up there. We're going to double the size in the next 10 years. That's my opinion. So if we can work towards that, I'd be very appreciative.
Yes.
And tell your daddy he owes me a burger.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Any other questions? Commissioner
Mr.
Kimball?
Chair, I'd just like to bring up 371 dwellings is going to be between 300 and 600 cars, potentially. That's a lot. And Peachtree Canyon Apartments just opened, and I don't know how many are there, but that's 1,000 cars in that area now. And Peachtree may not be designated as the main arterial, but it's going to be used. So I think that needs to be a really big focus and doesn't need to fall between the cracks. And I think it's a great idea. I love the neighborhood. I think it's going to be excellent. And then again, Jornada's going to be the road because the people on this end, our kids don't walk to school unless they're really close. So people are going to go to Jornada as well to go to the school. And so all the roads need all the attention. And Mesa Grande can be a highway for all at once, but the other roads also need as much love as we can give them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kimball.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez.
Thank you for bringing this to us. I actually love this kind of thought process, how to achieve affordable housing in our community. Back in St. Louis and a lot of our suburbs, there's models that are very similar to that. And it works really well with the Paseo going down the middle, just the green space, sharing it with your neighbors. I'm sure my mother would love to retire to something like this to be closer to me and her grandkids. Hopefully she's watching. But I think it's great. And, you know, I'm not going to lie. I am probably one of those individuals. A 700 square foot home was the best house I ever lived in because literally I could clean it in like 2.5 hours. And I was the happiest person in the world. So I think this is great. This is totally achievable. I love the affordability. I love the green spaces. I'm really excited to see how this works out. And I think county staff is probably really excited to see how this works out. We've been really focusing on housing in our communities, especially here at the county level. So if this really does work out and we see some great results here, we might be able to see that being mimicked in places like Vado and Mesquite where housing is already without. So I'm really excited to see this. So thank you for bringing this to us today.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments for Albert? Or all right. Any public input? Please. And if you don't mind, before I got to get you sworn in as part of. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if you say your name for the record.
Christy Thomas.
Thank you.
I would just like to suggest to Mr. Thurston and to the board here that they consider putting in some of these houses to be fully wheelchair accessible and adaptable for handicapped and disabled individuals. And so to please think about design for accessibility in doorways and restrooms, most specifically.
Awesome.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public input? All right. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 21.
Commissioner Sheldon Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Awesome. All right. We're at the end of our agenda. Yay, just kidding. I wished. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to.
Mr. Chair.
All right. We're
Mr. Chair, I know we've got some other people that are waiting around for items number 17 and 18. Would you mind if we move those up as well?
Sure. I don't have any concerns about that if there's no one from the commission. All right, do you want us to do 17 or 18 first?
Yes.
Okay, 17? All right, we'll hit 17 first.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second
Second.
to approve resolution supporting proposed land swap between U.S. Bureau of Land Management and the New Mexico State Land Office. Mr. Lopez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is a resolution for your consideration to support a project that has been underway for several years and that will still take a few more years before it is finished up. But this is really encouraging both sides, the Bureau of Land Management and the New Mexico State Land Office, to expedite the process of the land exchange that they have been working on. This actually covers multiple counties in southwestern New Mexico, including most of it in Doña County. This is the result of the John D. Dingle Jr. Conservation Management and Recreation Act. There is an entire website that has been up and active for a little while about this, and the goals are really to consolidate BLM land around the Organ Mountain Desert Peaks. Right now, there are numerous state land parcels embedded within there that the State Land Office cannot financially use, cannot really lease out. And that would allow the State Land Office then to acquire land that the BLM has in areas where we see huge potential for economic development. Here is a map of the Doña County sections that are being looked at. Each of these squares represents 1 square mile. The purple is land that the State Land Office owns that would be moving towards BLM. And the blue is the land that BLM currently owns that would be going to the New Mexico State Land Office. And you'll see that there are kind of 2 corridors where the State Land Office would be acquiring their land. Real heavily in the Santa Teresa Industrial Park area, and then along Interstate 10, where they would be able to future commercialize that. And then you can see all the purple squares that would be going into the Organ Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument. So this is just a resolution indicating that the county is interested or is supporting the land exchange and encouraging rapid movement. And so with that, I'll take any questions and then any public comment.
Commissioners, any questions?
More of just a comment, really, for anyone that's tuning in. So I know that they are going to have a lot of different public input opportunities on this in the future. I believe there's a bunch being scheduled, but I just wanted to point that out because it is a collaboration between members of the public, tribes, and local governments. So I know that there's a lot of different entities involved in this. So stay tuned for the public comments.
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to add, I think one of the things that's particularly, I know we talked a little bit about Slot Canyon. You know, one of the things that we see in the monument at the moment is these tracks that are in between. And so I think if you've ever gone on some of these areas, they are either closed off or some of these you may not, you're not always sure, you know, where you're supposed to be because of the fact that you keep swapping between land that's different jurisdictions. And so this will provide some contiguous area for the BLM and the monument, but especially like in the Slot Canyon area where we're wanting to increase access, make it safer rather than having to climb fences or go under fences and having to enter into land that you're supposed to have a permit and not, et cetera. I think it just helps create a better situation for the public and for Doña County, especially when we look at our outdoor activities and our outdoor economy as well. So, but thank you. Any public comment? I think they may have left.
I think they left. Okay.
All right, if there's no public comment and no other questions, then Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 17.
Can I please ask who made the motion and who?
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez made the motion. The second was by Vice Chair Gameros.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-81.
All right. Thank you, Brandy. All right, agenda item number 18 is approve resolution supporting development of all access parks and establishing a cooperative agreement with Parks for All. If I get a motion and a second to begin discussion.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by.
Me.
Me. I always give it to you. I always give it to you,
I'll do
Chris.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Fine.
Will you do this? Is it a second or?
Yeah, I'll take the second.
All right. A motion by Commissioner Chaparro, a second by Commissioner Saljo Hernandez.
Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Stephen Lopez, Assistant County Manager. And this resolution for your consideration is to indicate the board's interest and intent in developing an all-access park, a showcase all-access park, and establishing a cooperative agreement with the grassroots organization called Parks for All LC to really design something that all residents of Doña County can enjoy. We originally were looking at a 10 to 15 acre park. By the way, this has been moving extremely quickly, and I so far have not heard anybody against the concept. Lots of people who are acknowledging they've never been able to take their kids or their siblings to parks because they haven't been able to take advantage of what this could deliver. So we are now, thanks to two of the commissioners, who I will not single out, but feel free to acknowledge yourselves, it went from that 10 to 15 acres to maybe 400 acres. Just for people's reference, that would put it over half the size of Central Park in New York City. But there is a really good parcel of land that would support this. It would take approximately 30 years to build all that out, but we'd be doing it in neighborhoods. Each neighborhood designed to create engagement experiences. So there might be a dinosaur neighborhood. And when you go into the dinosaur neighborhood, you're able to park really close to the dinosaur neighborhood gate. You go in, and there are dinosaur bones on the walls that kids can touch. Dinosaur tracks in the concrete that they can follow. So we are definitely, over 30 years, lots of opportunity for lots of different neighborhoods. Somebody recommended maybe we look at a reptile neighborhood. That is probably the only neighborhood my kids would never visit. They're not big on snakes, and they might go to the insect neighborhood that we have, as long as it doesn't have. You're right. So, but this really does give the ability to develop something that all of our residents can really benefit from. And the nice thing is, as we develop neighborhoods, we'll have the plans for a neighborhood, and we could duplicate that neighborhood somewhere else in the county with virtually no additional design needed. So that doesn't mean this would be the only place in Doña County where these amenities would be. It really could be expanded out in pieces depending on what fits a community. So with that being said, I would like to, with the chair's permission, invite up members of Parks for All Las Cruces, or LC, to kind of share their vision and what they've been talking about.
We should have had this before our plat approval here. Good afternoon, and thanks for your patience. I know you wanted to spend all afternoon with the county commissioners.
I love being here with you guys. Thank you so much. Do I need to introduce myself?
Yes, please.
I'm Olivia Kirkpatrick, and this is Lanny Bradley and Christy Thomas. And I want to thank you so much I want to thank Mr. Lopez so much for being such an advocate for us to have this partnership. I know I came before you before to talk about the park and our vision for this, and having it we're almost 4 months into this, and to have it only take this long when I fully anticipated it being a year to get to this point shows how much the people, we've had a lot of community support, community leaders who have supported this, and I know you haven't voted yet. I fully anticipate 5 yeses. So I want to thank you all for supporting this, because as I've found from the start of this, our disabled community, they don't have anything for them. So having a place, a green space to go and recreate and have something where they're included and they're not othered is important. And I think it's an important message that we send to our community, that they are valued and that we do see them as equals. So again, having a space where it's not just a playground, it is an actual park for everybody of all abilities and all ages, so that entire families, generations can go to one spot and fully enjoy it. Again, we've said presence is not participation, so being able to have that all is wonderful. I'm going to try not to get into the nitty-gritty details of it, of what we want in there, because there's a lot. So 400 acres will fill it for you if you let us. But thank you again, and I look forward to where this partnership goes and what we can bring for the community and different areas of the community as well. So thank you.
My name is Lanny Bradley. I have spent the better part of the summer traveling all around the country with my family, road tripping. And whilst doing that, I have stopped at as many all abilities parks as I possibly can to see what they have done right, what they've done wrong, things that are most places have in parks, like, oh, we have these great features but are inaccessible, to see where the shortcomings are so that we don't do that. We want to make sure that we're building something or helping design something that can bring everyone here to our beautiful county, but also that everyone who is already here can enjoy all the time, forever, so.
And having a showcase destination park actually is so great for all of southern New Mexico. Not only is it an enormous value to the individuals that are affected with disabilities, but it's an economic value. Not only are you investing in the health and well-being of people with disabilities, but they have an enormous amount of income that they bring in and spend in your community. So by investing in the disabled and these individuals, you're actually probably starting the groundwork of a wonderful nationwide relationship of bringing in families and having a lot of spending power brought here by doing so.
Awesome, thank you. And thank you for your patience with us. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Chaparro?
Thank you. Comment, not a question, but Mr. Lopez and Commissioner Kimball and I met for lunch, and it was with much delight and joy that this subject was brought up. As you know, we had former Commissioner Murillo, who is a disabled person, and just spending time with her opened my eyes to how difficult life is when one doesn't have the ability to stand up, to run, to walk, to push a door without having to think about, do I have to push a button or what it is. And it was just such an exciting lunch. We started thinking about precisely what you said, making it a destination, having RV parking so that children can go and enjoy a swing that their wheelchair might fit in, or a merry-go-round, or a mini museum, or whatever it is that is needed for them. So thank you very, very much for commencing this. And I want to thank Mr. Lopez. You are such a genius at this. When we sat with you for an hour, you blew my mind, Stephen. So thanks for that. We just started adding idea upon idea upon idea about this, and then the Central Park issue came by. I mean, we just started going off in tangents that you wouldn't believe, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And maybe forming an advisory committee of people with disabilities might come into play, because I know they see it differently than I do. And
is
former Commissioner
absolutely-
Murillo said she'd be more than happy to be part of that for you.
We would
So
love
thanks
her,
again.
because that is definitely part of our plan, is to contact a lot of the professionals around town to have them in an advisory role, because they would definitely know what is needed for this community. And as Lanny has said from the start, we want this to be built by the community, not for the community. So having them involved definitely makes that a reality.
Thank you.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair?
Campbell? Yeah.
What I'd like to say, we had a lot of fun planning it, thinking about it. But I don't want anybody to be deterred on the fact that Stephen said this could be a 30-year project. We're going to start on things soon. We're going to start with what we can and grow through the years. And I'm invoking Cassie McClure, who's the city councilor, and she said a gentleman had talked to her and said, when are you going to get that slide fixed? And she said, well, we're working on it. And he goes, I'd just like it fixed before my kid doesn't want to use it anymore, basically. So we do want to get started soon on the things that we can start soon and then grow and grow and grow. So it's going to be a large project, and we were really excited about it. And I'm so pleased that y'all are fighting so hard for this. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I want to say I'm excited because I think not just is this about an all abilities park, but because we're basically committing here, as you know, I know it's just a resolution, but I think it's a commitment to put more parks across the county. And I think that's one of the things that we need is more outdoor spaces in all of our communities, because, you know, I give you an example is, you know, in Rincon, small community, they love their park. I mean, to the point that, you know, I remember one of the things that when I first became commissioner, someone had, I think they planted some hollyhocks or something, and they were coming up, and our facilities team, not knowing, went and sprayed.
Oh.
And so they were really frustrated. But it's just that type of ownership that our communities have with these outdoor spaces. But on top of it is, when we think ADA compliance is just the bare minimum and doesn't take into account, like what Commissioner Chaparro was saying, what people with disabilities, and there's so many more disabilities than just simply being in a wheelchair.
Right.
That have to be taken into account that we don't think of because we don't have a family member or a friend or anybody has to go through that. So it's looking at it from a different lens that will help us make these outdoor spaces so much more accessible. And I just want to add one other comment, because this is just a little personal note. Stephen, you know, you talked about, you know, joking about Dinosaur Park or whatever. My kids, if you've ever been to the North Las Cruces Park, I think it's off of like Lavender and Elks. Yeah, exactly. My kids don't know it as North Las Cruces Park. They know it as Scorpion Park. The Gomez Park, which is off of, is it, I think, Espina, is to them is Spiderweb Park. They don't know parks' actual names except for the features and the themes, and they'll be like, since they were little kids, right? Can we go to Scorpion Park? Can we go here? Can we go there? And so, you know, like I said, these parks create identities within your communities that our families, just especially kids, get tied to. And these are like special places that we get to go. And so I'm excited for not just doing, you know, this like a showcase park, but the fact, like I said, to me, that we're trying to go up to 400 acres. So thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you for the vision and pushing for this. So.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just have a question. I know it says parks for all Las Cruces. Are you guys just thinking about Las Cruces or throughout the county?
Throughout the county.
Throughout the county, okay.
Yeah.
Because that would be really nice, because during my campaign, I did meet some individuals that had children that were disabled. And one of the issues that the parents were telling me was like, we live in the middle of nowhere. We're right in the middle. And I have to go all the way to Las Cruces to go find some activity for my child, or either to El Paso. And that was one thing that, you know, I kind of felt bad for them, because really in my area, my district, other than Sunland Park, you know, all that area, we really don't have any parks. In Anthony, we have one park.
You have over 19,000 disabled people in Doña County.
Actually, 33,000.
Oh,
That's
33, I'm
Las Cruces,
sorry.
yeah, 33,500 as of 2024. So there's
And there's not one that has been built with the intention or remodeled with the intention of being genuinely accessible, to include restrooms, adult changing tables, places where wheelchairs can access. So that is why this is so important. When you start something from the ground up and you build it the right way, then everyone has that opportunity. My family would love one park.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying about these smaller communities, that they're not able to travel as well or every weekend. So having something that's closer to them, maybe on a smaller scale, definitely is something that I personally have thought of. And I've seen done when I went to this workshop, so on a smaller scale, that still is inclusive and has something. So I'm really hoping that that's something that can be taken into account as well. I shared some plans with Justin, and I'm excited to see what they can do with that. So, yeah.
I think even to what you're saying, Vice Chair Gameros, I would love for us to just implement these, like some of these requirements that, you know, we have some feature or something, and that becomes a standard for all of our parks or all of our facilities, something of that nature, so that, they said, it just becomes part of our design standard, that we will always have something, especially, like I said, in, not just focused on the city of Las Cruces, but all over the county. So thank you so much, Vice Chair Gameros.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Everyone said it all, so I'm good, Mr. Chair. But I'm very excited.
All right. Any other public input? All right. Well, it looks like there's no
Okay,
questions, comments, or public input. I don't know if the.
I was just going to highlight one thing, Mr. Chair, and that is the location that we are looking at. This is a BLM parcel that on the south side is Peachtree Hills, and on the east side is Holman Road. And if you look on the far left of the screen, it's just cut off there, is the subdivision that we were just talking about. So this is very close to that subdivision, very close to what Commissioner Chaparro was mentioning is already being discussed by some other major developers in the area. It's the fastest growing area in all of Doña County from a housing standpoint. So it does work out very well, and I'm very happy to say that had that meeting with City Manager Ikani Tamapo on Monday and mentioned this to them, and they're very interested in partnering with us on this type of adventure, I'm gonna call it. So this really is about all of Doña Ana County residents. So with that, happy to take any other questions you all might have.
Mr. Chair, I think we've asked all the questions. I mean, besides more comments on a job well done.
Absolutely. Okay. Doesn't sound like any, so I think we're good. Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 18.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes?
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you very
That
much.
does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-82.
Thank you. All right. We'll move back to agenda item number 11, which is a resolution adopting the 2028 to 2032 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. If I can get a motion, a second.
So moved.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Vice Chair Gameros. I'll second the motion. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mary Trail.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Gameros, and Commissioners, we are here to present the 2028 through 2032 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan that we will be presenting to the DFA and our legislators. Here to present is Laura Gutierrez, our ICIP coordinator.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm Laura Gutierrez, the CIP coordinator, and today.
And if you wouldn't mind just adjusting the microphone just so we can, it's just a little, we're barely getting you. There you go.
Just hold it like this. Okay, so I'm here to present the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Projects 2028 that
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. 2028, that's 2032 Teams Retreat Feedback / ranking results by district and next steps and deadlines. This over here is the Doña County 2028, that's 2032 ICIP projects team retreat feedback / voting results by district for a total of 35 ICIP projects, in which I think you receive a spreadsheet on your package for more details.
The Community Land Trust. I know that's one of the Go Bond, but the Community Land Trust
I don't believe it's in
project.
District 3.
Oh, it's right here.
But I don't think it's in District 3.
Oh,
And
You're
East
saying-
Mesa Flood, is that in District 3 or is that in District 2? Because it's Moongate
The
Road,
Community Land Trust would be in District 4,
District 4.
yes.
And then East Mesa Flood Control, if it's Moongate Road, that's not in District 3. I'm just saying, they're still not correctly in our districts. from what we talked in the retreat.
Yes.
Probably doesn't matter, but they're not in our districts. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So these aren't in District 3.
And I think, I mean, there's just little things, like I think the secondary road for Picacho Hills was listed as secondary school. I mean, I don't know where it's just minor things, but I think as long as they're inputted correctly. So as we're reviewing, I don't know if you want to, I don't know if there's another slide, if you want to move on or.
I can move on and then we can come back to this slide if you have questions.
please.
Thank you.
actually, I have a quick question, Mr. Chair. Whenever we submit these ICIP lists, we have to include an address, correct? Project address?
Project address, that is correct.
Okay, is that how we're pulling up these district numbers?
I don't have that answer, but Mary will be answering that question to you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. So the request for this information, actually, there may not be an address provided. It may just be the latitude or the longitude. So a lot of this information, remember the districts have changed. And so we may have the old information, but if there is any adjustments that need to be made, we can make those adjustments.
Okay, do we have a list of them from the board retreat that need to be
They weren't
changed?
right at the board retreat either.
Yeah, but we corrected them, didn't we?
And then we vetted them, but there were only 5 listed in District 3, and 2 of them weren't actually in District 3.
Yeah. Okay.
So there were only 3 we could have even vetted for District 3. So the whole process has been a little bit flawed in picking these.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, are your comments about the community land trust, are you saying that it is not in District 3?
I don't think it is. I think it's up by,
Yeah, it's in
It's in
Commissioner
District 4.
Tapato's district.
it's in Commissioner Chaparro's district.
Okay,
It's not in District 3. And I don't think that the Moongate Water, East Mesa, is in District 3 either.
No, it's in District 2.
So there are 3 in District 3 instead of 5.
we will go ahead and make that adjustment. Thank you.
So next slide is the continuation of the summary from previous slide list. And this one will show the top 10 overall, ranking by district, starting by the Arroyo, Rinconada project with 29 votes, and ending on the number 10, ranking 10th, Chaparral Drainage District 3 with 19 votes. The next PowerPoint slide is the next steps and deadlines. And in this BOCC regular meeting, we are asking the board, respectfully, asking the Board of County Commissioners for an approval of a resolution of this prioritized list of projects. Upon an approval, the staff will submit the approved list of 35 projects and the adopted resolution to DFA by July 1st. I'm here to answer any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sheldon on this.
I don't know how you want to go about this. I've been asked, and I reviewed we got sent the list of community recommendations. I think it was earlier this week or maybe late last week that we compiled online. And I think we just need to give them some, space if we can. I know that Senator Jeff Steinborn messaged me a little bit ago and asked that we just put anything and everything on. I know that has been kind of what a lot of the legislators have been talking about, since they know that ICIP and capital outlay will not be around for very much longer as the ebb and flows of kind of state government goes. But most importantly, I would like to add 2 items that my community members have reached out to me about. The first item is for Mesquite Skate Park. They're looking at more funding for the skate park improvements. And then also another item was for the Mesquite Learning Center and the build out of the music and recording studio. These 2 items are prior items that were fully funded by state legislature, but there has been a request for these items to be put back on for further consideration by the state legislature and the district. So I don't know how we want to go about that, but I would really appreciate if we could put those 2 on. They don't have to be ranked on our list. We just need items so that the community can advocate for them through their legislators.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheldon, on this. And that was going to be one of my questions, because I think Senator Steinborn had messaged. And I think I could see the value in it, in the fact that I think one of the things that we've seen is that I know we've got a deadline, and then if we don't have a project on by July 1st, we already know, we went through it this past year. If we don't have a project on July 1st, then we have no way in which, if our priorities change, that we can work with our legislators to get funding to it. And so I think there is some merit, while we may focus our requirements on the top, our top projects, we may, I think I see, like I said, I see the merit in having all the projects entered into the ICIP, so that we have a project number listed in the case, like I said, things change, and that's been the biggest issue, is anything changes between July and January, we can pivot, and we don't, we have some ability to go after those as well. So I don't know, Lucio, if you have any thoughts or suggestions.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. And so our intention was to prioritize all of the items on the ICIP, so 1 through 35, to be able to have the flexibility for legislators to fund some of these projects. And so if there is an amendment to add 2 more, we could add them on to the list and prioritize. And some of the feedback we did get this morning was similar to what you've heard, is to include all of them on the list so that we do have the options and different projects of variety by district.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this was part of the feedback, and the reason being is that, you know, when you look at all these projects, I mean, you look at just looking at the top 7 that's on the first page here, I mean, I get it, right, because we're trying to do these in phases, but if you just take the total for the total project, you know, from what we're looking at and requesting for fiscal year 28, you know, we're looking at 5, 10, 15, almost $20 million, and we know we're not going to get anywhere close to that in terms of ICIP. And I know the intent is not necessarily to get all of it, but, you know, trying to chip away. But I think it's one of those things that I know we you know, I think it starts to turn away some of the legislators that say, there's no way we're going to be able to get anywhere close to this, so I'm going to put my money to where a project becomes more accessible or more real. And so then, you know, in a case like, you know, Doña Road, those safety for drainage improvements and such, it's $215,000 is what we were looking at, and that becomes a lot more palatable. And so like I said, I just feel like, I understand what you're saying in terms of trying to just put on the 35. I just wonder whether, like I said, if we decide to pivot, I think in a case like Commissioner Kimball saying where she's only got three projects that are going to be on this top 35, you know, then she may end up being, you know, she may not get very much support for her district, and that may cause issues. So, you know, I don't know if there's other suggestions, but I can see, I don't know, I think I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards trying to figure out how we add more projects and then just provide the feedback and really advocate to focus on whatever specific projects we're looking for. But I don't know, commissioners, and I know we have our lobbyists. I don't know if they have any nuggets of wisdom or suggestions on what they might suggest in terms of how we might be able to have an effective strategy going into January.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, before we pepper them with questions. So I'm understanding there's a difference between ICIP and legislative requests. And how do we merge this? How do we separate them? What ideas do you all have going forward on this? We're not in Santa Fe. You all are, and you have the relationships.
Yeah, so there's...
Anyone mind saying your name for the record?
Pardon me, Chairman, I apologize. My name is Matthew Munoz. I'm a registered lobbyist with Doña County. This is part 1 of the multi-phase process of what we take to the legislature. Like, this is that big overarching list of all the county needs. And then sometime in the fall, I imagine the board will then whittle it down to what is a priority for you in your district, what's a priority for the county-wide, and then that's what we would take to the legislature. And so I think that's what Senator Steinborn was getting after, is kind of giving yourself a lot more to choose from later in the year, because we don't know what's going to be a priority later. Something might happen that's on the list, that's not on the list. And so I think that was his intent of saying you guys need to broaden the list. And it's also feedback that we received from another senator in the county is like, you know, keeping a narrow focus could affect their ability to help the county because they may not have the ability to fill a $2 million project. And one of the major changes they made this past year with House Bill 247 is that they are looking at not including projects that are partially funded. So if it's a $2 million project and we get $1 million for it, they're going to ask the legislators to reallocate that to a project that they can fully fund. And so there's a lot of moving parts in this entire process to try and get these things funded now. And so I think what Senator Steinborn was getting after is giving yourself a lot of options in the future. And so sometime in October, November, you know, prioritizing from the ICIP list what we actually take to the legislature and ask for money. Because there's another step of where we have to input this into the LCS web, the Legislative Capital Request website. And that's what the legislators see. They can see the ICIP list, they have to ask for it directly, but they get sent a list during the session of everything that gets put in by a local government municipality school that is in their district that got put into the legislative website. And so that's just automatically sent to them. So this is the step one of this two-step process. So I hope that helps.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Kimball.
but somebody in a conversation we had, I thought Commissioner Chaparro and I were having it, said that there are other funding sources, other things we might apply for that might not consider it if it's not on the ICIP, whether we're asking the legislature for it or not. So if there are other things like Colonia's development, want it to be on the ICIP. So anything we think we need to maybe ask for funding for needs to be on here, whether we're asking the legislators or not. So I agree, we need to expand the list.
That's correct, yeah. Water Trust Board, Colonias Infrastructure Fund.
Their first question, is it on the ICIP?
Correct.
I second that comment. Expand it.
Okay, and just for clarity, I think I understand, and I think the intent originally of making the list very consolidated or smaller was, in the past, what we were trying to get money and hopefully, I guess as a delegation, trying to get all of our legislators together to try to get funding for some of these bigger projects to execute. It was the thought is that, then they see a small one and all of a sudden they're like, oh, I'm gonna go over here, or I'm gonna go, so I think I understand, and I think that having seen that, and worked that process so that way I can get funding in my district, we can do that, but I think I understand also, I think like we're just saying in terms of trying to be, especially with the changes in ICIP and some of the challenges we've had, I think that's where I think there is merit to doing this. And then I think like you were saying, where we have a two-step process, we can, then that's where, we let the team go to work for us to try to help us give the message of, yes, we have all of these, but here's the ones that here are our priorities. And I think that was why we kept we were trying to go to a more consolidated list, was just saying, hey, let's knock these big ones off before we get these other ones. But, understanding all the things that were brought up today, I think I'd support just adding them on and then keeping this, at least as a start, keeping the list here as that starting plan for the plan two, as these are our priorities. I think this already gives us that head start. But I think if we're able to, I know it's going to be a lift, but going in to enter all the projects in the next week, I think would be my preference.
And Chairman, I think you bring up an important point regarding like the value that a legislator sees, the dollar value. Because if they do have, like one of the projects you pointed out was like $200,000 for a planning, if they see that, then they're gonna fund that, and then they're gonna say, well, I funded this one project for you. So instead of us being able to get possibly $500,000 out of that senator or representative, we'll only get that $200,000 because they'll fund one project, and they'll be like, I funded a project for Doña County. And so it's kind of trying to find that sweet spot of the dollar value of where it's not so big that they get scared away, but not so small that it doesn't have as big of an impact. So it's a little bit of a balancing act.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on my list, I'd like to add the All Abilities Park, the design phase of it, because, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about it already, and if I may impose on both of you, you all have relationships with the legislators as we do. What I would like to do is if we could set up a meeting with the legislators, at least in my district, I don't know if the other commissioners would like to do this as well, as quickly as we can, whether it be Zoom or telephonic, and pick their brains a little bit regarding what they think is most important in the district and maybe move together towards that, so that we're not spinning our wheels on a lot of things. And maybe this isn't a good idea, but what do you think about that?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm Randy Valverde with Capital Counsel and Consulting. I think that's a great idea. I think if we have a really broad ICIP list, that would give you each the opportunity to meet with
members of the delegation that cover your districts to see what they're hearing from constituents as priorities and to work together to come up with a more targeted list for the LCS numbers.
And I think an important thing to point out, Chairman, members of the commission, is that the ICIP list, we can't add to it after July 1, but we can edit it. And I'm being told by DFA that we can edit it all the way up to like October 1st or November 1st. They haven't set the deadline, so we can change the project scope and things like that, or the dollar amount, but we can't put in a new project after July 1. So I mean, if we have like placeholders, we could change it later, is kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, that helps. All right. So how do we, I guess, Lucio, do we have like the previous list of like a full list of projects that might be able to be uploaded, or at least like some placeholders, or just trying to figure out how we can get everything?
So from my understanding, our total ICIP list is these 35 items. So it's made up of these 35 projects. And so if there's an amendment to add an additional 3, the board would have to make that decision and approve the amendment to add it and then make it a total of 38.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, I mean, we haven't really talked about the community input that we received. And none of these items have been added because we were getting the community input after the meeting in May. So I don't know if we would like to add some of these on. I know that the 2 that I brought up in Mesquite are important to my district, but I also do know that there's a couple others that are important, kind of like lighting in Anthony is on here in that area. There's a need for technology and broadband infrastructure. It looks like in the northern part of the county. I mean, a lot of these are very broad. Unfortunately, we didn't get like an address or kind of a way to follow up on this, but yeah, just throwing that out too.
Yeah, I mean, I see here, I think some of them are, I don't know how I'm looking, I don't know how we fully implement some of these, or not pull them in, but bring them in here. Unless we want to authorize county management to review the lists for any additional items that may not already exist on the ICIP list to be added and submitted. Would that take, and then whatever additional items that we want?
I like that idea, Mr. Chair. I think that's perfectly fine. And even some of these that are very broad, if we can just put something in the system and we can always narrow it down and change it before October 1st. So if we need to, hello.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, it's November 1st. We've
November
confirmed that that's the
oh.
deadline. Yeah. So,
Wow.
yes, our recommendation would be to add as much as you can before July 1st, and then
Okay.
it can be whittled down and or edited by November 1st.
Okay. So then with that being said, Mr. Chair, I'm going to throw out an amendment. And that amendment is to include the 3 ICIP list items that were mentioned today, including the park, someone give me the right name. The all access parks planning and design, the Mesquite skate park improvements, and the Mesquite Learning Center improvements, and also give county management the ability to add necessary ICIP list items off of the community center or the community feedback form prior to July 1st. No, I cannot.
Okay, so I think the motion, I'm sorry, the two,
We're adding the 3 ICIP list items, the all access park, the skate park in Mesquite, the learning center in Mesquite, and then giving county management the opportunity to comb through the community feedback and include any ICIP list items that they believe are necessary.
and the all-access
Yeah,
park.
the planning and design.
Okay, for planning and design.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may, I'll second that, but if I may, I know that at least in Commissioner Kimball's district, and this is before she came on, but I was at that meeting and that project was going to expand as to what's included here, Commissioner. So we can chat about that, but I know they were requesting things up in your area. Okay.
Okay, so I know we got the motion and the second, but I guess is there additional items that we want to add in addition to what's on the public? Then what the motion already covers, or we can add, we can approve if we want to review that amendment, approve it, and then we can come and make any other final changes before we approve the action item.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Chris, do you want to retract your amendment? I'll retract my second and then just add the Butterfield or any other, trying to find the words, any other project that was mentioned by our constituents. Does that suffice, Randy?
Yeah.
What wording do you all need? What wording do we need?
Well, we gave county management the opportunity to add them, so just let county management know and we can get it. Yeah,
Okay, then it works.
okay.
So we have a motion and a second for an amendment to the ICIP to author the specific projects that were noted by Commissioner Saldron on this, and then authorize county management to utilize the public feedback form to add in. Are there any comments, additional questions on that motion? Okay, all right. Brandy, if you do a roll call on the amendment. Or, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kimball, you're good? I just wanted to make sure.
No, I'm good.
Okay. If you'll do a roll call on the amendment.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, so we're back to the motion as amended. Lucio, did that relatively make sense what the request is? Hopefully now that after we've approved it, but hopefully it made sense.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, it made sense. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. All right, and I think as we move forward, I think going back to what Commissioner Chaparro had mentioned, I think, we can, as we're working through with our legislators and our lobbying team, I think one of the things that we'll work on is making sure, I know there was some request last year in having like some event with our legislators so that we can have a little more discussion time with them. So I know, hopefully that we'll make sure we get that planned this year. Understanding that, appreciate this, at least in the first step, it gives us some direction to be able to have some flexibility as we move through the end of the year and we're figuring out how to best manage our projects.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to add to that, in coordinating with our delegation, during session, we did receive specific requests to have meetings in advance during the interim with the legislators, specifically about ICIP, in addition to having like maybe a more broad event.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any last comments on the ICIP list as amended? Or the motion to approve the ICIP list, but as it was amended?
Mr. Chair, just like one final thought, and it's more of like I feel the need just to say, because I know we are always so back and forth on ICIP, and it may be the worst thing that we ever always have to do is just talk about this, because we always want to have big fluffy lists, and then we always compile down to the important list, and then we want to fluff it back up again. So I apologize to staff because it seems like we're fluffing it back up again. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I just wanted to apologize.
No, I get it, but I think as we're trying to figure out how, with the changes of the, that have been put on by DFA and trying to manage those, trying to figure out the best way to manage this process, because we used to not have to submit until I think the end of August or September, and then now we're having to do it at the beginning of July, and a lot can change. Sometimes we're able to get grant funding. I mean, things happen through the year that we just need to be able to have some flexibility. So I think that's kind of where we're managing it. Okay. All right. Well, if there's no other comments or public input, we'll do a roll call on the agenda item as amended.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomeros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-83.
Thank you. All right, agenda item number 12, it's a resolution establishing protocols for receipt of donations. If I get a motion, a second to begin.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, a second by Vice Chair Gomeros. Mr. Perez, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. So we have the resolution for establishing protocols for receipt of donations. This item was called out to us during our special audit. And Ms. Dawood, who was not able to be here today, went ahead and revised the resolution, and we're bringing it to the board as it's due on 6/30/26.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions on the resolution to, that's being presented on establishing those protocols for donations or receipt of donations?
And I could go as quickly as possible, Chair, through these slides.
Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry, I didn't. I was looking at the agenda here, didn't see the slides come up.
Oh, yes, sir. So the original resolution was 27-53. It was originally for fire, specifically only for fire, where we had community members that would come in and make a donation out to the fire district. In some cases, these donors were calling out a specific project. So we try as best as possible to use the money in accordance to the way the money was provided to us. So during the special audit, and I'll just read this as it reads, donations received and dispersed outside the county treasury, financial controls, and DFA reporting requirements, resulting in potential anti-donation clause violations, and then action needed, reminder to all staff on handling monetary donations, evaluate Resolution 27-53 for possible change or replacement for all departments. So the responsible official, sheriff, treasurer, and director of finance. And as previously stated, it was for a deadline of 6/30/26. Currently, the treasurer's office is working on a cash management policy, which will include restrictions on who can open up bank accounts for the county, which was also part of this finding. The notes that I was provided didn't elaborate on that, but I could reach out to the treasurer, Ms. Richardson, and then follow up with you guys as far as where that policy stands. The sheriff stated that this was a one-time isolated event that happened back in 2022 when money was donated. At the time, staff has been informed and no staff member will donate. Again, I would defer to the sheriff if there's any questions regarding that statement, as far as that's the only information I was provided. A part of this, we did review the donation management contract, which we currently have with the Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico. This was established during that rainfall that we had in Vado. I do use a word of caution, as that was established through an emergency. So unless these funds are going to be donated for an emergency type of event, I would reconsider using that contract or referencing it. But we can go and execute a small purchase with an agency like the Southern New Mexico, or the Community Foundation for Southern New Mexico, to provide this going forward for any other donations as required. So to keep it short, we are basically expanding the resolution that was originally passed. Instead of restricting it only to fire, this resolution will now cover all departments here at the county. And this expanded donation policy applies to all county departments and personnel. If the donation is offered for a particular purpose, the wishes of the donor should be honored whenever, or excuse me, wherever and whenever it's practical. And I stand for any questions.
All right, commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
So does the commission have to approve any donations that come into the county?
Not based off of this resolution, Commissioner Xiaozhou Hernandez.
Okay.
If you'd like to make that request, we can always go back and and modify that.
I don't need any longer meetings than we already have. Thank you, though.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Xiaozhou Hernandez. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Chaparro?
Mr. Chair, that was such a great question that just, I know where you're going with that one, Commissioner.
I am, but I don't
We
want to take it any
accept
further.
a donation from, I'm trying to think, of a country with whom we're at war. I don't know. I don't want to name an individual or anything, but if that country with whom we were at war came and said, hey, I want to donate $5 million to X, would we want to consider that or just take the money? I mean, so I know where Commissioner Xiaozhou is coming from.
Is it to water, wastewater, and broadband infrastructure? Because if so, I personally would probably think about it.
But their
No,
money is not good money. I heard that earlier today. There you go.
no, I was just thinking, Mr. Chair, because in La Mesa, the La Mesa Lions Club donated a flagpole. So just stuff like that. I just don't know if it needs to come before us or not. $5 million probably needs to come before us, I would imagine. So I just don't know if there needs to be some kind of stipulation in here, monetary versus material. I don't see that kind of in here at all. So is this only requiring a monetary donation?
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Xiaozhou, yes, that's correct, for monetary donations.
Where does it say that in the resolution? Because in this, it just says a donation. It doesn't necessarily say monetary.
Mr. Chair, if I can, real quick, the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth whereas references this as a monetary donation. And this has actually been highlighted. This resolution is specific to addressing an audit finding
Okay.
from the special audit. We will bring back to the board for consideration a second resolution on contributing or donating gifts that are not money.
Okay.
And that'll be important for the board for things like the Southern New Mexico State Fair and Rodeo wants to donate 100 animal pins. And things like that, we expect would always need the board's approval to accept a tangible item donation. Because you may decide, you know what, we appreciate that somebody's gonna donate a mobile home, but it may not be something that the county wants to take on because it's half collapsed or whatever it could be. So we were already planning on bringing back to the board that hard items would need board approval to accept. We can easily, in that second resolution, make an amendment to this one that would then say cash donations over a certain dollar amount or just cash donations total would need board approval to accept. So you could accept this resolution now, knowing we are coming back with a second resolution anyway that's going to address the other items. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chair, I have a question about that, though. So we even have to approve accepting money that we are awarded by a grant, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that is correct. You already have to accept grant awards.
This won't change that.
Correct.
Okay, so we already do accept a lot of money that, not a lot, but we do accept money typically when it comes in, if it's something like that already. Okay.
Mr. Chair? Yes. And I would like to add that this donation policy, as well as the other one that ACM Lopez is mentioning, will be incorporated into Finance's overall policies and procedures that are being developed. So we do have the RFP out there right now. I believe it closes on July 7th. The first time we went out, we didn't get any respondents, and so we are attempting to do that again. At the same time, for any monetary donation received, the resolution states it goes to Finance. We have to account for it accordingly, but it does have to come back to the board to adjust the budget to be able to spend it. And so whether that's during the budget process or during as a standalone item, if there is some monetary donation, it would come back to the board.
And Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Sorry, real quick, and sorry, Lucia, based off of what you just said, I think it's already been accepted. And then now you're coming to the budget for us to accept it. But what happens in the case, say, that then we don't, because we don't approve of some of the funds that were coming in? I mean, I think the intent, and I know where the intent with this audit finding was it was specifically for the sheriff's department and the program that they had going on to help individuals who that were going through traumatizing events. But yeah, I think this is, and where I'm at, we need to have some level to say, we're saying we're good with accepting, but maybe others we're not. And, it's not necessarily, not to be necessarily a political move but I think there's clear organizations that I think what Commissioner Chaparro had kind of mentioned a little bit is, if you have someone that's clearly, whether it's certain countries, I know we, as half joking, but I get it, right? There's certain countries that we don't do business with, or there are certain maybe hate groups who have been identified in the community that all of a sudden want to try and make themselves look good. And if we're not doing any type of vetting to say, this is from, what organization is this from? Do I think it's very likely that it'll happen? Probably not. But if that ever does, we don't have any ability in which to say, what, no, we're good, we appreciate it, but we're not going to accept your donation. I just don't know how we, prevent something like that or set up guidelines to where we have the ability to say thank you, but no thank you, or where where it's stipulated. At least I feel like that's potentially where it is.
Mr. Chair, I was just looking over if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I was just looking over the resolution once more, and this is a question for legal. And so if you go to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, whereas any money received as a donation shall be gratefully accepted. And if the donation is offered for a particular purpose, the wishes of the donor should be honored whenever it is practical to do so. Does that cover us? We can say no, because it's not practical for us to receive it?
No, that's just about the wishes. That should be honored. It doesn't say about accepting it or not.
Question, that's a legal question. I don't know if we need to add to that, or if that includes it, or.
No, that is just, they're giving the money and they want to use it for this. So it doesn't cover us on the other end, accepting it or not. They're saying, here, I'm going to give you X amount of dollars. I want you to build a slide on this. Okay, wherever practical, we can do it. Okay, we can do it. But it doesn't say we can't, we can't, we're going to deny that particular money. So I don't see anywhere there where it talks about, to your point, accepting $5 million from, X country that's at war with us. Now, there may be other issues with that, just because, the federal government has said, we don't deal with these people. So I think that would supersede any ability for us to get that money anyways, but your point is taken. Commissioner, I apologize.
So how is that to be addressed? Because if I want to build a temple to Commissioner Kimball, and the rest of us don't want to, how is that addressed?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think these are fantastic points, and if I can recommend, keep hitting all the things you want changed here, and instead of doing a second resolution later, you can then, at the end of giving all the feedback on this, just table it to the next meeting, and we'll come back with the final covers everything version. The fact that you are considering it today already meets the requirements of the deadline, so we're good there on the special audit.
I don't know. I think it does too. It is, you're right. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
I don't want to beat this to death, so I'm going to try not to. I'm confused. Mostly because we're in our 7th hour or something like that, and I'm exhausted. But, so this policy is only for Doña County Fire and Emergency Services Departments, or is this overall everyone?
It used to be, but now we're overall.
The original 2017 version was just fire.
So then why does it say okay. So on the responsible official, is that from on the executive summary, it says sheriff, treasurer, director of finance, okay? Are those the current responsible for this, or is that from the audit finding?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, that was who was responsible to respond to that audit finding.
Okay. So just a couple thoughts, and then we can definitely postpone this or do whatever we need to do. So the resolution establishing protocols for receipt of donation, it should say monetary donation, since that's what we're talking about. And then from time to time, Doña County Departments of Personnel receive a monetary donation from a member or members of public. Yeah, we just need to title this differently, because I think I'm just getting confused by kind of how we're talking about it, and then also the part with the community foundation that came in. So I was a little lost on this. But yeah, if we can just kind of relook at this before the next meeting to where this is going to come forward, I think that we probably need to establish an amount, like anything over $5,000 needs to come before the board prior to accepting in case it is something different. I don't know. I don't know right now, guys. I'm sorry.
No, I think my question is why are we developing a procedure to boil the ocean when we just had, and I'm not, it's not calling you out. I know, Under Sheriff, you being the representative here, and I would love to have your input. The finding was specific for the sheriff's office, and trying to figure out how we can work with what they were trying to do to make it acceptable, so it didn't, violate any laws, because I think the intent was good with what they were doing. But by doing something that was specific to try to help address the sheriff's department for what they need to do, now we're trying to create a procedure that's for all the county. And it's not a what I see is it's not a one size fits all. What might work for DASO may not work for facilities, may not work for, I don't know, any other department. So I understand the intent of it's good, but by doing this now, we're getting into the weeds because we're trying to create something overarching when I didn't think we even needed to do that, when I think we could have worked with the sheriff's office to be able to get something that works for them, specifically for that fund, for that victims fund that they were trying to work on. And I don't know, I just feel like we're overcomplicating it. Unless the requirement was in the finding for all of the county, I feel like we're trying to, I don't know, we're going for extra credit. I don't quite know where we're going, but I think I would love, I think the intent of, even trying to understand, could we use the community foundation to be able to create a fund that then the sheriff's office can direct people to or work with and they help manage it, and then that's completely out of the county's hands. You know, those are the things that like I said, I guess where did we come up with trying to do it for the whole county?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you are correct. The circumstance that was identified in the audit was specific to people trying to donate for crime victims. And as has been noted, fantastic idea and the right heart for that. The recommendations that came out of that, though, were broader than just that one circumstance. And it was to look at having a kind of a standardized process county-wide to ensure that we have good stewardship of things that are donated to us. And then you may recall we've had, and actually we had on this agenda, but we went ahead and moved to the next meeting because of this resolution being considered. We do have a donation pending from the Southern New Mexico State Fair and Rodeo of about $300,000 worth of donation. So that'll be pending for you. And we do still have what we're trying to work through down in Chaparral for the chairs for the library and other donations similar to that. So with all of these coming together at the same time, we wanted to go ahead and just come up with a single standard process that the board is comfortable with to ensure that things that are, if it's equipment over $5,000, we're required by statute to put that on our capital list and maintain it. And we may get those funds that are small funds. We may get big ones. I think coming back to your point of the situation that the sheriff's office was in, and the sheriff has already indicated, they've already addressed that early on in the special audit process. It's already taken care of. They're not doing it through that means anymore. But we do need to have kind of that what is the county's process now for accepting donations?
Okay. Mr. Chair, so is a resolution the right way to do this?
Is a discussion at a meeting like this after 7 hours the right way to do it?
Nothing after 7 hours is the right way to do anything, but.
So Mr. Chair and Commissioner Shelter Hernandez, I think maybe legal did review this and didn't flag that we needed it as an ordinance. It does need to go into, as DCM Luttrell mentioned, it does need to go into policies and procedures. And
isn't this just a policy? Why does this have to be a resolution?
It is a policy, but we don't have the financial policies. Those are not going to be developed for probably close to a year. So,
okay. So
this gets us through until you will have those.
I feel like this resolution could be a lot easier if it just said all cash donations received and distributed outside the county must be funneled through the treasurer and reported to the DFA, period? Because that's all it says. Why are we going so nitty gritty? Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just
that if you wish to make that amendment right now, we could have an amended motion that is it. That's the wording.
I didn't hear your. I didn't hear the motion. Sorry.
I didn't make one yet, but.
Well, what the wording you recommend.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, I was just reading the finding title, which says donations received and distributed outside county treasury, financial controls and DFA reporting requirements resulting in a potential anti-donation clause violation. And I said, shouldn't we just put like, whereas all monetary donations received and distributed must flow through the county treasurer and financial controls and reported to DFA?
Oh, I mean, I guess, but I still don't know that it's, I have, like I said, I get where we're at. I just don't know that it's, like I said, the intent, the start of it's good. I just don't know where we have any control over this because we're basically saying, you know, we're, and maybe that's where we're at. We delegate the county manager to just accept it or the finance team to accept it, but you know, like I said, I might be, maybe, like I said, maybe I'm trying to get too far in the weeds, but as a commissioner, if someone comes up to me and said, hey, did you guys know that you just accepted this? And it's like, what? You know what I mean? We won't have any visibility to that because it doesn't happen at our level. It comes in at that. And yes, $3, $4 or $20 or whatever it may be might not be, it may not matter to me at the end, but if we do have something like you're talking about with gifts of 300,000, we've always approved those through a resolution and accepted them that way. So, heck, it was I think we even had a resolution about 4 or 5 years ago from members of the community that donated $2,000 to be used to purchase acoustic panels in Radium Springs, because it was a community group that had raised money, broke up, but they had this money they wanted to donate to the county, and we've accepted it that way to go and purchase those, and we did. But we've always done that through resolution. So now, I guess, I just don't know where we're at, because like I said, in that case, the commission was the one approving all those resolutions, but we have no ability, if we're just approving and saying these things can be accepted, no matter what, if it's a monetary donation.
So, Mr. Chair and members of the board, it sounds like we need to, on the management side, do a little more work on this and come back to you with something simpler. And it sounds like from the comments, and by the way, I definitely agree with you. The board should have eyes on any donation that is being accepted by the county for a variety of reasons. It could be a hate group, could be a narco terrorist group, could be a variety of issues that the board does not want to be associated with. If Michael, Lucio, unless you guys have any heartache, maybe we just ask the board to vote no on this and we just come back with a clean resolution at the next meeting.
That's fine. Or that, or just, postpone indefinitely, or let it, I don't know, we could do several, but voting no is fine. I'm good with that. That probably. All right.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
All right, any public input?
Ernest, you see?
I don't know, Mr. Under Sheriff, I don't know if you had any comments or anything on this. Before we voted, we'd take a vote, but I just didn't want to, I guess as we're doing considerations, I didn't want to leave the sheriff's office.
Commissioner, Chair, Board of County Commission, thank you. Good afternoon. I think we've all made some good points here. I agree with you. What works for us may not work for finance, and I think we really need to work together with the attorney and have a roundtable discussion before we actually vote on it. That's just my suggestion or recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
But thank you for allowing me to share that.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here and providing that. Okay. All right, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
No.
Good job. Commissioner Kimball?
No.
Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Vice Chair Gameros?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
No. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item 13 is approved resolution amending resolution number 2025-23 to change the agenda category title from approvals to action items. If I get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hernandez, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Commissioner Kimball, did you want to explain or?
This is just very simple. On our agenda, it shows approvals for the action items. We have to do this through a resolution. I would just like to change approvals to action items, because we don't always approve everything that's on there, like the resolution we just did. So it's just semantics, but I would like to have everybody agree that we change approvals to action items.
Okay. Questions, comments, public input? All right, Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 13.
Okay, I apologize about that. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomez,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-84.
Thank you. All right, agenda item 14, let's approve the add-on and use of AI for an 8-year contract to be included in DASSO's current Axon system using Sourcewell contract number 101223 in the amount of $1,091,401.33 for the first year and $1,422,071.52 for the remaining 7 years. The commission has asked to delegate a signature authority to the county manager for all related documents. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Gomez. I'll second that motion. All right, Mr. Under Sheriff.
Okay.
I don't know if
Good evening. Okay, we're next, right? Okay, with me I have Sergeant Jimerson. He's the Axon Administrator for DASSO. Captain Rodriguez. We also have a representative from Axon, Nick Butier, B-U-T-I-E-R. So we have a 3-minute presentation if you're interested, and then we'd be available for questions afterwards. And I would like to yield the microphone to Nick, if that's possible, for that presentation.
That's fine.
Hi all. My name is Nick Butier. I'm the key account lead for the Sheriff's Office. Let me see if I can work this. Awesome. Quick background, Axon is a public safety technology company. We partner with the Sheriff's Office specific to their TASER technology, their virtual reality training, their digital evidence, which is an umbrella of body cameras, in-car cameras, and the digital evidence receptacle that is evidence.com on the back end. So currently, the Sheriff's Office has 3 acting contracts with Axon. All of them have started at different times, all of them ending at different times. You can see up on the board, there's a body camera and in-car camera contract, a separate in-car camera contract, and then a TASER and virtual reality training contract. The invoices of those 3 contracts total $1,039,831 in fiscal year 2027. So starting in July, that is what your total invoices over those 3 contracts will be. So what the Sheriff's Office is looking to do is to add to that contract. Axon realizes that most law enforcement agencies are understaffed, overworked, so we've created a lot of tools within evidence.com to help with workflow solutions, efficiencies. We also realize that government procurement is hard. We come out with tools, new tools like every 6 months now. Here are a couple of the tools that exist today. If they bought into this AI era plan, anytime Axon would come out with a new tool, Doña Ana would have the opportunity to opt in to start using that new tool for no extra cost if they bought into this plan, instead of having to go back to a board meeting for each new tool. So just a couple of highlights. Transcription is something that at this point today, we're all pretty used to. We can take any digital evidence and use transcription so that digital evidence review takes about 75% less time. It's a lot easier, especially when there's 500 pieces of digital evidence within a case. The other piece would be a tool called Draft One that actually takes the transcript of the digital evidence and it will create a first draft of a narrative for a deputy. So where agencies or deputies are taking around 26 minutes per report, this will cut time at about by 67%. How does this help the agency? Or 23 minutes, excuse me. This is an agency similar size to the Sheriff's Office. They're saying, based on that time savings, we're saving overtime costs, which actually will save, for this particular agency at $50 an hour, they're saving about $716,000 a year in overtime costs. Another tool, this is your neighbors up north, Bernalillo County. Translation. We can use the body cameras as a tool to do live translation, and I will cut forward in this video just so we can see a quick snippet. Do we know if this has sound? We're about to find out.
Translate to Russian.
Language set to Russian.
Do you know how to read English at all? I don't read, sorry.
Вы вообще умеете читать по-английски?
Меня отравили сегодня утром. Я чуть не умер. Меня отравили, и они подошли проверить, типа, я умер, нет? И когда они уже видели то, что я, типа, еще живой, я от них, короче, вот так уехал. И у меня в машине, у меня длинная история, это правда, у меня все есть. Я еле живой остался. Пожалуйста, не мучайте меня.
I was poisoned this morning. I almost died. I was poisoned, and they came to check if I was dead, right? And when they saw that I was still alive, I drove away from them like this. And in my car, I have a long story. It's true. I have everything. I barely survived. Please don't torment me.
Another workflow solution as far as time savings would be we can take the policy or state statutes and laws, inject them into their evidence.com, and they can essentially search for things like, what do I do with an abandoned car? It will scrub that policy, it will spit the actual policy out, and then it will cite its work. So instead of going into back-end systems having to look things up, you can actually talk to your body camera and ask it that question, and it will give you the answer. And again, those are just a couple of the pieces that exist today. Axon's investing heavily into these tools. Anytime something new comes out, it's an opt-in program where no extra cost, we just get on a call and I explain how to use it, and then they can start using it. So this slide is, you have the option to add AI era to the current existing 3 contracts. Again, your fiscal 27 budget for Axon is $1,039,000. This would cost $314,000 in fiscal 27. And because this is a bit of it's a shortened term as far as the contract goes, so it's a little bit cheaper this year. In 2028, it would cost $472,000 to continue on with AI era if we did it a la carte. Instead, the recommendation would be to take the 3 contracts, combine them, which does a couple of different things. It saves us money, saves you guys money. And additionally, it extends your TASER and VR contract to where when the useful life of the TASER expires and the warranty expires, they would automatically get refreshed with whatever the newest technology is. Same idea with body cameras, same idea with in-car contract or in-car hardware as well. And then body cameras at year 5, body cameras and in-car camera refresh at year 7.5. So instead of 3 separate contracts expiring or separate times, we'd have 1 clean contract for the next 7.5 years, and we would also add AI era on top of that 1 singular contract. Nope, that's what I wanted. So by doing this, by combining all the contracts and leveraging the understanding that your fiscal budget starts in a month, your fiscal budget for fiscal 2027 would remain stagnant in that we would not charge you anything extra to add AI era, so we can call it $314,000 in savings. And in July of 27, or fiscal 28, your budget would then increase to 1.330. This is before tax. The actual quote has tax added to it. But essentially the idea would be we add AI era for no cost for an entire year. And then from 2027 to 2034, it would essentially be 1.330 a year.
Commissioners Chaparro?
I don't have any questions. I do have comments, if we're at that point, Mr. Chair.
I don't know, are we done with, are we?
Presentation adjourned.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Thank you for the presentation, first of all. It's something I would like to further explore maybe at a later date. But we're looking at a contract where you're asking for a 7-year contract, and a new sheriff will be sworn in on January 1st. And as a representative of my community, and also to be respectful of whomever will be coming in on January 1st, I don't think it's a purview of this sheriff to tie that sheriff's hand to a 7-year contract. And so in that regard, I'm not in favor of this until the new sheriff comes in, number one. And number two, if Sheriff Stewart would like to continue this for 6 months, that's her purview. If that's what she would like to do, she's the sheriff at this point. But commencing on January 1st, there will be a new sheriff. So that's why I don't support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro.
Just to speak on that, typical with sheriff's offices, so I completely understand where you're coming from. In your current 3 contracts, you are protected by non-appropriations, meaning if you're in year 3 of your TASER contract and the new sheriff comes in and funds are no longer appropriated towards a TASER program, or the sheriff says there's no value in TASERs, you have the option to cancel that contract. So if there are still 2 years left, you can send the hardware back, cancel the contract for no extra cost. That stands, you're still protected by this, and I think the current sheriff is thinking of that as well, to where we're not going to cost the current sheriff any extra money in this year, with the understanding that we have a year of ROI essentially to collect data on how this is saving us time and money. And then we come back in before fiscal 28 with the new sheriff and say, okay, now the budget is escalating. We have all this data to back it up. If it doesn't work how we thought it would be, you're still protected and we can cancel that part of the contract.
Oh, and I appreciate your thought. I'm just not willing to go into a contract where the new sheriff may not want to go in this direction, because it will be that person's purview, and I understand that you're thinking about money. I get that. But out of respect for the new sheriff coming in, I will not vote for tying the hands of the incoming sheriff in any way with respect to contracts. And I understand what you're talking about, the other contracts that can be canceled. I'm just not willing to do that at this point, but I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Sandro Hernandez.
So I just have a question. Basically, I'm confused on the math. So we currently have 3 Sourcewell contracts in the amount of $1,091,401.33.
Correct. $1,039,831 before tax. So I apologize. I didn't factor in tax.
And then you're asking for an additional $314,000 on top of that contract to add the AI component, the ERA AI.
Starting in 2028, your total invoice would go from 1.039 to the 1.334, starting in fiscal 28. In 2027, we're asking for no additional funds.
Okay, so the 1.091 includes the ERA AI?
Correct, including tax.
Okay.
Do you have other questions, Commissioner?
No. Thank you. Not necessarily.
I noted, Mr. Butier, you noted the termination by agency for appropriations. The concern I have is that the effect of the termination basically says that if there was, at the time of the termination, all fees incurred through the effective date of the termination are responsible, or the responsibility of the government to provide. Now, the fine print, honestly fine print, because it's just in there, it's based off of the retail price, the MSRP. And so I think what becomes concerning is that if you mentioned here they're bundled, you're taking away the bundled price, because it says that if it is bundled, the MSRP will be the standalone price for each individual item. So what ends up happening is it's not simply that we'll cancel the contract. There's going to be a termination fee that will be assessed to the government or to Doña County if it's terminated, because you're providing us a discount on all 3 of these. So in the end, there is going to be some fee we're going to have if we terminate. That's the way that I understand this agreement if signed. Maybe I'm incorrect, but that's the way that I'm reading it here, because it does say MSRP. It says here, if MSRP for bundled Axon devices, MSRP is for standalone price of all individual components.
So you are protected by, like Sourcewell is a procurement vehicle in pricing as well. So you're protected by that price and that it's cheaper than MSRP as well. But if there's something additional that you guys would want to add into legal, as far as red lines go, Axon's pretty amenable to that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Kimball.
how long of a contract can the state enter into legally? Can we enter into an 8-year contract?
Technically, no. I think we're only allowed, technically, it's my understanding that I thought I think for the reasons that Commissioner Chaparro brought up, generally you enter into annual contracts renewable every year. But so you can enter into like an 8-year agreement, but the term has to be renewed, or like it's for 1 year and then renewable for up to 7 years kind of thing is my understanding. But, okay. So
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Kimball. So we could go a 10-year agreement. So that's under the procurement code. These agreements can last up to 10 years as long as it's not a professional service. So like our engineers and doctors.
Professional services.
Professional service.
10 years for professional services.
Limited to 4
Then it's 4?
for a professional service.
But you have to
So it's
approve.
4 for this, because
This is not considered
this is not
professional.
professional services.
Bernalillo County is on a 10-year contract.
But it's my understanding that the funds have to be approved every year for this. So, right, like, I'd say, for example, just because it's the one that, when we look at, and maybe it's because it is for professional services, but I look at, I know it's not related to DASO, but USDA Wildlife Services. We have to approve that every year. It's for a 5-year term, but it's basically an annual one that has to be reviewed with approvals, and annual approval every year.
Chair, you're correct. And actually, to go on that one, I did speak with legal. So really what we're defining this is not that it's a renewal, but we have that clause for termination upon non-appropriation. So we're using that clause to allow us to enter into this agreement for the 7.5 years. Or
But
91
have you
months.
assessed the term, but basically it is by appropriation, but the detriment or any other potential fees if we weren't to approve it, or if it doesn't get approved for a fiscal year?
Chair, yes, and we had just started this conversation maybe about 11 o'clock, and that was one of the items that we did discuss was what you had called out, the fees upon termination. So that would be that 16.3.
Correct.
Yeah, effective termination.
Which would be,
So to your point, we are still discussing, we haven't come up with consensus with legal.
okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
No comment, if I may, Mr. Chair. And so I wrote down, and I believe what I wrote down was that there are new tools available every 6 months that the county is able to opt into. Is that correct?
And the 6 months is not a hard timeline. This roadmap that exists today is about triple in length as far as what is coming over the next couple of months. So it'll be less than 6 months, it'll be more than 6 months. But as long as you're under contract with Axon, you'd be able to opt into whatever new tools come out.
Thank you. And you mentioned body cams, in-car cams, tasers. I don't know what else I wrote down.
Virtual reality training is the other piece
That's right,
that they
virtual.
currently use.
I couldn't make up my writing. Thank you for that. Again, commissioners, it's probably a good idea for some transcription translation. I'm an interpreter, and I'm a certified interpreter, so I'll take issue with that. It might work in some areas I don't know about here. So that's another concern of mine, but for me, I would rather wait for the new sheriff to be sworn in and have that person make the decision of how that person would like that department to work, and if they even want to work with your company. Maybe there's another company that would be less expensive and have more tools available, since these tools are changing every 6 months, where that sheriff, and with all due respect, officers, I work with you often, I respect what you do, you know me well. But technology is moving at such a rapid pace, there might be another company that might be less expensive and provide more services. So for me, this is going to be a hard no. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chaparro. And any other comments, questions?
Just a question. So is there a reason that we have to approve this today?
So in the quote's current state, you guys are getting invoiced for your TASER contract on July 1st. And then amongst
Which
there's,
is 180,000?
let me check. 166
Oh, even cheaper.
before tax. So you're getting invoiced for that. And then additionally, if we were, in the quote's current state, there are credits for, you've paid certain invoices for in-car and body camera. So there are certain credits for unused software that are being factored in this cost. So it's twofold. You're getting invoiced on July 1st. Once that invoice gets kicked out, that is owed. And then the credits. So those are two pieces. So if we wait past that time, we can always redo the quote. It will just change the math.
Do you know what our credits are right now?
I don't, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair? So if we set this up as a contract that requires approval every year, does that make a difference? Does that make a difference in the price if we have to vote on it every year?
It would still be, the skeleton of the 8 years would still exist. So that total cost would still show up on the quote, that yearly cost would still show up. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And if we just make the contract for 1 year and don't go on the 8-year skeleton, would the cost change?
Just adding it a la carte? Sorry. So it would be this year, if you were to add AI for 1 year, your fiscal would go up, or your fiscal budget for 27 would be 1.35 versus not paying anything. And then if you were to continue, it would go up to 1.53 essentially. And it's not a 1 year, like our minimum term would be, we would have to attach it to your body camera contract, which there's 2 years left on that software contract.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
and this is a question for Michael and/or Lucio. I know there's some money left in the sheriff's budget, and she can only encumber 50% of that, am I correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for this next budget cycle, yes, you can only encumber up to 50% of the total overall budget.
And how much is that, Lucio, if you'll remind me, please?
36.
Off the top of my head, is total DASO's budget around 25 million. So half of that would be 12 and a half, 13. I'll confirm those figures and get those sent over.
I don't need an exact number. I think that's,
33 million.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Under Sheriff.
Really quick, Commissioner Chapada, if I can really quickly, just because it's on the top of my head. So two things that are sticking out right now. One is that the way that this agenda item reads, and I think it was myself and Commissioner Kimball this morning, were like, oh, it's, less than $3 million for 10 years. It's not. It's $10 million. Yeah. Or I'm sorry, $3 million for 8 years is the way that this agenda item is written. And it's also how the executive summary is written as well.
And I agree with you,
So,
Commissioner. It was just a misprint on that. It was
Yeah.
oversight on our part.
so that's one, and I agree. So it does read differently than the 10 million that's actually in the nitty gritty of it. But also, this is a contract, and I don't see under administrative review that this was ever reviewed by legal. I show Erica Enriquez, department manager, Ozma, purchasing, and a department manager for final, but I don't see legal on this, and it's a contract. So if that's the case, I don't necessarily know if we can move through on this today.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Xiaojo Hernandez, typically we're not sending every contract to legal at this time, but if you would like to make that recommendation going forward for all contracts coming to the commission, we could.
So we actually already talked about this a few meetings ago, that all contracts would be routed through legal.
Chair Sanchez, Commissioner Xiaojo, I apologize. I will ensure that that is happening.
Especially one that's for $10 million. Yeah, because we talked about it with the other contracts that were in there. So at this time, I would like to also
Chair.
not move forward.
May I just say one last thing, please? Commissioners, just to reiterate, this is not any additional cost or an increase to our fiscal year 2027. And Commissioner Kimball, you're right. Come 2028, we can bring this back to the BOCC along with the new sheriff. And under that clause, you can cancel the contract.
So with that being said, and you have the representative here, so the way that you put it is the department would have to say that they don't see a use for tasers. Now, is that they don't see a use for your tasers, or they don't see a use for tasers in general?
There's only one taser. So Axon is the only company that makes the taser. But aside from that, if you were to enter into this combined contract and you were only to cancel the software piece of AI Era, you could still operate your tasers, your body cameras, the rest of the contract, and just cancel the software piece. So a lot easier as far as MSRP price and things like that don't matter because it's just canceling a software piece.
Got it.
I skirted around your question. Did that answer it though?
No, I did not know that Axon was the only one that made a taser. Did you know?
I didn't know that.
So
I
from like
didn't,
the,
but I think one of the things that I think was particularly the reason, and I always thought, I didn't realize it was the only one, but I think part of the reason was it's the integration with the car camera, the body camera, and everything was tied together so that once they exited the car, you know, everything was recording, and then the deployment, it's all, I guess the technology all seemed to work together and was, I don't say consolidated, but coordinated in how everything was recorded is what I understood, and that was part of the reason why everything was together. I'm correct me if I'm wrong. That's why I understood it.
and then sharing across state and country, Axon is the market leader as far as public safety technology. So most of the state uses Axon.
Mr. Chair, I have another question, and this is for the undersheriff. Mr. Parra. So how cool would you be with just having a 6-month contract? Because when you say we, I know that I have a limited term on, or limited years on my term as all the commissioners here. So not only are we tying the sheriff's hand, we're also tying a lot of the commissioners' hands as well with this contract. I mean, I may not be here next year. If I win the lottery, I'm moving.
Okay.
And I'll invite the commissioners over to my new vacation home. But we have to look at that as well. So not only will we have a new sheriff, but we'll have new commissioners in 8 years, most certainly. So would you be okay with a 6-month contract until the new sheriff is sworn in?
Madam Commissioner, yes, ma'am. We would be okay with a 6-month contract.
Thank you.
I think that's a good idea. That would give us some time to look at the results. If we could do a 6-month contract.
So with that being said, we actually don't have to do anything because the contract is already in place. We'll just have to let the taser 166,000 just get billed.
And it would be, if my math is correct, it'd be $179,927.40.
Did you do the math? Or with tax? Okay. Any shipping and handling incurred?
So we'd be looking at, Mr. Chair, approximately 180 additional dollars.
$1,000.
100,000, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome. I'm good with it.
Any other questions, comments before?
Not sure where that leaves us or what we have to do to.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out, so I was like, if there's not any other questions or comments or no other motions, I was gonna go ahead and ask Brandy for a roll call. Okay.
Are we roll call? What's the vote?
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
No.
Commissioner Kimball,
No.
Commissioner Chaparro,
No.
Vice Chair Gameros,
No.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. I appreciate it. Okay, didn't pass, and appreciate you all coming for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Next item is item number 15. It's to accept a sub-agreement for the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant, DR-4652-0026, NM, awarded to Doña County Office of Emergency Management for purchase and installation of electrical generators at 18 county fire stations. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro,
She can
second
have
by
it.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez. Amanda.
Good
Take us away.
afternoon. Amanda Bowen, Emergency Manager for Doña County. I have one slide for you, and this outlines my entire project. We have some grant funding awarded. It is mitigation funding in the amount of $3.5 million. I am asking the county to cover the 25% match, which is $884,000 and some change. What this project will do is give us some backup generators for our fire stations. We're trying to utilize as much mitigation funding as we possibly can from the state, and this project supports that, providing generation at 18 different fire stations throughout the county. This allows for those fire stations to keep their services open if there's a power outage, really helps residents in the area. If there is some kind of catastrophic event, they can still go to the local fire station for services. And I think the rest of the project is pretty self-explanatory. I don't want to take up more time than is needed to explain the project, but happy to answer any questions and explain it as needed.
Thank you, Amanda. Commissioners, questions? I'm glad you said, I was going to make some joke about where the money was coming from, but
No, Mr. Chair, anybody that votes against supporting our fire stations is not paying attention. So I don't think we're going to have much dissension against this, so.
no, I appreciate it. I think I like even more the idea that in case of emergency, we have places in our community that people can go to that have electricity, that have the lights on, where they can get support. And even more so, just so anybody, just a random thought, and just Commissioner Kimball, just a random note, but I don't know if you've seen the charger, solar power charger we have out front.
No.
For the EV, we charge, I think, for the Jetport. So that was actually, it is connected for EV charging, but the cool thing is that it's a mobile unit. And so it's a big battery pack. So if we ever were in an emergency, they can relocate that. And it does have, I think, 30 amp, I can't remember the full service, I think it was like 30 amp service that they can move when we need mobile power to
So I
other
can go out
sites.
and charge my phone?
Yes.
Yeah. It'll blow up.
A little too much power. Good to
So
know.
anyways, but awesome. Any other comments, public input? Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item 15.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Agenda item number 16, UCES contract number 2026-03-R1137-all with Global Maven for a change order in the amount of $178,903.42 for asphalt paving at the Transitional Living Modular Building. If I can get a motion.
So moved.
So moved. Oh, second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Weaver.
Chair Sanchez, Commission, back again. So this is regarding the transitional living project that is across the street. This is a change order for the asphalt paving. This really isn't a change order entirely. When we initially took this project and presented it to the board, this was in bid lots. So we had actually removed out the paving to ensure that we could get the project going. I was holding on to some of the funds as a contingency, just so that way we got through the project and make sure that we got everything taken care of. Once we got through everything and we felt in a very good position, that's where we had pretty substantial funds. So we wanted to go ahead and proceed with the asphalt parking lot. So without us doing this, it would essentially be a dirt parking lot. It would be base course, and it's not very convenient if we have anybody that is suffering from handicap or something like that. So after looking at it, we had enough money in the funds, but that's where, per procurement code, I had to bring it back to the board just because of the amount. So, and with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Justin. Commissioners, any questions? All right, public input. Okay. Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 16.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right. Agenda item number 19.
So moved.
Approve resolution establishing records retention schedule. Motion by Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, a second by Commissioner Chaparro. And I turn it over to Mr. Steven Lopez.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to call it, on the East Coast, it's evening already. So this is also an item that is related to the special audit, but it's one that the county staff has been working on for about 18 months. And that is getting a records retention schedule, policy, and schedule in place for all Doña County records. Some of you may be aware that right now, the county contracts with American Document Solutions to literally fill a warehouse of old county records. Now, some of those records have to be, by state statute and good practice, retained forever. But many of them do not. And we pay by the pound and by the square foot. So it definitely benefits the county at some point to start purging old, obsolete records, which is absolutely supported by state statute. We started with looking at the New Mexico Administrative Code and the minimums that are set forth in that administrative code. And then we noticed that the administrative code is a little outdated. It does not include a lot of modern records. And so we worked with staff across multiple departments to start putting together all of the different types of records that now exist that should be included in a modern policy. So this is much more comprehensive, and some of the deadlines that were set in the New Mexico Administrative Code, for example, detention center records are set at 5 years. Best practice is 10 years. So the detention center encouraged us to go with the 10-year mark for record retention instead of just 5 years to retain them, which makes a lot of sense, especially since that is an accredited facility. So with that being said, there are 18, okay. I don't have mouse control. Can you, let's see. Click, there we go. So the policy basically is to follow the state statute, 14-1-8, which means if we say we need to get rid of something, we've got to notify the state records administrator at the state records center, state archives. We've got to include the date of the proposed destruction, a description of the records, the type, and the date that they were created. A notice has to be sent at least 60 days prior to the proposed destruction date, and then they tell us, yes or no, you can destroy it. So this is not a decision that is made just by county staff saying, this looks old, let's get rid of it. there is a very formal policy and process that has to be followed to get rid of these. So it will not be overnight. This is, no matter how fast we can move, we're gonna be backed up against the state office to really review and give us permission for destruction. Some will be very easy. For example, financial records from 2005, you know, that they're way past their usefulness. Others may be, you know, take a lot more review on their side. So there are 18 pages, as I noted. This is kind of a look at the many pages, the various types of records. You have a copy of these, all these pages in the packet, but we wanted to kind of just bring them forward, highlight them, and you don't have to adopt them today because this is a lot to look at if you have not had a chance to adequately look at them, or if you would like to give the public an opportunity to comment on this. It is not going to hurt our feelings. We've met the audit requirement of presenting it to you today for consideration. If you want to take action, great. If not, that's okay. Nice thing is, even if you adopt them today, you can change them at the next meeting if you wanted to. This is the county's policy for record retention, so you're not going to be, you know, it's not locked in concrete at any point. So with that, happy to answer any questions or go over any particular record types.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question. It says that calendars and schedules need to be kept for 1 year after the calendar year. Who do I need to turn my kitty cat calendar into at the end of the year?
That would be your executive assistant.
I don't have one.
Yes, so that is, I would recommend that when you are done with it, that you would turn it into the county manager's office, because ultimately, as the board has pointed out many times, the county manager is ultimately responsible for carrying out the board's policy. But please don't just like drop a box in the county manager's office.
Although, yeah. No, I have absolutely no issue with approving this today. I think it's long overdue, and I'm really excited. And whatever changes come down the pipeline, we can definitely make that happen. My only question is what kind of formal training and or resources are we going to offer to staff? And is there a way to kind of make this searchable in Workday or something like that, or to where if an employee is like, I have a voicemail, I can delete it right now. Cool. How can we start training people on how to do this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez, fantastic question. I will state that the first really big rollout of this will happen when the New Mexico Attorney General's office comes down and does the Open Meetings Act training and the IPRA training in August the 12th. Board has been invited. I know a number of you have already accepted that invitation. And that will get a lot of our staff in understanding the Inspection of Public Records Act, because that ties very closely to this. But yes, your point of making this searchable and it won't probably be in Workday. It'll probably be in what we call now the DACnet. You may recall it as El Sol before. So it's now a SharePoint site, so that makes it a lot easier for staff to be able to find it.
Commissioners, other questions? Just two questions. One, how do we make this so that there might be a requirement that it's reviewed every so often? And the reason being is, like, if there's any changes, you know, if you add something here, you know, obviously the time would reset, but I'm just wondering if there's a, you know, a set time frame that we say we're going to review to see if there's been any changes, and we make, you know, that way it doesn't just sit there on the shelf for the next 10 years and no one reviews it.
Mr. Chair, if you are talking about the board reviewing the schedule and record types, that basically what we call Table 1 here, our intent at this point is to make the county attorney's office the custodian of this particular policy. So I think we would just look over to Deputy County Attorney Alonzo Maestas and say, can you flag it on your calendar to bring it back every June?
Well, I'd want something more robust, and is there, I don't know if potentially in Workday or something. I don't know where we keep track, because you know what I mean? I don't know what's gonna happen in a year. Say, Alonso, he wins the lottery and he goes on his vacation and now it's not on anybody's calendar. So
Right.
I'm just wondering, like I said, it doesn't have, you don't have to have, I'm not gonna not approve it today. I'm just trying to figure out how we can build some robustness into this.
No, I think that's
Especially as we
very
do
solid.
SOP. I know I talked during the retreat of living at a time, or having worked as a quality, you know, a quality auditor, and we had, or was quality manager for my site, where, you know, when you look at quality documents, SOPs, work instructions, things like that, different levels had different requirements and when they had to be reviewed. And just trying to make sure it becomes part of the practice that we actively review SOPs and procedures, or, you know, whatever it may be, just so that way we have some interval that we're looking at it. So
Yes.
just be kind of curious to look at. The second item was, in terms of, I think as Commissioner Sheldon on this had brought up, if, you know, some of these things are going to be ongoing. So I think like electronic calendars, when I look at email that spam, malware, ads that we're immediately going to delete, where's the requirement that will follow before we notify the state records office? Because obviously you're not going to say daily, hey, guess what, I'm going to delete more emails today, I'm going to need more emails today. I guess what documents apply to those notifications to the state versus that won't?
I think I was with you, Mr. Chair, all the way up until the last
Because
sentence or question.
you put up the requirement that's under here that says, according to NMSA 14-1, this one, that we will be submitting a formal notice before any records are destroyed. So, and technically, like any spam, malware, we immediately destroy that. Any, you know, calendar, once it's 1 year, that can be removed, but it's up to the user to do that. Or I don't know how, maybe IT does that, I don't know. But I guess in cases like that, you know, where they're just kind of maybe not official records, they're just maybe documents, I guess, where do we, you know what I mean? I get, I'm trying to figure out how you refer to it, but, you know, how do we say what we are going to, when are we, you know, what items are we going to notify and which aren't?
Mr. Chair, I believe I am now following what you're asking. So the state defines records as video, audio, and documents. And documents, if they are electronic, can be treated a little differently, or if they can be scanned and made electronic. The others have to be kept in their original form, but it doesn't distinguish on originals. It doesn't distinguish necessarily by anything other than the schedule and then the process required by statute. Convenience copies can be disposed of right away. So for example, you know, you get a copy of the agenda when you come into the meeting. That's a convenience copy because the original, of course, has already been posted out. You can throw that away at the end of the meeting when you no longer need it. Some of this, because we have not had a record retention schedule, we're going to be finding out for the first time. And I think we're going to be relying heavily on the state records office to tell us, great, don't send those to us anymore, this record type. We understand you're trying to be overly compliant. We don't want these things. But right now, because we've never done this before, as far as we can tell, we don't have that kind of insight that we're really going to be relying on the state records office to give us. Okay. So I think and that comes back to your first question of, let's look at this in a year. I think that is absolutely the right thing to do once we've had a chance to work through some of this and talk about it, experience it a little bit. I think that's a very good approach.
Okay. Like I said, I completely understand. I'm just trying to figure out, like you said, because I'm looking at this, it's such a exhaustive list. And some of these I may not necessarily put on here because, like I said, it just seems like I wouldn't consider it a record. I'd consider it like a document, but understand. So I'm good. Like I said, I think we're going into trying to create our ability to be able to manage these things, and it's going to be a learning process. And I just don't want people to come in and say, oh, you didn't do it this way, you know what I mean? Being nitpicky, and say we didn't do something because that wasn't necessarily the intent with some of these items. So, but I appreciate that feedback, so thank you. Okay. Any other comments, questions, public input?
Hi, my name is Kelly Hester. I live in Doña. This is totally off the cuff. I just walked in to listen to the meeting. My parents were residents of Las Cruces in the late 50s, early 60s. Both of them died from cancer. They're probably eligible for the downwinders reparations. And we can't find any records of their residency here in Las Cruces. So my question is, well, maybe somebody here can help me find their residency information, but with digitized documents, why is there a limit to the amount of records that can be retained? Because I know that a lot of them are probably never going to be needed to be referenced in the future, but things like residency and issues come up and the documents are gone. So that's just a general question, I guess.
So I think just to provide some clarity, these records are not specific to human, I don't know.
They're county.
These are like county. So for example, our insurance certificate, like I'm just reading down the list here, anything related to infrastructure projects, maintenance projects, or maintenance records, insurance policies,
For government.
liability claims. Yeah, so that's not specific to personal or property or things like that. Those are all still kept and held in custody of the county clerk's office. So all of those are still kept in perpetuity. It's just specifically for records or documents that we as a county and our different departments may have during day-to-day operations. And so we've tend to keep everything and didn't really look to see how long we were supposed to keep them. So like I said, the intent is just looking at more of the day-to-day operations, but not specific records when it came to associated with county residents.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chair, just for anybody, since we don't have many people out here, anybody who's online or maybe watching this in a recording, you hit it right on the head. The clerk's office maintains a lot of records permanently as required by statute. We have reflected those in here just in case somebody is looking from our staff. How long do I keep this? So for example, on the bottom, towards the bottom of page 15, land and easement, records related to property, sales, exchanges, acquisition, not limited to, but including easements, those are permanent. They can be transferred to archives after 5 years, but they have to be maintained in archives forever. And Brandy, anything you want to say on it? Because I know you all have the new vault just for that purpose.
Only thing I can say is if anybody is curious to see what the clerk's office holds in their vault, it's open to the public. So, I mean, there are certain documents that do have personal information on there that we do have to redact and whatnot, but they're available for the public to see. And if I'm not mistaken, some of these deeds go back to 1863, the original documents.
Yeah, they do.
We have marriage licenses that go back again to the 1860s. So they're there. We cannot move them, touch them. They're not for destruction.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I know this is early on when I became commissioner. I don't know, Commissioner Chaparro, if you were here when we did this, but I know the county clerk Askin had entered into an agreement where there was allowing, I think it was Ancestry, to come in and digitize they got access to them, digitized them. And so now if you go to ancestry.com, they gave us like the electronic copy, but they were able to have that copy. So people, it was interesting because as of I think prior to like 2020, you couldn't find the electronic Doña County document. But because of that effort, I think in 2020, and I don't know how it is ongoing, but I know from that snapshot in time, they did digitize those, and you can find those marriage records. I found my grandparents' marriage record from way back in the day when they got married in Sunland Park. So it was really cool to be able to see these documents that we have here in the vault available online to see those. So.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Chair, because I was not aware of that. Chalk up one more thing I learned today. Yeah, that's great.
So, but it also gave more questions to how old my grandmother really was when she passed away. Because she said she was a certain age, but her driver's license did not match. So, so one of those things. All right. Any other public comment, questions? Okay. All right, Randy, if you do a roll call on agenda item 19.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
This does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-85.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we have one item still left under hearing and ordinances, which is item 20. It's a public hearing to reconsider resolution number 2026-58, designating the property at 15,800 Furnace as a danger and menace to the health and safety of welfare of the general public. If I get a motion in a second.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion. I have a motion by Commissioner Chaparro, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. All right, kick us off.
Am I having my PowerPoint?
Let's see. Well, hopefully they'll bring it up. You didn't want to do that a cappella style, and okay.
Attempt to.
Appreciate it.
So I'm Jonathan Davis with Environmental Codes for Doña County. This item was voted on April 28th of 26 and was approved, so it already has a resolution of 202658. Some of the review of the case and some of the applicable statutes and ordinances for review is the 3-48-5s for municipalities to do abatements. State statute 4-37-1 is for the county, allows the county to do anything that the municipalities can do. State statute 4-56-1 is for the refuse and garbage. Then we get into the county ordinance of 287, which is the accumulation and disposition. Once again, that's gonna be the trash. Ordinance number 312 is for the vehicles. And what we're following today is ordinance 146, the building dangerous, is the county's abatement process. The property we're here today on is 15800 Furnace Street. The owner is Kathy J. Mador. The zoning is in T3 Neighborhood Edge. This is the location, so the address is located in Oregon. This is a close-up of the aerial view. The case synopsis is going to be that the property has been in violation since February of 2023 by Officer Rodriguez. He charged the property owner on May 8th of 2023, and there's a bench warrant and failure to appear. The property owner then passed away October 22nd of 2023. The property owner's son was charged March 4th and again on April 10th of 2024. Those were dismissed for failure for the prosecutor to show up. On July 9th of 2024, I then took over the case of 15800 Furnace Street. I then contacted sent notice of violations to the Department of Agriculture and CoreLogic Tax Services. Department of Ag holds the mortgage on the property. On July 11th, 2024, the notice of violation was hand-delivered to the Department of Ag. I contacted Senator Lujan's office to maybe get grease the wheels to see if we can get anyone from that department to get in contact with me. With no such luck. On January 20th, 2026, the notice of violation was posted at the property. On April 28th, 2026, the County Board of Commissioners approved Resolution 2026-58. On May 4th, the resolution was then posted at the property of 1500 Furnace. On May 6th, Amberlina Dillon filed a written objection to the county clerk's office. On May 7th, the resolution was posted in the Las Cruces Sun News. These are going to be the photos that were seen in the last resolution on July 9th of 2024, showing the property. The first photograph to the left is going to be looking at the front of the property, looking south. And the second photograph is going to be in the alleyway behind the property. Once again, this is going to it's going to be the same area. The first one's January 20th, 2026, the front of the residence, and then the second photograph is going to be the rear of the residence. On these photographs are showing that on May 4th that the resolution was posted at the property of 15800 Furnace Street. On May 21st, I then went out to the property. There's going to be 4 photographs. These 2 photographs are going to be showing the side angles of the property, the front of the property, showing that there is accumulation and debris in the front yard. These photographs are be in the alleyway behind the residence, showing the accumulation of the garbage on the property. Based on the findings of facts, the staff analyst recommends the enforcement of the resolution of 2026-58. Something I didn't put in there is that the certified letter was mailed to the P.O. Box for Ms. Dillon in regards to notifying her of the hearing today. Any questions?
Commissioners, any questions?
Chair, thank you. Just out of curiosity, is Ms. Dillon elderly and unable to clean up her property?
Chair, Commissioner, I've never met Amberlyn Dillon, but based at a vehicle that was in the middle of the street, and she's approximately my age, 35.
So she lives there, obviously, from that photograph of that black vehicle that I saw.
Chair, Commissioner, she claims that she lives there, yes.
Does she live there? Do you think she lives there?
I have no record indicating that she lives there. Her P.O. Box, it's a P.O. Box up there that the letter was mailed to. Other than that, I have no evidence to support that she actually lives there. As part of the written objection, that the owner, the occupant, or agent can file a written objection to the resolution. So basically, anyone in Doña County could file a written objection.
I know that's a problem up there. I've been contacted by several residents regarding that property and 2 others. And thank you for going out there the number of times that you did. It's going to take a little bit. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chaljo-Hernandez?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So this is the first time we've ever reconsidered a resolution deeming a property a hazard for health and safety. So I don't understand what we're being exactly asked today.
Okay.
So, please go.
Chair, Commissioner, so I'm asking, so today was based on the appeal that you're either going to vote on the enforcement of the resolution or rescind the resolution.
So if the resolution is rescinded, she's asking for a hearing to discuss her situation further. We've already had a hearing, is that correct?
That hearing would be today.
Okay, is Miss Amberly Dillon here today? Was she notified of this hearing today?
Chair, Commissioner, she was notified on June 10th of 2026. The letter was mailed to her, certified mail, as it was delivered on June 13th of 2026, is available for pickup at the post office They're in Oregon, New Mexico, and it's still sitting there. It's never been picked up.
Okay. So, okay, so I understand then what the process is. So we aren't necessarily having a hearing today. We're just being asked whether or not we want to continue the code portion of the enforcement of our resolution, correct?
Chair, Commissioner, that is correct. We're either going to go with the enforcement or we're going to rescind the previous resolution.
Okay, so if we vote no today, it's voting to keep the resolution and continue enforcement, correct?
Yes, I would say, so this is, we're looking to reconsider this, so we would say, my interpretation is a no vote would be saying that.
To
we're-
uphold the code enforcement. Okay, thank you.
And it was just raised to my attention, Mr. Davis, I forgot to, is this being a hearing? I needed to swear you in. Do you swear to affirm the testimony you have given and will be giving is the truth with the penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you. Or, sorry, yeah, thank you. I knew what I was trying to say.
I understand.
Thank you. All right. Under penalty of law was the correct way. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Kimball.
so if you're going to follow through on the resolution, what's your next step?
The next, Chair, Commissioner, the next step is I'm going to have to wait approximately 20 days. From this hearing, they will still have the opportunity to appeal the decision to a district court. That's 20 days they have. So to be courteous, we'll give them start tomorrow. The 20 days starts tomorrow. Then I'll send it out to bids in the meantime. And then once I get those bids back, then I will give that to my director and finance.
Send out the bids for what? To tear the house down or to clean it up?
No, to clean up the trash around the property. That's what the abatement's for.
So then if we do that, she's got a clean house and we paid for it.
Chair, Commissioner, what's going to happen is that the county is going to pay the upfront cost. Then the county is going to place a lien on the property. And over a period of time, or the property comes back into violation, then we can foreclose on the lien itself. And then the county would become the owner of the property and then sell the title to the property. And I imagine that we'll sell it to whatever, if it costs $15,000, then the home would sell for $15,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if she sells it, we get the money out of her proceeds.
Chair, Commissioner, so no one can sell the property because the property is in a deceased person's name. Who is Kathy Medor, who passed away 2024. So the Chair, Commissioner, so a lot of the problems that we have with these properties is that the mortgage, there's still a mortgage on the property. Department of Ag has it. So this goes for any mortgage. Your mortgage company pays the taxes. Irregardless if you don't pay your mortgage, I probably have like 50 properties that are like this. They'll continuously pay the taxes. So the state of New Mexico will never auction the property off. So it could be like this in perpetuity, and there's kind of a loophole. So to pay your taxes, you don't only have to pay like every 3 years, so it doesn't go on the auction block. So the home cannot be sold.
Interesting.
Until they do, they have to provide the death certificate. They have to go through probate. And I believe they're coming up on the 2 years that they have to come through the county. And then from there, it'll go to district court for probate if they don't come to do probate through the county.
So, Mr. Chair, so if they can't do it and we own it, how can we sell it?
Because we'll have the lien on the property. The lien itself, that's how we'll sell. It'll be transferred. It'll be like a title company. If you give money for your car title, the company is going to have the title, and then if you don't pay that, then they can recoup their costs by selling your vehicle.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and I think based off of what I see here, so, I mean, it looks like, according to the statement that that Ms. Dillon had put here, is that her boyfriend is the son of the deceased, and he is currently incarcerated. And so he can't go to probate to get this assessed, and I don't know how that would happen if they're incarcerated. And so what she's essentially, at least what I read in her form here, is she's basically saying she's a single mother, limited income, and is trying to make progress, but doesn't have the means in which to do that. But if there's I guess at the end, basically says if there's a way to seek assistance, or if they were able to share that with her, she would do it. But that's kind of where she's at, is she happens to be there because it was her boyfriend that lived there, or her boyfriend's mother that lived there. But at least that's what I'm reading in what she submitted here.
Mr. Chair, actually, I had a legal question, and Fred's coming up here. Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon. Did I say good morning? Oh, my goodness. Is it tomorrow already?
Buenos tardes.
Fred, thank you for being here, but I have a question. So if we've served the person who is allegedly living there, and we have a property who has a deceased, or the owner is deceased, and the probate is not finished, how do we know that this person that's been served that allegedly lives in this home is the person that would be responsible for the cleanup? Because as I know, my father passed away. We didn't do a probate, but if he had had a long-lost son somewhere that came forth, so would the service have to be to the estate or to a certain person, or do we have to wait until the probate is over? Because to me, that's a sticky legal question, at least in my mind. I'm sure you have a simple answer for that.
No, there's no simple answer to such a complex question. There's a lot of moving parts, and we run into this every now and then. I can think of a different instance where we're condemning property that has not been probated, and there's several siblings that we thought may or may not claim some interest in it. As it turned out, in that particular case, nobody did. We tried to contact them all. In this matter, I think it's a little simpler because we're not trying to actually take over ownership, at least not right now. All we're doing is going through an administrative process in which we've done what sounds to me like everything we can think of to try to observe a property owner's due process. And from what we understand, there was a property owner in the picture but passed away not so long ago. And there doesn't seem to be any probate case that is, well, the matter has not been probated. And we've done what we can to try to notify anybody and offer anybody that might have some claim or to some property right to come and deal with this. And nobody's here. The one person that apparently objected, certified mail to the address given, not here. My recommendation would be to go forward with the abatement, hire the crew to clean up the place, file the lien. Doesn't mean that we have to foreclose on that lien right away. It's an option. Whether or not the property can be sold. Certainly, it can be sold. I mean, the obvious method for a sale is a forced sale to a governmental entity through the power of eminent domain, a condemnation. So we always have that option. We can condemn the property and take it over. What is more likely to happen is at some point, either taxes don't get paid. If there's still a mortgage on it, makes me wonder who's paying the mortgage. And as we all know, if nobody's paying the mortgage, then taxes are not going to get paid. But before the property tax division comes in, it'll probably be the bank that comes in and does a foreclosure. And then, again, as a practical matter, in those transactions, the lien holders, especially if it's a bank, the lien holder is going to get paid out of the proceeds. And I'm not certain, but I think that our lien would be superior. I'm not certain of that, so don't hold me to that. With a tax sale, the tax lien is superior. And we might, it would be up to the county if they wanted to try to protect their lien by showing up at a tax sale and bidding at least the amount of taxes plus our lien. And if anybody wants to bid more than that, then we'll get taken care of out of the proceeds. So that's the way I see how that could work out one way or another. But at this point, I think the county's done everything it can do under the circumstances and should go forward and abate the waste, the trash accumulation, and put a lien on the property. And one last thing, this is a type of program that it's either Albuquerque or I think it's Albuquerque. I was going to say maybe Bernalillo County, but I believe Albuquerque's been active doing this for the last 3 or 4 years, and they've had a very positive reaction from the community, as you might expect.
Thank you.
And Fred, before you leave, I totally forgot in space, but I forgot to swear you in. So, all right. After giving all that testimony.
I swear that everything I've said is the truth, and everything I may say from here on out is the truth under penalty of law. And by the way, the attorney's opinion is typically not.
I wasn't sure because if it was, so I appreciate it just to.
But yeah, Doña County typically swears in everybody, attorneys included, so that's fine.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I believe Brandy needs to reread Mr. Kennan's response into record again, now that it's been sworn in. If you can go ahead and repeat all that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that today. It's late.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Public input in case someone comes running the door, which doesn't look like. All right. If there is no other comments, questions, or public input, Randy, if you do a roll call. And just for clarity again, a no would be to, a vote no would uphold the previous ruling. A vote for yes would mean we are reconsidering and would overturn the original ordinance. Hopefully. Just want to make it clear so we knew what we're voting on. Okay. Go ahead, Brandy.
Okay. Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez?
No.
Commissioner Kimball?
No.
Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Vice Chair Gameros?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
No. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the vote was to uphold the original ruling. Before I move on to agenda item number 22, I did want to put something before the commissions. We did receive the contracts via email for Amador Health Clinic, Ben Archer, and La Clinica and Mesilla Valley Hospital. If there is a will to potentially reconsider the postponement to a future meeting and pull this off for reconsideration, we can do that. But I didn't want, but it would have to be one of the commissioners who voted to postpone to a date certain in order for there to be a motion to reconsider the motion of postponement. I just want to put it out there. If not, we can postpone and still leave the original path forward. But if we wanted to go ahead and take it back off, we could reconsider that postponement.
Okay.
Okay, so if there is the will to do this, then what I would do is I would ask if there is a motion to reconsider the postponement to a date certain of July 14th, 2026 of agenda item number 10, which was to award contracts to Amador Health Center Incorporated, Ben Archer Health Center Incorporated, La Clinica de Familia Incorporated, and Mesilla Valley Hospital in the amount of $2,979,378.88 to support Resolution 2026-53 and the County Healthcare Assistance Program. So I would need a motion and a second.
Motion to reconsider.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. It would have to be from the ones that voted.
Oh, that's right.
So, okay. So if you motion, I'll second the motion.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. So there's a motion to reconsider the postponement. If you vote yes, then we will go back to basically reconsider that vote. So, Randy, if you'll do a roll call for. And I think this, I'm assuming it'll exclude Commissioner Chaparro and Commissioner Kimball. So it would be the three of us on this side.
I'll send it right now.
For reconsideration.
Okay, I apologize, just so I understand, we're doing a motion to reconsider, correct?
To reconsider.
And who made that motion?
I did.
And then I seconded the motion.
Okay. So I'm going to do a roll call with Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball? Nope, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay. So it's back on for consideration, or at least we're under the postponement to a date certain motion. So do we want to, how do we want to vote? I guess reconsidering that we're back on the postponement. I'm willing to take a roll call vote if there's no other comments, but if we vote no, then it will bring us back to the original motion and we can discuss this. So, and then with that, Commissioner Chaparro can vote on this motion to postpone to a date certain for agenda item number 10. So Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on that. Hopefully I'm not slipping up here, Alonzo.
I don't think you are.
Hopefully I don't on the minutes.
Okay. I'll help you if we need to go over it again.
Chair, I think we'll push through here. I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay, so roll call, Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez?
Yes.
No.
No.
No. No. A no vote will allow us to bring back to the original discussion of
That would be a no from me, Brandy.
Because we're not postponing it anymore. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Chaparro?
No.
Vice Chair Gameros?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
No. Okay. So now that the motion to postpone to a date certain has been voted down, reconsidered and voted down, now we're back to agenda item number 10, which is on the table again, which is again to award the contracts for FQHCs and Mesilla Valley Hospital. Jamie, okay. So I know you sent out the contracts that that you'll be discussing or reviewing with the entities. I think they're being reviewed or now. I don't know if there's anything you want to highlight or have further discussion on the contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. Just want to clarify that what you all received are still the draft contracts because the entities have not been sent these contracts for their review. That usually happens after we get board's approval. So the agenda item title is award the contract, not approve the contract. But that you all receiving the contracts gives you more information about the awards that we're asking you to make. Based on our previous conversation, you know that we are not providing Ben Archer Health Center and La Clinica with their full requested amount. We're reducing those two agencies significantly to stay within the budget that you all set at $3 million. We are giving everybody very similar, all four organizations, very similar amounts to what they're receiving this year, which included increases midway through the year. So we did increase over this past fiscal year to extend the dollars as long as possible, and these amounts match those totals. The only difference when you received the contracts, I did reduce the cost per unit for La Clinica and Ben Archer to stay within that budget. So if you approve this, we had to make slight changes to those dollar amounts. For example, La Clinica, with the change in encounters, their contract will increase by $12 compared to what's in your executive summary. And I'm trying to do the math for Ben Archer's. Theirs will decrease by about the same. It goes just a small amount because of the mathematics of per encounter versus per encounter times number of encounters. So those are the only changes that you'll see in the contract compared to the executive summary.
Okay. Commissioners, on this?
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, even though, because I genuinely do want to hear what Commissioner Kimball has to say, even though she's not going to be taking a vote for conflict of interest, is she allowed to comment, though?
Because we're going to take comment from the public. Anyone else could have walked in and made a comment in her similar situation. So yes, I would say yes.
This is pretty standard. I mean, it's been happening for years. Mississippi Valley Hospital's had a contract with the county to do indigent care, so has La Clinica, so has, none of this is revolutionary. It's sort of just formalities, and it all works really well. And we provide, at Mississippi Valley Hospital, we provide services to people that show up at our hospital, whether they have insurance or not. If they qualify for the healthcare fund, then we get money back from the county. If don't, we still treat them. And the FQHCs are the same way. They treat people whether they have insurance or not. So this no way pays everybody's bills. It's just sort of a help to help the people that qualify and meet the qualifications under the healthcare plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Gomez.
I would like to make, sorry, let me read this. So we're going off well, it's on the executive summary. On the executive summary on the last page, on the bottom, it does say that the board is asked to delegate signature authority to the county manager for all related documents, including invoices, contracts, amendments, budgets, change orders, and other related documents. So for me, I would rather the board at least, since we are putting this much money, to be able to look at this much more closely than what was before. And especially because this is going to be a 4-year contract program, right? It's 4 years as it was before?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, it's eligible for renewal for up to 3 years. So yes, the term of the contracts will be 4. But you all, or the county has to send out renewals each year based on the budget that you all approve.
So for me, I would rather look at this, all this information, unless the manager, we put there where the manager sends us all this information. That's my thing. I want to have better oversee this much more better than what has been, at least for me.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, again, this is standard language that we've been asked to put on all the agendas, all employees. The only question I have is if we remove the invoices, would we have to bring the monthly invoices to you all each month in order to pay them?
It's already in the budget.
The amendments, anything over the county manager's signature amount automatically comes to the board, but if we're making a change and it is not above the county manager's signature authority, it usually doesn't have to come to the board unless you remove that language from the sentence. And the same with budgets. Sometimes we get into the year and we find out that one contractor is spending less and the other contractor is spending more, and so we reduce one contract and reallocate the money to the other contractor so we don't have unspent money at the end of the fiscal year. So things like that would have to come back to the board. So just preparing yourselves that, and then anytime that happens, it takes longer.
Well, maybe what I would like to ask then is, go ahead and leave it the way it is, but I would love to have monthly or those invoices, any contract changes, any amendments, any budget changes, any change orders. I would like to see those documents personally. And if the other commissioners would like to have that information, that's up to them. But for me, I would like to have that.
I would, I think the question I have is around amendments because if there's going to be an amendment that's going to, if we're already maxing out the agreement, I think part of me, I don't see, is there any reason or concern that the amendments wouldn't come to the commission, especially if there's any specific budgetary, I guess there could be potentially the chance that someone's under budget and you roll it over, but more than likely, any amendments would likely require, I'm assuming would require a budget approval or a budget amendment as well. At least I think that would be the case, because I don't think there's been a case where we have not used up the entire amount.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and so any increase in the budget would have to come to the board, but if there was savings in that same line item, the department would be able to allocate to a separate contract and reduce a PO and increase another.
Yeah, I think in that case, like either way, I would wonder if we can just remove the amendments out piece, so that way, that would come to us. I mean, more than likely it will, because usually we'll have the resolution with the budget amendment associated with it. But that's kind of where I'm at. I think otherwise, I think if we approve this, if we approve at least what you have presented to us in terms of those approvals, then I think that's the not just recommendation, but the message you take to those vendors is these were the contracts that were approved by the commission, so we can either sign or not, and then it has to come back to us. I mean, I don't know how that would be, but that's the way I view it. And maybe that at least gets them to a point that they sign it. Yeah. So I would be, at least my recommendation is we can amend to remove the amendments portion of the resolution, so then that has to come to us.
Okay.
But allow the county manager to move forward with the approval of the signing of the documents, the invoices, contracts, and the remaining items. And then I think per Vice Chair Gameros' request, if they're able to provide the information to her as they come in. Okay. So if I'd entertain a motion to amend agenda item number 10 to remove the county manager's signature authority for amendments to the contracts.
So moved.
All right, I'll second that motion. All right, so I have a motion to amend or remove signature authority for amendments. Is there any comments, questions? Okay, Brandy, if you do a roll call.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball, Commissioner Chaparro,
I stepped off to make a phone call, so just for clarification purposes, we're voting on the amendment to remove the county manager's signature
On amendments.
on amendments.
Yes, so amendments will have to come to us.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, so we're back to the original agenda item as amended. Is there any other comments, input, questions? Okay. Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 10 as amended.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Camaros, the resolution does require us to bring updates to you all on progress. So the cumulative of the invoices each quarter will be presented to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. All
And
right.
Jamie, but I would like to have a monthly. Since you get a monthly, I would like to see the monthly. Thanks.
Yes. We can send those to you each month.
Okay, thanks.
All right, agenda item 22, correspondence.
We have Derek Pacheco versus Doña County, Valerie Pickett, OBD, the Pickett Law Firm LLC versus Doña County, Mario Rodriguez versus Doña County, Carl Gonzalez versus Doña County, United States of America versus Doña County, Scott Andrews and et al.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, we have now a closed session. If I'd like to get a motion to go into closed session, and at least I'd entertain a motion for the board to convene in closed session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights, limited personnel matters, naming the county attorney and risk manager, attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation, but not limited to litigation involving the sheriff's office, the Board of County Commissioners v. Michael Martinez et al., case number D-3077-CV-2024-01994, and TH versus Martinez et al., 224-CV-00887-MIS-KRS, and Lorenzo Rodriguez versus Government Center / Doña County / CCMSI, as authorized by the Open Meeting Act, sections 10-15-1, H2, 7, and 8.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Chavarro, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kimball, Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Is he? Okay. Alrighty, it's 6:41 PM, and we're back in open session. Let the record reflect, the only items discussed in closed session were the items noted in the motion to go into closed session. And with that, we have reached the end of our agenda, so we will call this meeting adjourned at 6:42 PM. Thank you so much, and we'll see you all in July.